Hello, everyone. How do you all do? I don't know. Probably should have just. Um.
This is an early stream start. Did you sleep well? New Frankie stuff to watch.
Can't say I slept well, but I did sleep, you know. So I think I got enough sleep overall. I do believe there is a new Frank vid, fortunately. So we'll watch that in just a minute. Yeah, just a bunch of weird shit happened. I was gonna do a live stream with that guy Uncommon Sense, and we had planned to do it at 10 a.m. And then I had some stuff happen yesterday where I couldn't start a stream until later. Then I ended up falling asleep, and I got up kind of late, and then I wasn't sure if I should just do a late stream, and then I decided not to because I knew I had to get up in the morning. So then I tried sleeping, didn't sleep great. I got up, the guy never showed up. You know, but let's take a look at Frank. Thanks for the donation though, James. Natural probiotic now available. What the fuck could he possibly mean by natural probiotic? I was under the impression that, like, the government wasn't making new species of life forms and then putting those into probiotic supplements. Like, I'm pretty sure these probiotics aren't, like, alien species that are harvested from Mars. So I think every probiotic supplement is natural.
What's up, guys? I wanted to talk about our new probiotic because it actually works. And I remember.
Did you send a new email to reschedule the debate?
Haven't sent another email to reschedule yet. I just said I'm gonna have to do it like sometime next week. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Thanks for the donation, James.
I remember 5 or 6 years ago when I first started having the gut problems, the liver issues on the carnivore diet. I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on those refrigerated probiotics at Whole Foods to no avail. None of them helped me at all. They didn't seem to work, which made me skeptical to formulate my own, but it's so important to have the correct.
I don't know what he means by no probiotic worked. Like, what exactly are they supposed to fucking do? They're not a medication. So they're not going to cure or treat any illness.
Microbiome, the good bacteria. Like, I came back sick from LA and I didn't get better until I had a properly made water kefir. I was coughing and sniffling for weeks until
Yeah, that sounds like a cold or something.
again, the water kefir was properly made and I drank enough of it.
Dude, didn't he just get eye surgery? His eyes are still cross-eyed. Yeah, this eye is like pointing up and to the right. And then this one is actually going straight. So even though they did surgery on this eye, it's still fucking cross-eyed.
And I had a lot of water kefir grains, which had the probiotic content to replenish my gut. So it's 100% necessary and needed for optimal health. You need to do it. Water kefir can be difficult to get right. Dairy kefir, dairy yogurt, great probiotic profile, but unfortunately on certain diets and like my liver detox diet is very restrictive. So I was really, really excited when I tried this for the first time. And I've utilized all of my nutritional understanding and I've applied.
He knows literally nothing about nutrition. He's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. Like, you could talk about any topic with this guy. Anything. And he knows literally nothing at all. Politics knows nothing. Nutrition knows nothing. Weight training knows nothing. I've never heard him talk about art. But again, art, like I'm sure he knows nothing about art. Science, he clearly knows nothing. He talks about like fucking EMF and Wi-Fi radiation, doesn't know fucking shit about that. How does anybody fucking listen to this absolute retard? I've talked to children. I used to be a personal trainer, and I'd train kids from like different hockey teams. I had kids as young as 6 years old who were smarter than Frank, who, at least in certain subjects, knew more about him. You know, we'd talk about music, video games, art a little bit, like training, and like Frank is so goddamn stupid, a 6-year-old could like just intellectually defeat him.
Added to this product. So there are dozens of strains of bacteria commercially available. Like if you reach out to a manufacturing company, they'll give you a list of every single strain they have. So I looked at studies on the microbiome. I looked at studies on babies and infants, nursing mothers, regular people. I figured out which ones of those are in the gut, what the ratios of the bacteria are, and then I had to figure out from that list of commercially available strains which ones I can take, and then each one has a different concentration. So it was quite a bit of math, and I can understand why no one else has formulated anything that actually works, because to have the nutritional understanding, to know what to look for, and the math skills to actually
Oh, the math skills. This guy literally does not understand things like wavelength and like ionizing radiation. He doesn't understand the difference between like magnetism and radiation. And then he's talking about fucking math skills.
do it. There's a reason. There's a reason no one else has done this yet. I don't think I'm the smartest guy, but I'm smart enough in each of the fields that apparently I'm better than everyone. No, I don't want to say that, but we'll get a little more into that. So these commercially available strains of probiotics for supplements do not actually cover the entire microbiome. I would say between 55 and 65% of the strains are available. Like the other ones, they just don't make them. They don't exist. Now, what percent of the gut bacteria are the missing strains composed of? I don't really know. You know, it could be as significant as that high 45%, or it could be very insignificant, and this probiotic might be all you would ever need, but there's no way to know because, again, they don't make it. Now, from my previous experiments with other very expensive probiotics on the market, like $70, $80, $90 bottles of fresh liquid probiotics, stuff like that, as well as reading what's on the labels available on Amazon, I don't think anything comes remotely close to what I have.
Has Frank heard about Dr. Wilbus, the gut doctor?
Probably not. I don't think I'm familiar with that guy either. Thanks for the donation, James.
Formulated here, which is the correct ratio of lactobacillus to bifidobacterium to streptococcus. And if you read this label, you'll see that, you know, per capsule it's around 23 billion CFU. So this 3 capsule serving size is what most people should start with for a meal. And then you can see the lactobacillus strains, the bifidobacterium strains, and the streptococcus. And if you did the math, you can figure out, you know, what the ratio here to lactobacillus to bifidobacterium to streptococcus is, and that's correct. And if you look at any other supplement on the market, either they don't have the ratio listed and you won't be able to figure it out, or it's not that. But what you don't know is how much of each of those strains are in there, and that's, I guess, the trade secret that no one is going to ever be able to figure out, that I had to formulate. So I'll read the bottle real quick for you guys. We formulated this probiotic supplement by analyzing studies on microbiome.
Bitch $20, whoa, what happened to his eyes? He got cosmetic surgery to make his eyes, quote unquote, look less tired. And then the surgery made him become cross-eyed. And he's had 2 surgeries to uncross his eyes, and they're still not pointing straight. Thanks for the donation, bitch.
Composition found in the National Library of Medicine to be in line with the naturally occurring strains in the human digestive system. By meticulously curating specific available probiotic strains, we have a unique product whose formulation is based on scientifically proven natural gut bacterial ratios. It's $20, guys. It's $23. This is absolutely criminal.
So I'm curious how he actually made this, because I know he orders raw materials from places like Alibaba. I wouldn't be surprised if he just ordered some random shit from China and there isn't even any probiotic. It's just like powder or something in this.
And I've made videos on my other supplements and my launches and stuff, but just like a single product like this, it's so special, it's so important. I remember the first time I took this, like last week when we got it with the first meal, I actually felt happy. And that's the main reason you're taking probiotics. You will feel physically good. That's your goal.
Dude, what a fucking retard. Like, just genuine idiot. You can, fucking, take a fentanyl and feel happy. You can't take fucking...
Just go to the PCRM website. You will learn about him there.
PCRM gut doctor. Let me see if that would... Nope. Let's see. Do they have... It's Noah something. What's his name again?
His doctors performing the surgeries is definitely trolling him. Like, nah, this guy is so stupid that he won't even recognize how badly we screw his eyes.
It wouldn't surprise me. Like, the guy's a massive anti-Semite, so you want to bet the doctors that he's seeing are all Jewish and just fucking him over. Thanks for the donation, Adios. Where would I find that guy? Will... Yeah, I don't know where to find him.
More bad news, VG.
Let me see, Dodo.
The Republican National Committee has now put out its platform with Donald Trump apparently personally writing portions of it. And what's interesting is how Trump's role ended up moderating certain contentious policy issues for the Republican Party. But I actually think it was a smart political move because the extremists in the Republican Party were actually pushing for loser policy ideas. And I think Trump, to his credit, realizes, oh, this is actually gonna hurt the chances of Republicans winning congressional races and potentially Donald Trump himself in the general election, although, Democrats decided to provide cover for Biden, who is now very likely going to lose to Trump if he stays in the race. Now, with that in mind, the document was apparently chopped down from 66 pages in 2016 to just 16 pages this year. And some are in fact complaining that it was developed behind closed doors and approved by delegates in just a few hours Monday morning. Now, some prominent rank and file evangelicals criticized the language for backpedaling on the GOP's longstanding promise to ban abortions nationally. But to be fair, I mean, Trump has said repeatedly on national television publicly that he's not going to push for a national abortion ban.
Okay, bro. It's funny how they'll point out Trump is a liar and then they're like, well, he says he's not going to do it. Okay, well, that's great. Very reassuring.
Not because of his principles, but because he realizes it's a big loser for Republicans. That's the main reason why Republicans didn't have such a massive red wave during the midterms. And so he learned a lesson from that and is trying to moderate the Republicans' messaging on that. But evangelicals, especially evangelical leaders like Tony Perkins, not happy about this. And so Perkins, who's the president of the Family Research Council, says that the 2024 platform is a decent statement of campaign priorities, but not necessarily the enduring principles of a party. Unfortunately, the process was unbecoming of constitutional conservatives, which did not allow the document to be amended or improved. And so Perkins worked to gather support for basically a constitutional convention so they can implement an amendment to the Constitution that would essentially ban abortions nationally. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere, but I am curious what you think, Cenk, about Trump's willingness to push back on evangelical demands here. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, the only reason I could see Trump not pushing for a national abortion ban is if he's getting a bunch of girls pregnant. And we know he's like a fucking... He's a bit of a coomer. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's paying for prostitutes and shit. He knows girls are gonna sperm jack him. That's the only reason I could figure him actually protecting abortion. He doesn't take me as somebody who's like actually ideologically motivated to protect abortion rights. So...
Team.
So as I saw this platform, I thought there's a couple of things that are pretty dangerous in there, and I'll get to those in a minute. We're to get Biden out. We gotta.
All right, well, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The goal at every meal is to feel physically good and be happy, and that's achieved with the correct foods and the correct probiotics in the stomach, which he was able to.
Nope. 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 There is not an association between gut bacteria and happiness. There just isn't.
To do it at least a few times, and I do feel good a lot of the time. I'm still trying to figure out how much I have to take based on the food volume.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, he's claiming he felt happy after taking one single pill of these probiotics. That is absolutely fucking impossible, and he's either delusional or lying. You can feel happy after taking like a fentanyl tablet because of the immediate effects of those opiates. You're not going to feel happy from taking one fucking probiotic tablet. That's just idiotic.
And what other supplements should be taken with it, but I'm really, really happy about this. I love the ratios. I love that it works, that I'm able to offer it to you guys for like 23 bucks. Now, there's a con to that. It should be refrigerated. So we have cold shipping options now in the summer. I'm sure in like 2 or 3 months, it'll be cool enough that we don't have to worry about using cold shipping now. But let's say you order like 5 of these for $100, and then you would pay $20 for the cold shipping. So that's a mistake a lot of people have been making when buying this. On the drop down arrow for this product on the website, there's natural probiotic, and then there's cold shipping, and then there's very cold shipping for West Coast. A lot of people have been selecting the cold shipping without ordering the actual probiotics, which I guess is a misunderstanding, but it's happening often enough that I have to explain it here.
Sorry guys, just a quick little interruption to clarify the confusion on the website. There's a drop down arrow for the probiotic product, and it says natural probiotic, and then it says cold shipping, and then it says very cold shipping. So you could just order the probiotic, and hopefully it's not on a 200-degree UPS truck, or you could just add the shipping with it, and you can get the cold shipping, and then order up to like 20 of these will fit in one box, so you can get however many you would like.
So that's what's going on the website, and honestly making me want to not offer the cold shipping because it's a lot of work to package everything up in the ice like that. But we'll see how it goes for a few weeks. So natural probiotic now available, guys. Please try it. Like if you have gut issues, this will work. And you have to have the carbs and the fiber and starches in your diet to feed the gut bacteria, but this is the real deal. There's as with all of my supplements, you're not wondering whether or not they work. And I say that about every single product I sell, guys.
What the fuck could he possibly mean by that? Like, what is it supposed to do? What ailment is this treating? What disease does this cure? Like, what the fuck does he mean that it'll work? Like, imagine buying a food from somebody and them telling you, oh, these strawberries are special, they work. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean they work? Like, are they food? Like, do they treat a condition? Like, what is he talking about?
Literally, the first time you use it, it will work. No, not all this snake oil these other people are selling. Everyone's so used to, oh, does it work? Does it not work? Do I need it? Do I not need it? You'll know the first time you take it. Like that's how an actual effective.
Pure Nature donators, when doing a squat, do you try to avoid the hips turning in slightly at the lowest point? I think you mean, I think you're talking about lower back flexion. Some say you should only go down exactly to this point for the spine and not to the point where the hips turn, but I still see it again and again. So you're talking about you're talking about lower back flexion. If you're getting an extreme degree of lower back flexion when you're squatting, then I would generally recommend, limiting your range of motion just to prevent extreme degrees of lower back flexion. If you're only getting a mild degree of lower back flexion, or a butt wink, as some people call it, then I wouldn't really be too concerned. It's just not a big deal. But if it's to an extreme degree where your lower back really starts to bend out, then don't go quite as low. Thanks for the donation, though, Pure Nature.
You know how Christians call homosexuals pedos? Will just look at this channel.
Hello everybody, my name is Trent Matthew, and with me is
Michael Greenwood.
And we're just a couple of Christian guys, but there is something different about us. That is that we struggle with underage attraction. We are attracted to people under the age of 18, and this has been a massive issue for us. This is something that the church doesn't really talk about. This is something that not a whole lot of people can relate to or understand. So this is where we sort of came together to make this kind of podcast. Just before we move on, I want to make it absolutely clear that we in no way condone any kind of relationships with kids. We aren't advocating for sex with children or pedophilia.
Believes in God. Like, how could this happen? Certainly, we ask the question out of.
Well, that's tragic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Product is. So what we'll do now is, since this video isn't that long, I wanted to just do a little overview of the website and show you guys a lot of the other new products that we have. I mean, I could do it here real quick and be lazy, but I'd rather show you guys everything on the website.
All right, guys, we are here on the computer for a quick look at the Organ Supplements website, which I am very proud of. It's taken quite a few years to get here. Unfortunately, all the money has been going to the meat business to keep that afloat. You guys know we've been struggling, so as much as some people would like to believe I'm buying a Rolls Royce, hey, not as far as I know, not in this lifetime. So when you guys do support the supplements, yeah, I mean, really, the reason we've had things like the eggs, the raw dairy, a lot of these products is specifically because of the income from organ supplements. So keep that in mind. If you like the meat business, you're supporting us a lot by getting this. So I thought the probiotic was so special that I just put it at the very top of the website. But we spent the whole video talking about that, so we're going to focus on a few other things. We got the natural collagen available, as well as the collagen peptides. The collagen peptides being like the typical collagen everyone's used to. Lowest price online. It's $23 per jug.
How is the bike repair coming? All those animals that gave their lives.
I've got to get a new tire. I'm gonna either go tomorrow or the next day to see if there's any local stores that have any tires that fit my V-Strom, and I still have to call the dealership over in whatchamacall to get a replacement coil for my Ural, and I'm not sure if that's what the problem is, but we'll see if that fixes it. Thanks for the donation though, James.
And we have a free promotion too. So you can get the collagen peptides for $22, natural collagen, and for all orders above $40, might have to increase that. You guys are killing me. You get a free collagen peptide. So be sure to add the free collagen peptides to your cart. Hey, maybe get 2 of the probiotics, and you can get the free collagen peptides with the order. Now, I don't want to go into too much crazy detail because I'll be here all day, and we've had several videos on each of these products.
The head of Biden's campaign marketing and our team figured out that the only way for him to win this election is if he gets the hawk deer girl to spit on his thing. It won't happen because he is a closet homosexual pedo. Cope harder, pedo gains. MAGA.
Alright, well that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Biden's campaign manager.
We got Frankie's Liver Detox Smoothie, which is a really, really special blend of organic grains, organic fruits, and organic collagen. So it's like a full nutritional replacement smoothie that tastes really good, and it's great for detoxing.
Nutritional replacement smoothie.
How do you reconcile veganism with nihilism, and are you still married to Harry Potter?
What's the contradiction between veganism and nihilism? You'd have to explain that to me. I don't see how there could be a contradiction. And yeah, I'm still married to Harry Potter. Thanks for the donation, Daddy in a Caddy. So 30 grams of protein, 0 grams of vitamin D, 164 milligrams of calcium, 2 milligrams of iron, 460 milligrams of potassium. There's only 11 servings per container? And one serving is nearly 120 grams. So this is just protein and carbohydrate. And then it tells you proprietary blend of organic grains, fruits, collagen, and coconut. So you don't even know how much of what each ingredient is even in here. And he's calling this a like dietary replacement shake. There's like no nutrition in this. And it's $50. Like Frank is an actual retard.
Your liver, because all the ingredients are minimally inflammatory. So it's basically, it can be high calorie too if you take a lot of scoops. The Lemon Light is the best formulated electrolyte supplement on the market. You can search the YouTube channel for that video too and watch the video I have on Lemon Light. This is the 7-hydroxymitragine, which is like a kratom extract, which basically makes it feel good. It's an opioid. So, I mean, you could get a sample pill of this with your order. But
yeah, so I think the reason Frank started promoting this kratom shit is because he's addicted to alcohol. I'm pretty sure he's an alcoholic. And he heard that kratom can be used to treat alcoholism, so that's why he started taking it.
But, you know, we did a few shorts on this. You can read about it. I guess proceed with caution on that one. And then these are a few of the new products we've got available. Multivitamin, multi-mineral, magnesium complex, and zinc.
Are these vegan?
As far as I understand, the kratom supplement is vegan, I think. The rest of his supplements aren't, though. The Lemon Light might be. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
React to this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of Skeptic Bible Study. In this session, we're going to cover the topic of pedophilia in the Bible. Now, I've gotten a lot of responses from conservative Christians in regards to my gay-bashing Bible sermon, who like to argue with me about the topic of homosexuality, and they usually bring up the slippery slope argument that if we're not bigots today and we tolerate homosexuality, then tomorrow we'll be tolerating criminal behavior. They like to bring up the completely irrelevant topic of pedophilia. And let me go ahead and say as strongly as I possibly can right now, these are two separate issues. Homosexuality deals with sexuality between people who happen to have similar body parts who are consenting adults. Pedophilia, on the other hand, is a sexually predatory behavior. It victimizes the child. It is a victim-related crime. So these are two separate issues here. But since conservative Christians like to bring up the topic of pedophilia, let's now review all the passages in the Bible that condemn the practice. I mean, there must be some around here somewhere, right? Surely, the founders of this religion thought to condemn that practice and protect our children from these sexual predators. Surely, a book that is considered to be the moral foundation of our society has something to say about this topic. Surely, if God laid down sexual laws, there must be laws here that help protect our children and condemn the practice of pedophilia, right?
Nope.
I mean, it's got to be somewhere around here. It's a huge book. I mean, at some point they must have mentioned pedophilia. Ah! Here we go. Here we go. Numbers. Chapter 31, verse 18. It does mention pedophilia. Or it could be considered to mention pedophilia here. Moses is instructing his followers how to treat prisoners of war, who to put to death and who to take as sex slaves. And he says in verse 18 of Numbers 31, "But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with them, keep alive for yourselves." So there you have it, the biblical condemnation of the practice of pedophilia. Oh wait, that could be considered an endorsement, couldn't it? Well, a lot of people will say that there may not be any laws against pedophilia, but maybe the people who wrote the Bible just didn't think about it at the time. Everyone please turn to Leviticus chapter 20. Let's start with verse 10. We see all manner of sexual laws here. Verse 10, don't lie with another man's wife. Number 11, don't lie with your father's wife. Number 12, don't lie with your daughter-in-law. Number 13, don't lie with another man. Number 14, don't take another man, take a wife and her mother. Number 15, don't lie with a beast. Number 16, don't let another woman lie with a beast. Number 17, don't lie with your sister. Number 18, don't lie with a woman while she's menstruating. Number 19, don't uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or your father's sister. Number 20, don't lie with your uncle's wife. Number 21, don't lie with your brother's wife. So we see there are all manner of sexual laws in here, and yet nothing that condemns the practice of pedophilia. Now, if I were God and I was going to lay down some sexual laws, don't lie with your wife's mother would not be one of them. It would not be that it's so important as the laws. The first two laws I would lay down are don't rape and don't have sex with children. Those would be very important laws. Laws about don't lie with a woman while she's menstruating, that would be really low on the priority list. So the Bible never condemns pedophilia, and there's even a verse in the Bible that could be considered to endorse the practice. So first of all, conservative Christians, stop using the slippery slope argument. And second of all, realize that your own vaunted scripture fails to condemn pedophilia at any point. Thank you very much for listening, and may God's gift of reason light.
Well, that was somewhat based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Please react on tellers. Please challenge this retard Zoomer to a debate.
My comment section is always a shit show when I say that eating less calories than what you burn will not work if you are insulin resistant. And I just think it's so funny because the people who disagree with me are people who don't.
You do not need to be insulin sensitive to lose body fat. Fat is metabolized without the use of insulin.
Deal with insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is literally a metabolic issue. Your hormones are not functioning properly. You develop insulin resistance when your body is producing way too much insulin.
You do not develop insulin resistance when your body is producing too much insulin. Your body ends up producing more insulin because it is insulin insensitive.
And when your insulin is too high, your fat burning is low. People
That is not true. Insulin does not really affect fat burning.
who are insulin resistant struggle to lose weight because their body is resorting to using glucose for energy, aka the food that they ate, instead of the actual.
Yeah, so if you're in a caloric deficit, you're going to use stored body fat for energy.
Fat that's on their body. Learn how to control your insulin, then a calorie deficit will work. I did all the food weighing, I counted all my calories, I tracked all my macros, and it wasn't until I finally learned how to control my insulin that I was able to lose 60 pounds of body fat.
Yeah, so that's totally false. Show me one metabolic ward study where diabetic individuals taking insulin could not lose weight because they weren't insulin sensitive enough.
Effortlessly. Not to mention, I stay satiated for 6+ hours in between meals. I never snack, I never binge. My food addiction is completely gone.
Cool story.
I'm
That has nothing to do with your
without counting any
hypothesis.
calories or tracking any macros, and I literally eat however much I want. And it's literally just because I'm eating the right foods that are keeping my insulin low. Stop taking advice from people who have literally never been through what you've been through, and instead listen to people who have achieved the health outcomes that you want. Guidance on what I did.
Let's see. You're still chubby, you're weak, not fit, and retarded. So yeah, I guess I'll just ignore your advice.
To lose 60 pounds of body fat with insulin-resistant PCOS and put my PCOS into remission, just go to the link in my bio and get my completely free.
Yeah, I don't know how to even get in touch with this person. I don't think, even if I could, she'd be willing to have a debate. But thanks for the donation. Please react.
Holy cow, Christians defend a book that defends pedophile, what the fuck?
I mean, yeah, it's not as overtly stated in the Bible as in the Quran, but most Christians don't really read the Bible, so. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Johnny Bravo donated $3. Let me see.
Thank you. My grandma.
Did they, like, put in a request to make him scream? Alright, thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
Nihilism is the rejection of all religious and moral principles, in the belief that life is meaningless. Veganism is the moral stance that undue harm to or exploitation of sentient life should be avoided. Christian veganism is peak humanity.
Nihilism isn't the rejection of all moral principles. Nihilism is just the recognition that life is meaningless, and there's no objective meaning to anything. Thanks for the donation, dude. Again, you haven't shown what the contradiction is between veganism and nihilism. What's the proposition and its negation? Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy.
Complex. All four of these, you can't, just like the probiotic, no one else online has any formulation that is even close. Yes, there are multivitamins. They're not the correct ratios. There actually aren't any multiminerals. Most people just include the minerals in the vitamins, in the vitamin. Like, they'll have a multivitamin, but their multivitamin has minerals in it. Ours is separate. We have the magnesium complex, which has all of like the amino acid based forms of magnesium, like L-threonate. And you can find other magnesium complexes, but none of them have these three forms, which are the best. Same with the zinc. I mean, well, there's no such thing as a zinc complex. I'm the only person that has one, at least last time I checked. Maybe someone else copied me already. But very, very unique formulations. We got all the glandulars available for the most part. We should be restocking the male virility and the thyroid very soon. We just went over a few of these, and I will touch briefly on the vitamin D3 and K2. We now have them in capsule form. If you guys watch my day of eatings, you'll see we have that. A whole bunch of other stuff here. B vitamin packages, vitamin C. I take everything on this website at least like once a month. I really do use everything that I sell for the most part. And the same thing with a lot of my other businesses. You know, there's a reason I'm offering these products. There's a reason you guys are supporting me so much. And then here in the digestive section, this is the Masticum that I take every single day after my meals. We do have the granules available that you just grind into a powder and then you have them with your meal. Yeah, so that's it for the video, guys. Thanks for watching. Hopefully some of you really benefit from this. We just launched it like a week ago, so I'm really looking forward to the reviews that come in and seeing how you guys like it, and when you personally use it and experiment with it, if your results are as good as mine have been. So, I mean, as we've shown, organsupplements.com, you guys can see all this stuff. If you want to see all the other businesses, you can.
Well, that was nice and retarded, but what can we expect from Frank? It's always good and retarded with Frank. La, 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 la.
Hexacorn in chat said you made up your own definition of nihilism. Ban him or debate him, my lord. Or don't ban him cause nothing matters and it's meaningless, but still ban him or don't. I'm confused now. Does it matter that I still love lesbians?
Nothing matters, dude. That's the
When you
trick.
have time.
Let me take a look, Grandam.
And we're live.
We reacted to some of this the other day.
This new study just came out looking at...
Or did we? No, we didn't. Never mind. I'm not going to bother watching that. It's mostly a boring discussion. I was watching that stream offline. Now I remember. It's not really interesting. Let's see.
If life is meaningless, then why defend the right of non-humans animals to live? Defense of something is indicative of value and meaning.
No. Look, you can have values. Just because you're a nihilist, it doesn't mean you don't have values. Like, it's like, okay, I prefer sleeping in a warm bed as opposed to a cold floor. Oh, well, then that means you're not a nihilist because you value the warm bed over the cold floor. Like, it's just stupid. You can see that there's certain things that benefit you. You have certain preferences. You want to see certain outcomes. It doesn't mean those values or those preferences somehow conflict with nihilism. You can do things to get the type of outcomes that you want. And the outcome that I want is for animals to have the same rights as human beings. It doesn't mean that I don't recognize that there's no objective meaning to the universe. Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy. Yeah, but less is more. I'm not going to bother banning Hexacorn. He doesn't annoy me, so he's safe. Association between serum lipid and all-cause mortality in asthmatic populations. Let's see. Cohort study. Our investigation concluded that in American asthmatic populations, LDL-C levels were inversely and linearly correlated with mortality. However, no independent relationship was found between triglycerides, total cholesterol, or HDL-C and mortality. After controlling all covariables, the Cox proportional hazard model proved a 17% decrease in the probability of death for each increased unit of low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, yet there's no association between blood high-density lipoprotein cholesterol, total cholesterol. The application of RCS and threshold effect models verified an inverse and linear association in LDL-C with all-cause mortality. According to the results, blah, blah, LDL-C exhibited the most substantial impact on the follow-up status of asthmatics among serum lipids. I'm going to guess this is a weird subpopulation where you might end up seeing reverse causation, especially since this is a prospective cohort. So people with asthma who have very severe asthma that they're having difficulty treating may end up having lower cholesterol as a result of them having a greater disease burden. So the lower cholesterol is a predictor of higher disease burden, which makes them more likely to die. So why is he using this as evidence that low cholesterol is bad? Like, it's just fucking retarded.
I argued veganism with a Muslim who hated my way of activism. I asked if I should commit a jihad like Prophet Muhammad said to better argue veganism, and he got angry and said no. Do you think he's a real Muslim? I thought Muslims followed every hadith.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably a more moderate Muslim, so, he's probably just a confused retard. Thanks for the donation, fuck Hamas.
My brain doesn't work right, I am retarded LLL.
Well, we're all a little retarded, aren't we? Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
LDL cholesterol and all-cause mortality in a population of asthmatics. And so what they found, not surprising to anyone that's been paying attention to this over the years, is that very low LDL cholesterol was associated with increasing death from all causes, and higher cholesterol was associated with decreasing death from all causes.
So, you idiot. I don't know how many, like, meta-analyses are on this fucking topic. Here we go. Low-density lipoproteins cause atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, evidence from genetic, epidemiological, and clinical studies, a consensus statement from the European Atherosclerosis Society Consensus Panel. So we assessed whether the association between LDL and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease fulfills the criteria for causality by evaluating the totality of evidence from genetic studies, prospective epidemiological cohort studies, Mendelian randomization studies, and randomized trials of LDL-lowering therapies. In clinical studies, plasma LDL burden is usually estimated by determination of plasma LDL cholesterol level, LDL-C. Rare genetic mutations that cause a reduced LDL receptor function lead to markedly higher LDL-C and dose-dependent increase in the risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, where rare variants leading to low LDL-C are associated with a correspondingly low risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Separate meta-analyses of over 200 prospective cohort studies, Mendelian randomization studies, and randomized trials, including more than 2 million participants with over 20 million person-years of follow-up and over 150,000 cardiovascular events, demonstrate a remarkably consistent, dose-dependent, log-linear association between the absolute magnitude of exposure of the vasculature to LDL-C and the risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And this effect appears to increase with the increasing duration of exposure to LDL-C. Both the naturally randomized genetic studies and the randomized trials.
Physiological drives for warmth or ideal temperatures are not moral positions. Additionally, why get married as an atheist? It's like wearing an NBA replica ring without a recognized championship. A marriage is a meaningless accessory.
I got married for practical reasons, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy. Consistently demonstrate that any mechanism of lowering plasma LDL particle concentration should reduce the risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease events. Propositional to the absolute reduction in LDL-C and the cumulative duration of exposure to LDL-C, provided that the achieved reduction in LDL-C is concordant with the reduction in LDL particle number and that there are no competing deleterious off-target effects. So basically, evidence from separate meta-analyses of over 200 prospective cohorts, Mendelian randomization studies, and randomized trials proves beyond a fucking doubt that LDL has a causal relationship to heart disease, particularly atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And Shawn Baker here is saying, Well, I just cherry-picked one single perspective cohort on a weird subgroup of the population, which is people suffering from asthma, and that showed a positive relationship between cholesterol and all-cause mortality. So, take that, vegans! Like, this guy is a cherry-picking retard. Yes, ignore all of the fucking evidence to the contrary, and just cherry-pick whatever the fuck you want, and then, checkmate, vegans, I'm a dumbass, I'm a fucking retard, and I eat nothing but meat. I'm proving you wrong, dumbass vegans! I'm gonna give myself heart disease, stupid vegans! Like, what an idiot. Yeah, give yourself a fucking stroke, dipshit. Hopefully, when you get your fucking stroke, the whole right side of your body becomes paralyzed, and your wife can bring you to the YouTube video I make saying, haha, told you so, fucking dipshit, and then you suffer another massive stroke and fucking die.
Now, this isn't the first study that's shown this. In fact, many studies have shown this in all different populations, in all different situations, and we often hear that, the low cholesterol is simply reverse causation. It just means that as we get sicker and sicker, we develop diseases, our cholesterol gets used up, or that's what.
Well, gee, I mean, when you fucking show a cohort study of asthmatic populations, that doesn't really strengthen this fucking case, does it? Like, yeah, we can make that fucking assumption here.
It's presented. However, on the high end, they don't really have a good sort of thought on that, One thought might be that LDL cholesterol, LDL, the lipoprotein, actually participates in the immune system, which it does. So it has a role in surveillance and protection of us from, different pathology, whether it be cancer or autoimmune disease or infectious diseases, anything that the immune system might need.
By the way, it's funny he says this when certain cancers actually associate very highly with cholesterol. Namely breast and prostate cancer. People with higher serum cholesterol are more likely to get breast and prostate cancer. So, again, this guy is saying, oh, well, cholesterol protects you against cancer. Right, that's why there's certain cancers that seem to increase in, your probability of getting those cancers increases the higher your serum cholesterol is.
Assistance with LDL is going to be utilized for that to some degree. Anyway, it's one of those things where you kind of scratch your head and say, well, what's the goal here? Should we be indiscriminately lowering cholesterol in all people? I say probably not. There are people out there that think that.
Well, that's just idiotic. The most likely disease that you're going to get in your lifetime is heart disease. So the idea that you would avoid lowering cholesterol in all individuals because there could possibly be rare situations in which somebody might benefit from an elevated serum cholesterol, that's just fucking retarded. There are some people who have such a high risk of Parkinson's disease, they may actually benefit from smoking cigarettes because nicotine gives you protection against Parkinson's. Does that mean we should recommend people smoke cigarettes? Like it's fucking stupid. And on top of that, this guy can't even actually fucking prove, he has no causal evidence to suggest higher cholesterol is actually protective against fucking anything. All he did was cherry pick one fucking prospective cohort. You're telling me cholesterol is causally protective against death from asthma? Again, care to provide any evidence for that fact, dipshit? Oh my god, this guy drives me fucking insane. He is just so remarkably stupid. It's just he may actually be worse than Frank Tufano at this point.
Everybody, that LDL cholesterol lower is always better. And, anytime anyone's out there saying always or never, it's kind of a red flag. Let me know what you guys think. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, that was remarkably fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. People actually, watch him and take him seriously. Just think about that. Like, holy crap. Imagine being that stupid and having people listen to you. I guess that's how, like, cult leaders get by. There's enough fucking idiots that'll listen to them. There's my Viltrumite tardigrade. I'd say that's a pretty goddamn good drawing, if I don't say so myself. Oh wait, there's a small mistake here. Just realized. Wait, I'll do this. I think this is a little too thin. There we go. That's a good goddamn Viltrumite tardigrade, if I don't say so myself. It's not a sphincter creature, it's a Viltrumite tardigrade. That looks cool as shit. I should actually sell that as a t-shirt. Gotta admit, that's a good fucking drawing.
I feel so good.
This was his return stream from messaging a minor. How insane is that? Dr.
So you're plant-based gains, not vegan gains. Cool. Love you, and you're part of the reason I became vegan 5+ years ago. If you were Christian, you'd be so based. Embrace Satan, not Satan.
You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy.
Criticize/give your thoughts on these videos, please. Hope you are doing well.
Let me take a look.
17 years ago, I brought you guys the barbell hip thrust, and this.
So Brett Contreras is the guy who has been accused of sexually assaulting women, and he self-admittedly has attacked homeless people. So this guy is a degenerate scumbag retard.
This is the hip thrust equivalent for the glute medius. Trains the glute medius through a full range of motion. So I have the weight in this hand. This is the muscle being worked. I'm gonna hold on to something for stability, bend my leg. I'm not just starting from here, I'm dipping down, sinking down into lateral tilt. But you need to sink down and get the stretch right here. That's critical. Hold the weight in the opposite hand, put it right against your thigh, and keep a bent leg. I sink this way, and then I come up all the way to here. Up, down, up. But this last little pop, I'll show you guys. Right here, this, right there, that pop. is so important.
That does not seem like a particularly good exercise, especially since you don't get much of a deep stretch. I would imagine doing these like a variation of something like this with a cable would be much better. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, something like this would be much better because the cable allows you to get a good deep stretch. You could probably do a variation of something like that with a bench laying on your side as well. But that seems kind of like a mid-exercise at best, but Brett Contreras is a fucking scumbag.
In today's video, we rank the best vegan sauce.
The air we breathe is naturally occurring, necessary for life.
Okay, I'll take a look at those videos in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius. Depressed Vegan donated $2. Did you hear Shawn is going to interview RFK's running mate sometime this month?
All right, take a moment to listen to this little 2-minute clip from former President Donald Trump and current presidential candidate.
All right, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Depressed Vegan. Sungoku donated $2.
Cops on you, you understand?
What?
You ride that motorcycle in that park one more time and I'm calling the police on you. Do you understand me? This is where kids play. This is not a track for motorcycles.
Kids are at school.
They're not. I just picked mine up. Oh. And this is not a place where you ride goddamn motorcycles. It's a park.
You don't got
You do it again, I'm calling the cops. You understand?
I would give him the middle finger. Go fuck yourself, Grandpa.
All right. Now I'm calling the cops.
I'm so scared.
How about I just kick your ass?
Then you'd get charged with assault of a minor.
You ride your
Oh, Karens.
motorcycle in this park again and you're gonna go to jail.
Says who?
That's me.
What if they don't catch me?
Get the fuck out of here now. You come back over here again and I'm calling the cops.
I live over here.
I don't give a fuck. You don't ride your goddamn motorcycle in the park. Go.
What year am I in? Thanks for like 50,000 views on TikTok.
Don't give a shit. You don't ride your motorcycle in a park where kids play. That is not a motorcycle park.
I know.
So why are you riding your motorcycle on the grass?
Because it's fun.
Yeah? Well, you're not supposed to.
Okay.
Do it again and I'm calling the cops.
I thought you were calling the cops already.
Get out of here, you little shit.
No.
Call the cops.
That kid's pretty based. What a fucking loser, dude. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
I just don't understand how anyone can support Trump after he said he would do his own dagter if they were not related.
Yeah, it's pretty weird and creepy. Like, only Trump could get away with something like that. If Biden said something like that, he'd get fucking canceled, but Trump can say whatever the fuck he wants, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Talon donated $2. Are you reacting to the Tommy Robinson video? Have you already watched the video? Really want to see your thoughts on the corruption. Yeah, we're gonna react to it later. Thanks for the donation, Talon.
Candidate talking about the chronic disease epidemic.
There's been an unexplained and alarming growth in the prevalence of chronic illnesses and health problems, especially in children. We've seen a stunning rise in autism, autoimmune disorders, obesity, infertility, serious allergies, and respiratory
Okay, I've already seen
challenges.
this clip. It's just fucking stupid.
It's time to ask.
All right, well, you know, obviously campaign promises are one thing. I mean, we've all heard campaigns and eggs and various campaigns.
Oh, we already reacted to this dumb video before. I've seen it from Shawn.
And available to everyone, regardless of race, gender, social class, politics, or country of origin. Nobody should have to pay to breathe air, because nobody invented air. Sounds reasonable, right? So why can't the same be said for land? Land, like the air, is natural, necessary for life, available to everyone.
Land is a finite resource. Air is not. It is technically infinite. At least for now. So that's why we don't have to pay for land, but we have to pay for water, we have to pay for electricity. Those are finite resources that we're competing for.
And invented by nobody. So why do you pay to live on it? Assuming you do pay, given YouTube's demographics and the current housing market, you probably pay rent to a landlord instead of owning your own home. But anyway, seeing as though land is just as natural as air, why should...
What should I eat for lunch? Well, you can't go wrong with tofu. Tofu and some vegetables, that's a good go-to lunch.
People be allowed to wall some of it off and charge you to live on it?
Daddy and a Caddy donated $3. Let me see.
The fact that Newsom is laughing shows that he couldn't care less about this.
This is a map of San Francisco. There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco.
Yeah, it's because of the homeless population. They don't have access to toilets. So where are they supposed to go if they don't have their own home? They're not allowed in any businesses, and they have to shit. They're gonna shit on the street.
You see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own.
DeSantis makes a good point here, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, Daddy and a Caddy.
I might be late to the party, but I just saw Grey Daundra made another video on you after a long hiatus. He plans on making more videos about veganism. Have you reacted to them? Do you think he made any valid points?
I've already seen it, I've already reacted to it, and no, he just blabbed about bullshit, as you would expect. I don't even think he's being intellectually honest. He's just doing this for content. I'm planning on making a response video. I don't know if I'm going to make my response video before he releases the other parts of the video, but yeah, he's full of shit. Thanks for the donation, Jim Creep is here.
It'd be like owning a patch of air. This is the philosophy of Henry George, an American economist who lived from 1839 to 1897. Henry George saw that a lot of people were getting really rich off extracting value from the land, whether it be through being a landlord or from mining. Surely, as nobody invented land, it should equally belong to all members of society, like the air we breathe. If you want to live on the land, wall it off and call it your home, you should expect the rest of society to respect that.
How you feel about women saying hey should get paid to be a housewife? BC people pay outside services and surrogates a fee? Also, did you see Professor Dave's latest response to Terry Howard?
Women, they should get paid to be a housewife because people pay outside services and surrogates fee. The fuck? Housewives already get paid. They just ask their fucking husbands for money.
Sounds all good in theory, but from what I understand is a lot of women actually value being able to say that their man paid for everything. You can't ask women who are hell-bent on gender roles and hypergamy only inside of a relationship to turn around and date down. A lot of women value men paying for...
Okay, that lady's voice is fucking annoying. The other link you gave me is broken. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. And yeah, I saw Professor Dave respond to Terrence Howard again. I don't think there's any point in watching it. It's just more inane rambling from Terrence.
Therefore, you should pay a tax on the value of the land you are trying to claim to pay for that protection from society. Because other people now don't have access to the land, they should be compensated for it. Land in the big cities is worth a lot, and landowners there will be taxed more. but land in the middle of nowhere is worth very little, so farmers won't be affected all too much. Henry George believed that a land value...
That's not technically true. Property taxes are very much dependent on current infrastructure and how much money is required to either build or maintain that infrastructure. Pickering, for example, it's near Toronto. You have to pay pretty high property taxes, and that's because that area of land is being developed a lot, and there are things like public services like schools in that area, but there isn't a big population around that town, so they have to pay pretty high property taxes to be able to afford the public services they want. Whereas in Toronto, everything's pretty much already developed. It's pretty cheap to maintain the city as it is, and there's a pretty high population, so property taxes are lower. So it's not necessarily true that smaller towns outside of big cities are paying lower property taxes.
Value tax should be implemented on all land across the United States and replace all other taxes, like income tax or tariffs on imports. After the wealth was used to fund the government, whatever was left from that tax is to be shared out to society in the form of a citizen's dividend. This solves...
That sounds remarkably stupid. You're just going to have... all that's going to do is make it way fucking more costly to own a home, and you're going to price out the poorest people in society. No one's ever going to be able to afford a home aside from the super rich.
Was 4 problems he believed was hindering progress and keeping people in poverty. Number 1, income taxes. People would no longer need to give away what they have worked hard to earn to pay for the work of the government. Only the rich landowners would pay for services. 2.
The issue with income tax is the progressive tax rate. Even though the rich pay a higher progressive tax rate, it benefits the rich disproportionately. If you're rich and you're only paying like 30% tax, but you're making millions of dollars, that 30% tax is going to be nothing for you. But if you're paying, say, 10 or 15% and you're only making like 30 or 40,000, that's a way bigger fucking deal. So income tax is, even though we have a progressive tax rate, it just massively disadvantages poor or middle income people because they're paying a way higher proportion of what they actually earn compared to, like the really wealthy.
2. Landlords. As the land value is now no longer determined by the landlord, landlords cannot artificially inflate the value of the land in order to make a profit. The position of landlord will eventually fade from existence. People will be allowed to move freely from place to place without the possibility of rising rents impeding on someone's decision to move. Georgists also support...
Buddy, I don't even understand how you can say this. This guy is talking about imposing a super high tax on property. So what that means is now you're not paying rent to a landlord. You're paying rent to the government. So now a massive portion of your income is paying rent to the government so that you can have the privilege to stay in the home that you fucking bought. So if you can't pay rent to the government, you're booted on the fucking street and you're homeless again. So I don't know what fucking problem this solves.
What the socialization...
Like the clear solution to me is to impose some sort of price cap on housing and rent so that you can't get price gouged out of the market. But if you're going to just charge extraordinarily high tax rates on land ownership, you're just paying rent to the government. Please react, donate $2. Let me see.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Selma Kim, America's face of dating, and today we're going to be talking about the men's guide to a relationship after a divorce or breakup. And I get that the dating landscape might have changed a little bit since you've been back into the game, right? But
This guy is like 24 years old.
you need a clear structure on how to navigate it. So chances are you're way too nice and you don't really know how to communicate effectively with women.
You're way too nice, so just keep, small rocks in your pocket and just throw them at people.
And you're not really sure where to start. So you probably have a great career, you probably own your own home, and on paper you look like the perfect
You probably don't if you're watching this guy's videos.
boyfriend. But you really just need that clear structure on how to navigate the dating scene. That's who this video is for. And especially if you want to attract your dream relationship, you have a great career, you work hard in it, you probably spend a lot of time building it, and you own your own home and you take care of yourself, but you really just want to attract that dream relationship. That's who this video is for. And so let me start by talking about an Arrow's client result, and actually multiple of them as we go through this video. Ray here was in a position where he went through a toxic breakup, where he was working a really great job. I guess it wasn't a great job. He said that he didn't really like it, but he was getting paid well. And he was in a relationship with this girl, and he actually was doing so well financially that he bought a car for her and put the rest and financed the rest of it. Turns out she crashes the car, and then she breaks up with him and leaves him with the payments. And so he went through a really toxic relationship. He said that now that he looks back on it, it was really, really toxic, and he couldn't see that in the moment. Now that he joined my program, he's now dating his dream girl, as you can see, because he needed to learn confidence plus competence, aka natural attraction. Like if you don't have confidence in your skills.
Okay, look. I don't know why he wouldn't have pointed this out. If you don't have a lot of money where you can just pay out cash for a car, like let's say your partner wants a $20,000 car, which is about normal for a new lower end car. If you can't pay that out in cash or like put most of the money down and then just make payments for like a year, don't buy your partner a fucking car. Like, especially if you're married, if you're not married. Like, if this chick is just your girlfriend and she's living with you, it makes it so much easier for these people to just cut and run. So why the fuck would you do that? Women can get a job. You know? Tell the bitch to get a fucking job if she wants a car. I just don't understand why you do that. Someone you're not married to, where you have no idea how long the relationship is going to last, you put it down, like, you get financing on a fucking car that, normal is like a 4-year term. Like, why would you do that? That's just stupid. This guy's a fucking simp. Sneed donated $2. The Red Pill community is turning on Kina Buddy.
Here is the secret to attracting the most beautiful women. So the biggest...
Okay, I'll take a look at that next. Thanks for the donation, Sneed.
In dating, then you're never going to be able to attract a quality relationship. And he literally started dating this girl 2 weeks into the program. He was like, I remember on our initial call, he was like, dude, I need to actually just take action and fix this. He was working as a teacher, and he said that he's building up his assets so he can move into real estate investing. And so after we got into the program, he's now literally 2 weeks into the program, he's dating a really quality girl. And it's because he had to learn confidence, and I get that.
You can tell it's a high-quality girl because she's younger than him, right?
When you come out of a divorce or a breakup, it really shatters your confidence. A lot of men don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that they need help on dating because it's some ego thing, or they just feel weak when people find out that they're working in a dating program. But in reality, it's actually very fucking smart because you're learning a skill.
The best dating advice I could tell anybody is that you do not need anybody. You don't owe anyone anything. You don't need love and support. The only love and support you need is from yourself. And if you have that kind of mindset where you don't need anybody, then nobody can take advantage of you because they can't sucker you with false promises. They can't dangle a carrot in front of your head and say, oh, can you buy me a car? I'll give you my asshole. I'll do anal for you. Like, if you have the mindset that you don't need anybody but yourself, The only people that you're going to allow to come in your life are people that actually benefit you personally. That's the fundamental problem with all of this, and that's clearly the issue this guy had. He was trying to glue a relationship together that wasn't working out by, like, giving this chick a fucking car and crap. Like, it's just stupid. You don't need anybody. You don't owe anyone anything. And whoever you choose to bring into your life, they better not be a fucking problem for you, or else they can get the fuck out. Pure Nature donated $2. What do you need all the donation money for? You know, for like rent and food and expenses? Dumbass, are you starting something big like orbiting the world? You can easily stream from there. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna stream from a space station. Thanks for the donation, Pure Nature.
You're cutting time that's going to take for you to go through a bunch of fucking rejections. You're cutting all that time in half, or not even in half, but probably like 75, 80%, 90%, and jumping right to that dream girl. It's actually one of the smartest things you could possibly do with your time and life and money, especially. But he jumped in the program, and only 2 weeks later, he's dating a great girl. As you can see, this is where I pulled the picture from in my program community. I had to do like smaller images, as you can see, and build those up. But they were chaperoning prom together, and then they went to a concert, got free VIP. It was awesome. He's dating a really great girl, and it's because he took action. Same with Sam. He went through a divorce. He found out this girl was cheating on him, and he said that she cheated on him literally in a car with some other dude, and that's how he caught her. It's fucked up, man. It's terrible, dude. Like, I caught my ex cheating in a hotel room. Like, I tracked her location. She didn't know I had it. Found her cheating in the hotel room. Knocked on the door. They answered, and I was like,
What a... Okay, bro. This guy bothered tracking his girlfriend to a hotel room. You already know she's cheating. Just boot her out. Why would you have to track her down and go to where, like, that's just retarded. That doesn't even really make sense. How would he know his girlfriend is in any specific hotel room? Like, if you're using a phone tracker or something, you would know where what hotel somebody's in. But how would you find out what room they're in?
It's like, this is fucked up. So I literally talk about that in my best-selling book, Waking the Core of Man. Like, I don't really only talk about that. It's a great story in the book that people enjoy reading, because looking back, it taught me so much about my life. But this book is going to teach you so much about attraction, dating, and relationships. It's going to teach you so much about what to do in this current landscape if you guys are confused. So I'd highly recommend reading this book, Waking the Core of Man. You can find it on Amazon. There's a link also below in the description. But he said that he wanted to get back into the dating scene, Sam specifically, and wanted a clear structure of how to navigate the dating world. And as you can see, after 4 weeks in the program, he's dating multiple women now. Has gotten multiple phone numbers. He was like, dude, I feel like I missed out on my 20s because I didn't know this, and I was just so wrapped up in my marriage with a woman that just cheated on him anyway. And now he went out and he's like, dude, I love my life. I'm crushing it. I feel amazing. I feel confident. And it's all because he took action and changed. Something with Brad, though, that's really going to be useful for a lot of guys right now is that you guys self-sabotage, right? You self-sabotaged the approach. You self-sabotage if you've been talking to her for a little while and she goes dry on you, she goes cold on you. And he came to the program because there was this beautiful girl. He said he had jury duty, ew. And he was at jury duty, and there was this beautiful girl sitting across the room. And he tried to go sit next to her. They told him to go back to his seat. So they get up, they leave. Everyone's barging out of there because they want to get out of jury duty. And he's walking in the parking garage. He loses sight of her. He's like, I don't know where she went. Everyone was rushing out because it was jury duty in Florida. And he gets to the parking garage and he says she crosses right in front of him. He's like, I could have talked to her. I could have opened her. She looked me right in the eyes. And I got scared and I did not do it. And so literally now, after probably about 2 or 3 weeks in the program, he said, good eating, had some great wins this week. Took the girl I matched out with this weekend for dinner and a walk in the park. He was like, dude, I'm going to learn this stuff and master it so I don't go through that again. Kisses and told her we'll do something again soon. He literally self-sabotaged himself earlier, though, because he was like, what if I literally like program people that are...
Alright, well, that guy is dumb. Pure Nature donated $2, at least 15,000 euros per month for rent and food. What shithole do you live in? I'm not paying 15,000 euros a month for anything. Thanks for the donation, Pure Nature. ScoozyTube donated $2. Apparently it's going around that FauziTube is vegan now. He's not. He recently came back on Kick and started working out again too. Looks like his depression and bipolar are gone. It's not. Hope he stays on the vegan journey if he is vegan. Give me a second. Let me, I have a Kick account. Dude.
God damn it, I just bought these and they just came yesterday. Oh. I know it's
fuck.
working, but it's not sustainable like that. It's hanging off its wind. What I was saying, y'all, when the mic wasn't in, I can't believe I dropped it. It's because I dropped the phone on the ground and I didn't know it was connected. What I was saying, y'all, is this. I remember the subathon last year, very early on, when I was in DC at my brother-in-law's house. There was about, I think at that time, 1,000 loyals watching consistently. Just when Nadeem was gifting like crazy, and I was running on the treadmill, my energy was high, I was pounding my chest, and I was like waking up. I was like a lion. It's so much different from now, and I can't stop comparing it because I'm so mad at what my energy is now and who I am now versus who I was back then. And that was before the craziness or anything like that. And then I said, it's literally me and y'all versus my thoughts. It's not just me versus my thoughts. I'm not gonna be selfish and say I don't have y'all. It's me and y'all versus my thoughts. And my thoughts are kicking my ass right now. Kicking my ass. So I don't know if this is gonna work, man. I generally don't. You're weak? I know that, Luca. Fuck your weak ass up, you bitch ass motherfucker. You're weak too, you fucking cunt. You're at home watching me being weak, so what the fuck does that make you?
Okay, we'll check back in, and I'll see if I can get him to answer if he's vegan.
How come sometimes when I go to Streamlabs your YouTube stream minimizes to a box on top and other times disappears? Thoughts on these?
I have no idea. Let me see. It's okay. Jesus, what the fuck was that? Oh, that was a catfish? Whoa. Well, poor little bird. Thanks for the donation, boopity bop.
This thing is of public transport like railroads, allowing free movement of people. Number 3, debt. Whatever is left of the land value tax revenue after the government is fully funded should be split up and given back to the people equally. This means that those poor in society benefit more from the citizens' dividend. 4. Inefficiency. Landowners who simply sit on the land without using it will still have to pay the land value tax, and as they aren't making money off this land, there will be more of an incentive to sell the land to whoever is willing to buy it and make better use of it. Every single major
That is idiotic. You're gonna make it pretty much impossible for anybody to develop anywhere. If they're gonna have to pay tax on land that's, you know, worthless.
Economist from Smith to Mill, from Keynes to Friedman, believed that land value tax was the most efficient and fair form of taxation. All these economists observed that taxing people's income or labour deterred them from earning more or working harder. However, taxing land value did not deter people from owning and improving land. This land value tax also extends to the oceans and the air, so polluters have to pay for destroying people's collective property. But how would you determine the value of the air, the land, and the ocean? Land value tax is a progressive tax based on the unimproved value of the land. Businesses are regularly assessed for their value by the government anyway, so why not do the same for land? A land value inspector could be a good job for all those landlords you just put out of business. Georgism was immensely popular in the 1800s and
Yeah, I'm sure there wouldn't be any kind of corruption with that kind of thing.
early 1900s, with Henry George's manifesto, Progress and Poverty, being the best-selling book of the era. Every single progressive leader in the USA until the 1940s was influenced by the book, but despite containing the idea of socializing all the land and abolishing landlords, Georgism is firmly based in liberalism, where a free market exists and a government to enforce those rights. Henry George rejected the label socialist. Today, Georgism is worked on and contributed by liberal, libertarian, conservative, socialist, and anarchist economists and philosophers, all sides joining forces to create one centrist liberal system. Beautiful.
Some sort of a rapist because you have sex with people willingly. Like, I don't know. That's what it seemed like that's the center of that arc was, but it was very messy, like, and there was a lot of like stuff that would have been embarrassing, I think, for anybody to have to talk about publicly, right? But that's part of your job.
Sure. Yeah.
And it was weird to me because I saw you one day during that whole kind of like divorce arc where you were talking with your fans and you were giving them this very earnest advice about how to keep your relationships from being filled with drama and shit.
Mm-hmm.
What is the disconnect there? Because your life is way more dramatic, at least publicly, right?
I'm a semi-public
Privately,
figure
I'm old
who
and-
lives an exceptional life, right?
Yes, that is true. That is true. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Jacuzzi Tube, donate $2 peeps.
I haven't done this in a long time, and it feels wrong. You've been doing this. Nick.
How you doing?
Well, he farted. Let me see this other one.
No.
Look, my brother, at the end of the day, there's nothing in life worth more than your peace of mind. I would not want to be in a relationship with somebody where I have to try to figure out what the fuck did this person just leave their house at 12 at night and drive 40 minutes to go do? Did she fuck someone? Did she suck a dick? Did she buy weed? If I have to sit there and don't have the comfort of being able to go to sleep at midnight and have to worry if my girl is getting her back blown out by a BBC, it's not the girl for me and it's not worth it, and I'm not going to sacrifice my peace of mind for it. You're 20 years old. You deserve a woman who's not going to make you stress about what the fuck is she doing. The fact that you even have to question this, and you know what?
I mean, fair enough point.
Y'all are so annoying, man. I don't want to be clipped. I don't want to do this. I'm just chilling in my car having a midlife crisis. I don't want cops.
Away from it, hands up, face away from us. Turn around. Lift your shirt from the back and turn in a circle. Turn in a circle, turn in a circle, turn in a circle. Stop. Hands up. Walk back toward the sound of my voice. No, walk backwards. Walk backwards, walk backwards, walk backwards. Walk backwards. Stop. Turn to your right, like a quarter turn to your right, and walk backwards. Walk back, walk back, walk back, walk back, walk back.
Accident.
Wait, do we know Trump release?
I don't know how it works. I think it's on the. I think he has to be here on the app.
Yeah. Yeah, she's good. The AC's on. She's chilling. Y'all are so annoying.
Well, he got swatted. Apparently, he also started meditation for his depression. He better be vegan. Yeah, hopefully.
Older man's gonna have 8-pack.
That's gross.
Yeah, good for him. Thanks for the donation, Jacuzzi Tube. Pure Nature donated $2, buy a house. Well, give me enough money to buy a house. Not only are the housing prices fucking ridiculous, but the interest rates are also insane. Mortgage interest rates Ontario. Yeah, dude, they're way over 6%. They're almost at 7%. That's just fucking retarded. Yeah, that's just insane. Like, by the end of the mortgage term, you're going to be, like, spending more on the interest rate than what the house is, like, actually fucking worth. So, I'm hoping I win the lottery, because if I win the lottery, I can just pay with fucking cash, and I won't have to give a fucking bank, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars fucking scamming me. Thanks for the donation, though, Pure Nature.
Very, very beautiful women are getting unlimited amounts of attention. They're getting blown up nonstop. Their DMs are full. They have 10 guys trying to message them. And so the way you actually stand out is not by chasing. It's not by like going for it really fast. What you actually want to do is you want to be a bit more of a chase. You want to retract. You want to make your attention a bit more valuable and let her actually be like, all these guys are coming to me, but fuck Stefan. What's up with him? He doesn't want me. And that makes them want you more.
A lot of people
No, that is idiotic.
will give you this advice, but nobody tells you how to actually do it. Everybody knows you should be hard to get. Everybody knows you should be a challenge. Everybody knows you should put value on your attention and your time. But in practice, how do you do it? Nobody teaches you that part. Beyond that, this is only half of the problem with getting hotter girls. There's actually one huge fundamental problem that guys need to solve before they're even ready for this advice. So that's what I'm going to go into in this video. Number one, this is great advice, but how do you actually apply it? And what is the even bigger advice you need to know first? Really hot girls are getting a lot of attention. And because of that, they're very accustomed to it. Even more so than the volume of attention, they're getting a certain type of attention over and over and over again, which is they're getting guys putting them on a pedestal, kissing their asses, telling them how beautiful they are, etc. So if you do that exact same thing every other guy is doing, it's very true you are not going to stand out. And it's very true you're not going to have more value than any other guys that are doing that type of thing. It's also very true that hot girl or cute girl or whatever, putting girls on pedestals simply is not a useful tactic. It's not like this tactic works really well with cute girls. The fact of the matter is, a lot of times guys get the cute girls because they're not putting them on a pedestal so much. So this is good advice as far as it goes, but how do you actually apply it? I can tell you all day long, put value on your attention. That sounds great, and it is true, but how the f do you do it? How do you make the girl value your attention? And that's the piece everybody misses. That's what I'm gonna get into right now. What specifically can you do to make her want your attention more? So let's start out by considering two different situations. Situation one, you're in a social circle with the girl. You either have friends in common, you go to school together, you do an activity together, so you're in a situation where you're gonna see this girl over and over again. Situation number two, you've never met this girl and you're walking up to her cold. In the social circle situation, the advice given in the video is actually somewhat applicable because you are going to have some accidental normal interactions with the girl. If you are treating her differently than other girls and you are having a pattern of behavior slowly over time that's in your favor, it will be noticeable. And so simply being a little less available or being a little more dismissive or throwing in an occasional tease here and there would be enough to start the process potentially of setting yourself apart. And you would have potentially weeks or months for the girl's impression of you to form. And so having vague general advice in that context kind of could work. So in that specific environment, the vague general advice of be a little more aloof, be a little less available, give her a little more of a hard time occasionally, value your time, do something else instead of paying all your attention to her, that may be enough to start to make some kind of difference because you have many, many, many reps of it and you have a long time for it to work. But when you're talking about walking up to a girl cold, it's a very different scenario because you need to make that impression very, very quickly. And also, by the very process of walking up and starting an interaction with her, you already have in some way potentially put her on a pedestal or shown some interest. So a subtle lack of interest after that is not going to get the job done. You need to do a lot more, a lot quicker. And the beautiful thing is, if you learn the skills you need to do to get that interest walking up to the girl cold, they're like nuclear weapons in that social circle, right? So if you can do it in that tougher environment, it becomes actually incredibly easier in that easier environment. So let's talk about that paradox. You walk up to a girl, you've shown the interest by walking up to the girl. How can you possibly not be putting her on a pedestal? How can you possibly not be needy in that environment? And for this, I want to give you a metaphor. A car lot. And you looked at a particular car and the salesman came up to you. Now you have done a lot to show interest in that car already. You got out of your house, drove to the car lot. You went out of all the cars there and you selected that particular car that you're looking at. You've shown interest in the car. However, how is the interaction between you and the salesman going to proceed? Are you going to have to sell yourself to the car? You'd be like, listen, I want to tell you, I'm going to give a really good environment to this car. I'm going to put it in the garage every day. I'm going to get car washes on a regular basis. I'm going to fill it with like premium gas, right? No, absolutely not. That's ridiculous, right? Just because you showed some interest in the car doesn't mean you have to sell yourself to the car. The way that interaction is going to go is the salesman is going to sell that car to you, and you're going to be very critical. You're going to be going in there and saying like, does it really get this kind of fuel efficiency? I don't know. I was really looking for, the leather interior. I'm not so sure if I like this one. I might need a discount for that. Just because you approached the car instead of the car approaching you doesn't mean you have to be the one to sell yourself. Similarly, when you talk to a girl, it's the same thing. The frame, and by the way, what I mean by frame is the outlook you have over the interaction. The frame you should have when talking to a hot girl that you approached is, you got my attention, now it's your job to keep it. Or how about, I'm interested, but I'm not yet sold. So a lot of times, if I go up and talk to a hot girl, number one, I'm not going to go up and just compliment her as the opener usually. You can say, hey, you're cute, I wanted to meet you. But you are in that case already giving your value away, and especially
I think the better mindset to have is you don't want to go into any conversation with a girl expecting to get a number or with even the interest of getting her number. You should just go up to her with the interest of seeing if you're compatible or not and seeing if you actually like the person. I think before a lot of dudes go up and talk to a girl, they're like, I need to get her number. I need to like prove to her that she should come and talk to me. Like, she also has to kind of prove herself to you, right? So if she's like some catty bitch, you don't like her, seems a little stupid, annoying, like, you're not going to want to go on a date with her. So just talk to her like a normal human being and see if there's any chemistry there, if you like each other, and if it's not going your way, where either she's showing no interest or she is interested, but you're just not really into her, like you're not getting good vibes, then just check out of the conversation.
especially with the hottest girls, I stay very far away from that. What I'd rather do is a semi-direct opener, something like, hey, I liked your look, or you seem interesting, so it's not quite...
Oh, I got Riz, bro. I got so much goddamn Riz that I don't even need to use my Riz. Let me see. All right.
I see that.
And finally comment.
I see that. I think I know who it is. It's kinda. I get what they're saying. Not completely, but I get what they're saying.
Like the villain from The Incredibles.
The villain from The Incredibles? Who's that?
I don't fucking know his name.
Who's the villain from The Incredibles, y'all?
I've been told that a lot.
Nah, I don't know about the villain from The Incredibles, but alright. Gotta be out.
Yeah, try to eat some of it.
I will.
Get like 2-3 solid meals in, you know what I mean? When the collagen going, you start feeling better.
I know. I need to.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. Alright. This went south. Coming in the gym and working out and everything went very south. I'm not gonna put on y'all though. That's on me. It's on me. I own that. I own all of it. But that's on me. The mic break-in fucking sucks. I know it's a small inconvenience, but I hate when shit like that happens. Now I gotta go through the return process, buy another one, wait for the refund, go to the post office, send it back, do all that bullshit.
Busy taught me.
Drojas, thank you. I don't feel accepting of it right now with the shit I just put y'all through in the gym and that workout to get it gifted. So I apologize for that. But fuck, man.
Damn it. Why does it do that?
Anybody who's talking this shit, that shit, Chris Kirkpatrick, you can get your ass kicked. Worse in the middle.
mics aren't in Nick's car. Those are the ones I took downtown on Sunday and lost. They're gone. That's why I had to buy new ones yesterday. The
What?
one I just broke is the one that I just received yesterday from Amazon.
Fuck you! Oh my god. What the fuck? Why? Oh my god. And where the fuck is my phone? Oh my god, dude. That's great. Okay, Stream Elements fucking sucks.
Listen, Jordan called me and he told me you're in the fucking back behind the studio, shooting your gun off in the air like it's a shooting range. I told you not to fucking bring your...
Whatever then.
Quite so direct, or if possible, just a comment that's interesting. Like, wow, that is a crazy outfit you're wearing, which it's potentially neutral, it's not necessarily giving your power away. But regardless of what I open with, the next idea I want to have is, so you got my attention, now who are you? And I'm going to find positives, find negatives in that. So the way you want to look at this in a way is almost like you're doing an interview for the role of girlfriend. And so the fact that she was attractive and had a good first impression, that's enough to get the interview. But now you are screening for, is this someone you really like? Do you like the same activities? Do you like the same food? Are you emotionally compatible? Do you both like to go do the same things at the gym? All these kind of things are ideas that you could screen the girl on, and you could either like or dislike.
Maybe it had something to do with the dono amount. Give me a second. No. It's not letting me fill out my credit card information for some reason. That's super stupid.
Bro, start crashing out, please. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Yeah, whatever. Grey Knight donated $2. This chess piece looks pretty cool to have if you're not great at chess.
3D printable pawn that turns into a queen. It gets...
What do you think of battle ropes? I'm mostly just looking for shit to do at home to burn calories. Not into jump rope and exercise bikes take up a lot of space. Favorite zombie film? Honorable mentions?
So, battle ropes will, like, help you burn calories. Like, it is something to do. It's probably not going to burn as many calories per minute as something like an exercise bike or treadmill or Stairmaster or anything like that. They're also not good for any kind of specific adaptation, so if, like, they're not really necessary for MMA fighters or anything. If you want to get them, you can get them. The one downside is, like, it is... You are pretty much just working your upper body, and it also seems boring as shit. I would also imagine if you're living in, like, an apartment or something, they might create a lot of noise, because it is a rope hitting on the ground. So... it's better than nothing, I'd say. Favorite zombie film? Is it Dawn of the Dead? There's the original Dawn of the Dead, and then there's, what is it? It wasn't that. I think this was 80s. Fuck, what's it called? George Romero. Nighting of the Living Dead. Not Survival of the Dead. Day of the Dead. Yeah, Day of the Dead is probably my favorite zombie film. Day of the Dead was really good. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
Books in stores now 1 hour 25.
We're up on Twitter? Alright. Yeah.
So, could you explain to me why women deserve less?
Oh, man. I don't know if you caught it, because I saw you were here. You didn't hear, like, what I was telling her before, explaining,
No.
like... okay, so in the book, right, I talk about men need to give less, money, relationships as far as marriage goes, social media attention and time. Because I think men in today's day and age pedestalize women to the point where a majority of women don't respect the majority of men.
Okay, so what about those women that do respect the men, that give them everything that they want?
I would say that you are in a select group that is a minority.
Okay, so that's kind of what I get, because I think there are special women out there that are very appreciative of men. I understand your point. I totally get it.
Yeah.
It does. I do agree with it to some point.
Yeah.
But how do you feel this is going to get the man more respect by giving them women less?
Because people chase and respect things that they can't necessarily always have. It's just human nature. So if you are, I think men need to treat themselves as the prize in relationships versus pedestalizing a girl and making her the prize, because the reality is it's much more difficult for a man to be attractive than for a woman to be attractive. So I think if men had that mindset and built themselves up and made themselves the prize, they would approach relationships from a far better angle.
What about those good women that don't chase the prize, that think that they're the prize, but are really actually good women?
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Myron.
A bigger base grows in the middle and reveals its crown. This way you can dominate when you reach the other side. Which piece should I design next? I designed a...
I don't think that's going to make you any better at chess. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Dislike. You could give her shit about them. In fact, even if you really liked the idea, you could give her shit about it. The top companies screen for company culture, you can screen for girlfriend culture. So for example, one thing I particularly like in girls is
Okay, this video is boring.
Sources of protein. But this is going to be with a very important twist. Most people do these lists and just list the foods that are highest in protein. But this is a poor way of looking at protein from foods, particularly plant-based foods. Because it's not the foods that you eat what's the important thing, it's what your body can digest. So in this video, we're going to analyse the common foods that vegans are eating for good sources of protein and rank them from D to superior to assess how good these foods really are. These foods on the list will also predominantly be from whole food sources and not protein powders, etc. Roll the titles. For the record, I'm done trying to make you. And on that bombshell, to the video. So first things first, before we jump into the list, we need to understand how we are measuring how good a protein source the food really is and why this is important. For the purposes of this list, it will be based on a Food's Digestible Indispensable Amino Acid Score, or DIAS. DIAS accounts for amino acid digestibility at the end of the small intestines, providing a more...
The DIAS scoring system is mostly fucking bullshit, and it heavily fucking biases animal foods. So I don't know why you'd rely on the DIAS. It's all arbitrary at the end of the day.
More accurate measure of the amount of amino acids absorbed by the body and the protein's contribution to human amino acid and nitrogen requirements. This was adopted by the Food and Agriculture Organization in 2013 and replaced the protein digestibility corrected amino acid score, as this was considered not as accurate. The DS number for the purposes of this tier list will be broken down as follows. S tier is superior protein digestibility, which is 85 to 100. A tier is X.
There are lots of pretty girls but few autistic retards like us. We are the prize, my N-word. We are the prize.
Oh my god. Let the cat bite your finger. What the hell are you doing? Let the kitty bite. He confused the cat. Oh my god. That's a really nice kitty. Aw, he's munching on his corn. Aw, what a nice kitty. Eating his corn. See, cats are supposed to be vegan. They love plant foods. They love corn. Just feed the cats corn. That's all they need. That's a good kitty eating his corn. Oh wow, the cat's doing sit-ups. He's working his abs. That's a good kitty training. Oh my god. Those are some good kitties. Oh, that's a good kitty. Oh, that's a good meow. That's a nice kitty. Oh my goodness. So special. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Oak Goat. Aaron from England donated $3. Let me see.
Here are the facts. At 0800 hours, prisoner Murphy into a ventilator. Prisoners Boggs and Ray now golly. Pass them together.
Here, you got Clemens.
Stop this raving infirmary.
Hey VG, how are you today? Conflicted on whether I should purchase my first home this year or if I should wait. I live near Seattle and houses are quite expensive.
Yeah, I'd probably wait. Especially if you're in the United States, you're probably going to see housing prices go way down once the boomers start dying out. So, I'd probably wait. Thanks for the donation, Smegma. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England. Alien 3 sucked dick. You know Sigourney Weaver? She is a massive anti-gun cuck, and she tried to convince James Cameron to not have any guns in Alien 2. Or Aliens. And then one of the reasons why there were no firearms in Alien 3 was because of Sigourney Weaver. So you can blame Sigourney Weaver for one of the reasons why this movie just straight up sucks.
Excellent, which is 75 to 84. B tier is good, 65 to 74. C tier is fair, 55 to 64. D tier is poor, below 55. Now, if a food is lower on the tier list, then it's cooked in a pressure cooker. Lentils contain approximately 9 grams of protein per 100 gram serving, making them a reasonable source of protein. Now, in terms of where they go on the tier list, I would say that they're not great, and ideally you would be combining them with other higher protein sources from the list. Food number 2 is hemp seeds, and these have a DS score of around 80. Hemp seeds also have around 31 grams of protein per 100 grams of serving. In terms of their place on the tier list, they are a strong A good source of protein and pretty good digestibility. Number 3 is almonds. Almonds have a DS score of around 40 to 50, depending if you are serving, and while reasonable. The next food is quinoa, and most people know this food as a complete source of protein. It has around 14 grams of
Do you believe in aliens? I am an alien.
Protein per 100 grams when cooked, so it is a pretty good source of protein, and it has a DS score of around 88, so it's going in the A tier. Food number 5 is broccoli, and I often hear people say that it's a reasonable source of protein, and this is not accurate. Broccoli has just 2.8 grams of protein per 100 grams serving, and it has a DS score of 45 to 55, so it needs to go in the D tier. Food number 6 is chickpeas, and chickpeas have a DS score of approximately 45 to 55. They contain around 19 grams of protein per 100 grams when cooked, but the digestibility is not that high. Therefore, we will place chickpeas in the D tier. Food number 7 is black beans, and with a DS score of approximately 55 to 65, black beans provide around 21 grams of protein per 100 grams serving. While they are a decent source of protein, their digestibility places them in the C tier. Food number 8 is tofu. Tofu is a popular plant-based protein source with a DS score of around 83 to 90. It offers around 8 grams of protein per 100 grams serving, and given its high digestibility, tofu earns a spot in the A tier. Food number 9
Is that what's the name of the big waterway between Iran and Saudi Arabia? Wait.
is tempeh. Similar to tofu, tempeh has a DS score of around serving, but to their and conserving 100 per 100 protein. They fit into the 60 to 10 is good S tier food due to its superior amounts of protein. Nutritional yeast is an excellent source of protein. Score of around 80 to 90. It provides around 50 grams of protein per 100 grams serving, making it a solid S tier food due to its superior digestibility.
I'm gonna go get an energy drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Food number 18 is green peas. Green peas have a DS score of approximately 60 to 65 and contain around 5 grams of protein per 100 gram serving. While they are a fair source of protein, they fit into the C tier due to their digestibility. Food number 19 is amaranth. Amaranth has a DS score of around 75 to 85 and offers around 14 grams of protein per 100 gram serving. This food number 20 is buckwheat. For buckwheat also belongs. If you like this tier list and you want...
Okay.
Disrespect has admitted to inappropriately messaging a minor back in 2017, and that is the reason for his contract termination and ban on Twitch. The same year he messaged a minor, he won Streamer of the Year.
I get a lot of messages, DMs, emails, whispers.
Doc, no! He was telling us the whole time. He's been dropped by his own game studio, Turtle Beaches, Black Steel Bourbon, dropped from the YouTube partnership program, even his own website went down. No party admits to any wrongdoing. This is the statement he made in his lawsuit with Twitch. 4 years later, he would write, were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. And then there's the defense of him, which hasn't been based on any sort of factual reality at all.
Your audience is just off watching you, and everybody knows that, and you know it. Look at her, she's looking down saying stop that, and then she has the balls to go say Dr. Disrespect's a terrible person. Bro, this is my problem with this. They're both...
Well, there you go. A Muslim defending sexual relationships with a minor.
bad people, but like that doesn't. But nobody cancels Pokimane. There's no hate brigade. Everyone's
she
like
text a 17-year-old.
But she has 13-year-olds jerking off to her, and she's fine with it and monetizing it. How is that any better?
I get that, but what do you want her to do? Not show her face?
Dude, Sneeko is like actually fucking retarded. He thinks Pokimane is just as bad as Dr. Disrespect.
When Neon's got more common sense than you, it's over. And then there's the least talked about aspect of this story. The terrible journalism by Slasher that has confused, muddied, and made people cast doubt on this entire situation, admitting to me that he has pushed this story without ever seeing the messages. No nameable source has. As part of his career redemption arc, he pushed the false allegation that Doc was arrested for this.
I did get a DM about an hour ago from someone who lives in Encientes, and he sent me a screenshot from his next door. There is a comment that says, "We just saw Doc."
How would you rank these influencers in terms of their peak aesthetics? Alex Eubank, Matt Ugas, Jason Blaha, Ziz, David Lade, Jeff Zeit, Hamza, Max Ukado, Martin Rios, and Kino Body. This is tough. Take your time. Use Google if necessary.
Let's see. From worst to best, I would go Jason Blaha, Martin Rios, Hamza, Max Ucita, Alex Eubank, David Lade. Actually, no, I'll change that. I would go David Lade, Max Ucita, Alex Eubank, Matt Ogus. Oh wait, I forgot Ziz. So it'd be Max Ucita, Ziz, Alex Eubank. Kinobuddy. Jeff Side. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
Dr. And this is from...
bro. Okay. I can't believe you just dropped that in here. Because, like, if that is untrue, this is like you're squandering all of the cultural capital that you're winning back by being correct on this matter for the past 4 years.
It was untrue. Even Hassan is shocked by the low quality journalism. The goal of this video is to clear out the weeds so you know the full story, front to back. What the information is, who the sources are. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and makes zero sense. And it makes me feel like I need a lawyer up for the mental damage done to me. But most people don't realize that when you get workers' comp or an injury from a car accident, the insurance companies are often trying their best to take advantage of your inexperience so they could pay you as little as possible. That's why Morgan & Morgan exists. Now, I may not be able to sue Dr. Disrespect when it comes to my head injury. It's self-inflicted after all, but you can still go you're owed when it comes to your car accident or injury in the workplace. They won't settle for the insurance company's lowball offers. These are just some of the verdicts they've been able to achieve. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys, meaning that they have the resources. The narrative he let transpire surrounding his ban was so dishonest. On his first stream back from his ban, he'd act like some returning hero.
Do you think I'm gonna stop right there? You think that's the end of the line? You think we're done?
Hindsight completely changes the meaning of some of the things he says.
We're just getting started.
Dark alleyways is where they're gonna find us.
This is so much funnier knowing that he's a creep. He's thanking people who were supportive of him, who thought he was being screwed by Twitch.
Peter with a $100 donation says, "God damn, it feels good to have you back, Doc, and it does feel good. It does."
The original theory that he let culminate was that Microsoft's live streaming service Mixer was stealing some of Twitch's biggest stars. So in March of 2020, Twitch secured Dr. Disrespect with a massive contract. June 22nd of 2020, Mixer would announce that it was shutting down. And mysteriously, just 3 days later, Twitch would ban Dr. This was the narrative at the time, as other sources refused to elaborate and even deleted their tweets. Meanwhile, Doc ate up all the love thrown his way.
Man, the love is strong. A lot of people reached out. In fact, I had an Excel worksheet and I had all these names and I was going to shout them out. I mean, it's like pages. In regards to the ban, there's a lot of people that want to know. They want to know what happened. Why did you get banned? We still have no idea. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't do anything to warrant a ban, let alone how they went about banning us.
This was August 7th of 2020 before the lawsuit. So there is a chance he didn't know, as the messages sent to the minor were from 2017, which was the same time he was caught cheating on his wife. Doc confirms this date in his recent Twitter response, writing, "Were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not.
Stupid mistakes, man."
There are reports from former Twitch staff alleging that he planned to meet up at TwitchCon with her and that he knew she was underage. I recall that Dr. Disrespect was made aware by the individual that they were underage during the conversation, after which he indicated that this was no problem and continued on. Also saying that Doc's retelling of the messages, leaning too much in the direction of being inappropriate, is vastly downplaying the situation. The employee says that Twitch had an initiative in 2020 to investigate streamers who had allegations against them, and that the alleged victim reported it during this time. That's why it didn't come out in 2017, and why Doc was banned just days after this tweet announcing the new initiative. It was also revealed that YouTube knew the allegations the whole time. That's why they never offered Doc a contract. It seems like everyone behind the scenes knew, so when Doc claims that he didn't, that just doesn't seem believable to me anymore. He looks at his phone and seemingly gets more serious. It seems like he knows something. Then he pulls up a Roblox video and sits.
That's really fucking weird. If YouTube knew about it, why the fuck would they allow monetization on his channel up until now? That's fucked.
In silence, finally saying this before ending his stream immediately.
Life's weird right now.
Oh my gosh!
Well,
I did.
we'll get through this, okay? And
Hey, Christopher.
fuck.
You get to try.
So was he talking about his Roblox video here, or was he talking about his soon-to-be ban? And it just makes me wonder, did he really not know during his comeback stream?
So let the legal professionals do what they need to do. That's it. My conscience. I feel so good. You know who I was talking to right there? I was talking to the small percentage. The ones that there's a sense of urgency that want to know right now because you know what they want. Something bad to happen out of it, right? Let's not beat around the bush. That's just a small percentage, though. The larger percentage, the true supporters, the followers of the doc, they know what I'm about. They've been following me for years. They know what I'm about. I don't beat around the bush. I get straight to the point.
In hindsight, it's so manipulative. One thing is for sure, though, he did know during the lawsuit, and he insisted that he was the victim.
I appreciate the support. You guys have just been absolutely amazing. With the Twitch ban is really how it's really affected us, not just from a financial standpoint, but from a networking standpoint, from all the relationships we built over the past 5.
Okay, if Twitch and YouTube knew about this, there were definitely other brands that also knew about that. That explains why, inexplicably, other brands didn't want to work with him. So, I don't know why anybody would keep this shit hidden. Let's take a muscle mommy break.
Ex-YouTube gaming executive claims Twitch informed them but not in detail. As far as they knew it was an allegation, and after everyone said no wrongdoing later on, YouTube assumed the allegation was cleared up or something. That's what they said.
Yeah, that sounds like fucking bullshit to me. I mean, they banned him. So something happened. And on top of that, like, the allegation was he was sending inappropriate messages to a minor. I don't know how you resolve that. Like, you don't clear something like that up. So, yeah, that just sounds like bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Let's see. Militant vegan.
Of course.
So you're vegan?
I'm not vegan, but yeah, it's wrong.
Do you know what this is?
I don't know like what exactly he's trying to do.
He's making the cow pregnant. Now we take away her baby, we steal it, and then you drink her titty milk.
Yeah, that's true.
So what?
Bit of YouTube advice for you.
That's a good butt. Yeah, that's good.
Years in terms of Activision and EA. I mean, everyone, all the big sponsors, all the big partnerships, they have to question, why did you get banned?
I mean, yeah, from a business point of view, it is a completely legitimate question to ask.
But a lot of people ask me, do you know the reason? Yeah, I do know the reason why now. I've known for months now the reason why. And I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the out of them, okay? I don't know how else to put it. The amount of damages and you just don't... No. It really fucking sucks. I don't know how else to put it, man. It's affected us in so many different ways. And I've just been in a...
He's making it seem like the reason was completely ridiculous. Twitch is irrational, when there's at least some truth to it. No.
Be grateful that you just get trolled with spam. The trolls are working on a documentary exposing Dale Wilson for his 40th birthday. We just found out he is over 100k in debt, and has a very low credit score. Don't show.
Who the fuck is, Dale Will... Oh... You mean low tier god? Yeah, he's dumb. Well. Well, I mean, he's 40 points away from good credit. I guess it's not that bad. Thanks for the donation, White Hat Troll.
No party admits to any wrongdoing. This was the statement given after Twitch allegedly paid out Dr. Disrespect in full, further pushing the narrative that he did nothing wrong. As you guys know, this would come to a head last week when an ex-Twitch employee, Cody Connors, would tweet, Dr. Disrespect got banned because he was caught sexting minors in the existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Case closed. This would come out during Doc's most recent livestream, which is just hilarious to watch. It all broke right after he ate this cupcake.
Third try and Baby Assassin brought me a little cupcake.
No way. Oh my god, the irony.
As a celebration.
Oh, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
I'm gonna eat my cupcake and I'm gonna celebrate. Nothing you're gonna do about it.
There was, nothing that was going to be sexual involved, because I'm not like that. Well, obviously the text messages and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Note to self, do not eat cupcakes. Doc's chat would be filled with messages begging him to respond. Even the glasses can't hide the doom in his eyes.
Remind me never to eat cupcakes on stream. That is hilarious, dude. How the hell do things like this fucking happen? There's something about cupcakes, bro.
He's like this for over a minute. And then he goes silent again. A fan would ask how he's doing, and he seems to know he's screwed.
How we feeling, Doc? Says Roy. I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued. Feeling a little fatigued. We came in here, champs. We came in here. High energy. High energy. But I'm telling you, man, I'm just feeling fatigued.
Wow, what convenient timing.
When shit like this over the weekend, and it just kind of... It's like, how many times can I... I don't... Like, I'm actually tired of being on social media, and I've expressed that over the years, champs. I just,
This part actually makes me a bit angry, because instead of defending himself or saying that he's going to talk to his lawyers before responding, he acts like he's above taking this seriously.
Over the years, it's just gotten, I don't know, like it's been drained out of me. It's being drained out of me. It's being drained out of my family and I. But I think the first and foremost, though, is I did have a sort of a planned vacation coming up. And I think I might just extend that starting today, starting now.
He's literally running out of town.
I think when I say step away, I'm gonna have to either have to relay this to the Midnight Society, but maybe I step away from there too.
This was likely Doc strategically getting ahead of his own company, Midnight Society, dropping him. And then there's the boldest part of Doc's defense, which is saying that all of his haters are terminally online. Trust me when I say this, to all my haters that live and breathe social media with zero real life experience, I don't give a f about you. I'm not going anywhere. I don't know how you're gonna call anyone terminally online when you were a 35-year-old man cheating on your wife with a 17-year-old. Now this is all under the assumption that what Doc has sent to the minor was verified by the journalist. But surprisingly, the information they've actually laid eyes on is less than you realize, like a lot less. If there's a defense for Dr. Disrespect, I'm having trouble looking past two major red flags. The first one is when he says, were there intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. What were those false intentions? Was it meeting up? It's exactly what pedos say on To Catch a Predator when they show up to the house.
This man's excuse sounds pretty old.
And what have you heard about those stories?
That there's pedophilers out there, but that's not my intention tonight. I just wanted to have a party and have a good time.
He also takes moral responsibility, with his only defense being, anyone who truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things.
He said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent. I cannot support that. I can't.
He basically confirms that, he was texting an underage girl and it went weird sometimes, and look, just to be blunt and straightforward, man, that's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right? I can't support it. I can't defend it.
The defense of Doc has also been one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. There's an email going around defending Doc. It was an anonymous source saying that the girl was 17, but that Doc didn't know the age at the time. And because of the brand name, the messages could be interpreted as inappropriate. That's why in the court proceedings, they settled with no wrongdoings. But this thing's obviously fake because it gets so many details wrong. Like saying that the Twitch whispers were from many weeks prior from his last stream. We know according to Doc himself, it was 3 years prior. This anonymous email has also been called out as fake by Slash's anonymous source.
Have you seen this email going around, by the way?
I can say it is 100% fake bullshit, just like everything else. Stop believing everything you read on the internet, okay?
Wait,
a primary source says, literally in quotes, LOL in capital letters, this is complete bullshit.
Yet for some reason you have people like Sneeko taking it as a fact. Western culture is hilarious. If someone texts a girl that's 17 years, 11 months old, he gets junked by the whole industry. But if the same girl waits one more month to sell her body on OnlyFans, she is celebrated by that same industry as an independent queen. Clown world. We do not know this girl's age. She could be 17 or she could be 15, 13. We have no idea. On top of that, Doc is 42. He would have been 35 at the time. If you're 35 years old and you're trying to hook up with a minor, I'm going to call you the P word. You have all this fame and money, and the only thing you have to do is not message someone who's under 18, and you blew it.
Dr. Disgusting, says Valkyrie. Yuck, says Pokimane. Everyone hates you, but as soon as that second hits midnight, then she can sign up on OnlyFans, sell her body, and then everyone's going to parade around and say, you go, queen! You're an independent girl boss! Slay! Clown world. I don't know everything about Dr. Disrespect.
He's comparing doing OnlyFans to, committing a sex offense. What a fucking retard.
But what is the, let's break it down. Pokimane pretty much does softcore porn for 14-year-old boys. Her audience is 95% men.
Oh my god. Oh, bro. She does not do softcore porn.
Who are jerking off the entire stream. Oh, Pokey! Pokey! I want to poke you, Pokey!
We're comparing Pokimane, who has simps, and maybe you could argue she could thirst trap, with Dr. Disrespect, who was caught messaging a minor. These are not comparable whatsoever. Even Neon recognizes that.
Pokimane, your audience is just jerking off watching you, and everybody knows that. And you know it. Look at her. She's looking down saying, stop that. Look at that cringe. She's cringing at her simp fans. off on the stream all day and she's aware of it. And then she has the balls to go say Dr. Disrespect's a terrible person. But this is my problem with this.
They're both bad people, but like that doesn't.
But nobody cancels Pokimane. There's no hate brigade. Everyone's like,
text a 17-year-old.
But she has 13-year-olds off to her and she's fine with it and monetizing it. How is that any better?
I get that, but what do you want her to do? Not show her face,
or don't get on a moral high ground about Dr.
I mean, the way she's it doesn't look like she's dressed crazy.
But she has no legs to stand on in a moral high ground about Dr. Disrespect when Twitch is 13 plus and her entire chat is jerking off to her and she's aware. She's like right here. She's
in a perfect world, what do you want her to do?
Don't talk shit about Dr. Disrespect.
How can she help that? Does she need to wear a hijab? One is Dr. Disrespect directly participating in the interaction. The other one is Pokimane just existing on camera. Jeremy has been pushing the same lie that the girl was confirmed 17. After Doc admitted to messaging a minor, Jeremy replied, "Firm handshakes." Are you congratulating him, Jeremy? I don't understand. He delete this tweet and say, "Spam my firm handshakes," reply to him.
Yeah, bro. Leave it to the quartering to be a fucking retard. This is the same guy who claims the LGBTQ community is grooming minors, and then he's defending a guy who's grooming a minor. Like, conservatives have no fucking morals, dude. The only thing they're concerned with is just racism and bigotry.
All you want in the replies. I am right. You were all acting like he got caught having sex with a 9-year-old. Jeremy would reel this back on his YouTube channel, coming up with a conspiracy saying this only came out because Nick Merckx hates trans people.
It's my opinion that the only reason that this finally came out about Doc is because Nick kind of kicked the hornet's nest by saying, "Leave the kids alone." Nick had said, "Hey, these, certain types of people are not real people. You're either a boy or you're a girl." And then coincidentally, a few days later, they released what the real reason Doc was banned for. Now, I assume that means they probably didn't have anything on Nick, and they figured the best way to hurt him would be to hurt his friend. These people who are moralizing on Twitter about it and celebrating, they never cared about protecting kids. They never cared about what Doc did. They cared that Doc's friend dunked on the LGBTQ community.
I feel like Nick's been doing that once a week for the past 5 months. There's no correlation here. It's always got to loop back to trans people. Are the trans people under your bed right now, Jeremy? No matter what the ex-employee's motives were, it's good that this is out. Now, even though this whole subject made Jeremy look like a clown at best and a freak at worst, I still agree with his video in principle.
What I'm saying is, let me see the messages. If the messages really are as bad as the left and the mainstream media want you to believe,
okay, Doc isn't releasing the messages. He's not mentioning the content of the messages. That fact alone lets you know that it's fucking bad. Thanks for the membership, Caleb. Appreciate it. I don't know why you'd have the opinion when Doc is clearly trying to hide some of this information.
They've all clearly seen them, and if you put them out there and they really are, the bad of the bad, then it's over, right? It's just done.
And it begs the question, why didn't Twitch make this clear from the start and have the journalist even seen anything? The answers are concerning.
La da da, a toast to the bad guy. With bad bitches, the bad times will pass by.
Problem with the main journalist on this story is that he's always leading people on as if he knows more than he actually does, ultimately confusing the story. When asked what is the age of the girl, Slasher, aka Rod, gives a non-answer.
Do you know the age of the person?
Was not.
He should have came to Romania. In Romania the age of consent is 16.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess he knows for next time. Thanks for the donation, Tate.
Not used in the reporting.
Are they 17 or are they younger than 17?
I do not have comment.
What do you mean you don't have a comment? Do you know or not? Okay, how about this? Why didn't Twitch say anything allowing this alleged predator to roam freely for 4 years, paying him millions in the process?
All of this was about protecting the victim, okay? That is why Twitch has never said anything. They will never say anything, not just about this case, but any of the other sexual misconduct, harassment, or assault cases that have ever happened on this platform, whether it's Method Josh or Hashinshin or Doc or anyone else.
That is very different, as Method Josh had screenshots and receipts backing up the allegations. And Shinshin has Twitch whispers that leaked of him talking to a 15-year-old while he was 26, saying she should watch him without pants on. Twitch confirmed that this is why they banned him. It is the opposite of what Slasher is saying. With Doc, there's nothing, and the fact that Twitch willingly paid out makes them look bad, like they mishandled this whole thing.
The responsibility of trust and safety and the legal and law enforcement employees that work for these companies, they are to protect the victim. They're to make sure the victims are anonymous and to make sure the victims are safe. The only reason we know about certain other cases is because those victims came forward. The victim never wanted to come forward or be involved in this situation. That is why Twitch had never said anything, and they will continue to never say anything.
Right, but if the evidence didn't come forward in these other cases, these guys would still be around with clean reputations. Also, how does releasing the messages endanger the victim? Just redact the name. Then we wouldn't have 4 more years of potentially new victims. Destiny would challenge Slasher on this, and he wouldn't have a good answer.
A lot of the piece is to contextualize why Twitch was unable to say anything, and why they do not say anything, and why something like the logs are never going to come out, nor should you want to see them.
But is there an answer that's good, or is it just like to protect the victim thing?
Well, they're the two main answers, and all that it needs to be focused on is that, quote unquote, it not only endangers the victim, which needs to be the priority, Destiny. It's not for.
Wait, how does it endanger the victim?
Any potential for the victim to be identified.
How could it possibly lead to the victim being?
$2 bro. These people who go vegan for a month and then say their tummy hurts, so they stop and then go vegan again, back and forth, are the worst. Yep. Don't really have a solution for it. But, yeah, they're stupid as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Identified.
There is no reason. So Slasher just starts making up new reasons for why these messages can't be released. It's suddenly illegal to show the messages.
People should not and cannot demand information and access to when not only should they not have it, but a lot of times it is illegal. Okay?
But then because Doc knows who the person was, right?
Yes, but the public doesn't. Nobody else does.
Yeah, but how is the public seeing a personal DM going to like clue them in? Like, do we have?
It is illegal to publicly show underage minors and their conversations.
There's no shot that's illegal.
What law is he citing? I don't know. Everyone disagrees. No one can find anything. If there was nude sent or illegal material, I would understand. But Twitch has already reported this incident to authorities, and apparently there is no investigation.
When it was initially reported, all reports with CSCA or CSAM are reported to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children.
Okay, so there is a report on Dr. Disrespect at the National Center.
The legal process after, again, no court records have ever been found. I've never been able to get law enforcement to comment or even acknowledge that a thing exists. Do not have details on where it went after.
Just to be clear, though, those are just reports, right? So, like, for instance, if I think that Forethought has been engaged in bad behavior in my subreddit, like, I would make that report to them. They would have that report filed. That doesn't mean anything. It's just a report, right?
Well, NCMEC automatically works with all law enforcement organizations.
Sure, I'm just saying that, like, a report is just a report. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, something happened. It just means somebody felt like they had an obligation to make that report, right?
Yeah, well, Twitch is obligated to make that report.
Now, just because nothing came from this doesn't mean Doc isn't guilty. It just means what he did wasn't illegal. That is why it's important for the court of public opinion to have evidence so they can make a proper decision. Inappropriate messages with minors get posted all the time as part of other stories. I don't know why this one would be any different or why it would be illegal, but either way, when Doc chose to sue Twitch, they had the option to take things to discovery where the messages could leak through a legal avenue. Slasher says they didn't because they wanted to protect the victim.
Twitch's responsibility ultimately will always be.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. It sounds more that they were motivated to make it seem as though like Twitch isn't a platform loaded with pedophiles. I don't think they had an interest in protecting the victim.
On the victim and to try to do what they can, and specifically in this case, because it involved a minor, having it always be as anonymous as possible and their safety was their primary importance.
Sure, you can say all of this, but like Twitch could have literally just said like, we've terminated the contract with Dr. Disrespect because we found out that he was engaged in like illicit sexual contact with underage people. Like, I don't know how that statement endangers the victim. Like, Doc already knows that personally. He knows 100% why his contract was terminated. So I don't know how that...
If they give the specifics here, then they're obligated to give specifics on many other very delicate, strong situations.
Wait, why? No, they're not.
Is it completely necessary that Twitch or another tech company is responsible for giving specifics, especially in a case like this?
Is it completely necessary? I mean, like, probably not necessary. It's just like nice for like the public safety, I guess.
Well, if they want to protect future victims as well as the current one, I would say it's necessary.
Because it involves a minor in this case, they can legally even say what that hypothetical statement giving out.
You literally can't make a statement whatsoever.
The whole argument he's making is a paradox. He's like, the reason Twitch can't leak it is because they need to protect the victim. That's why Cody's so awesome for leaking it.
He is a very upstanding individual. I can say that there is no NDA and that he really he walked his dog, came home and said, "It will do it live," and made the tweet. There is actually no like contractual.
Donators, same people who are anti-vax and fearmonger about Bill Gates, microchips will be the first one signing up for this. Neuralink aims to implant chips in thousands of human patients within a few years. You're probably going to start seeing some deaths if they're going to do that many implants.
We really want to make sure that we make as much progress as possible between each Neuralink patient. So we're only just moving now to our second Neuralink patient, but we hope to have if things go well, high single digits this year, and I don't know, maybe this is somewhat dependent on regulatory approval and how much technical progress we make, but within a few years, hopefully thousands.
Yep.
The Twitch algorithm works overtime to optimize the application for the CEO's goon sessions.
Twitch CEO shows off how effectively Twitch's new TikTok-like clips feed is personalized.
You want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed.
Oh my god.
Okay?
Okay. That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
You want to...
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. That is so stupid. Neuralink will soon launch a product that will restore eyesight to blind people. Yeah, sure they will. Blind sight is the next Neuralink product after telepathy.
Even if someone has never had vision ever, like they were born blind, we believe we can still restore vision. Because the visual part of the cortex is still there. Yeah, even if they've never seen before, we're confident that they could see. Even if someone has...
Yeah, sure. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah.
Introducing BrainBridge, the world's first revolutionary concept for a head transplant machine, which uses state-of-the-art robotics and artificial intelligence to conduct complete head and face transplantation procedures, ensuring smooth outcomes and faster recoveries. Because head transplants require high speed, precision, and efficiency, BrainBridge utilizes advanced high-speed, high-precision robotic systems to speed up the process, eliminate human error, prevent brain cell degradation, and ensure seamless compatibility. The head transplant procedure involves removing a person's entire head containing the brain from their current diseased body and attaching it to the body of a healthy, young, brain-dead donor. Head transplants could provide individuals with severe medical conditions such as terminal cancer, paralysis, spinal cord injuries, or neurodegenerative diseases the opportunity to have a fully functional body while preserving their consciousness, memories, and cognitive abilities. The neurons are the longest-lasting functional cells in the human body, and according to our estimates, the brain is capable of lasting several hundred years, provided that the rest of the body remains young. The BrainBridge concept involves the use of the integrated robotics platform comprised of the 2 autonomous surgical robots, designed to perform.
I'm sure we'll have this technology eventually. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated tellers, what would it take to convince you to get Elon Musk Neuralink microchip implant? Like, I don't see any personal benefit to me doing that. Like, if you saw tens of thousands of successful cases and the risk of error is incredibly low, would you be interested in it, or are you ideologically opposed to it because Elon? I don't know what the benefit would be to me. Because you're cutting out a part of your skull, so the integrity of your skull is going to be forever compromised because you're implanting that chip, and I'm not disabled, so I don't see how it could possibly benefit me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Religion of peace. Oh, wait. Are you coping that Elon is improving the world while you sit in your basement? Yeah, right. He's improving the world by making sure there's plenty of Nazis on Twitter. Religion of Peace donated, or Religion of Peace's donated $2. Yikes, the first video, this is the same guy that dodged your debate. Lol, peep the psycho comments.
For those women whose disobedience you fear, first admonish them, then part ways with them, and if that doesn't work, beat them.
Alright, so what do we got here? We got a toothbrush, expo pen, glue stick, and whoa, I definitely need those. Now you see, you might wonder why these are good options for a Muslim man to use to admonish his wife. It's because the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself said in Sunan Ibn Majah 1851 that this should be done without causing injury or leaving a mark.
For those women...
Yeah. Go to any Muslim country and you'll see how women are treated.
Muslim woman wants her husband to marry more than one wife.
Statistically, there are more women on Earth than there is men. And if
That is not true.
every single man just married one woman, there would be millions of women that are single.
That is not true.
Like, why would you want that for your sisters that you love? Honestly, I love my friends, and if they wanted to marry my husband, I would definitely encourage it.
Muslim woman.
Well, that's a retard. Fucking yikes, man. Holy shit.
I've never had an explanation that makes sense to me, but in Surah Nisa, like verse 34, when it says that like men can strike their wives.
No one can deny this is in the Quran. If a woman is involved in behavior that is XYZ, then so-and-so Islamic scholar has said he's allowed to hit her with what's like a miswak or something. The one who the Quran was revealed to understood it better than anyone, which is the Prophet. How many times did he beat his wife? Never. And the Prophet...
That's not true. He beat his wife. There's one circumstance where he think he punched one of his wives in the stomach as hard as he could.
Peace be upon him said, the best of you are the best to their wives. Why was the criteria to be the best human being, the best to your wife? Because you can act really nice in front of your friends and family, but your real character is only known by your spouse. This particular verse is for extreme circumstance. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, when he had a woman come to him, and the woman wanted to inquire about marriage proposals that she had, the Prophet discouraged her from marrying this guy because he's a wife beater. So Islam doesn't encourage wife beating, violence against women.
Yeah, right. That's why there's so much spousal abuse in Muslim countries, right?
This particular verse has to be understood in that context. This particular verse, for most women, men, even liberal men, it cannot be rationalized. It simply has to be accepted if they go back to where it came from. And they look at
Yeah, that's not a good excuse. Every time they try to justify these things, they have to come up with some sort of cope excuse that, oh, well, you shouldn't have to do that, right? Then why is it in the Quran? 21st Savage, Johnny Tellers, you sure you're not disabled, bro? I'd argue otherwise, mentally at least. Well, who knows, man? I'm not a doctor. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
It's about Palestinians though. SMH.
Amsterdam's Anne Frank monument was just defaced with the word Gaza. Anne was a 15-year-old girl who died in a concentration camp 3 years before Israel declared statehood. For a group of people who argue Zionism shouldn't exist, their destruction of diaspora Jews' monuments, synagogues, cemeteries, and overall safety proves why it absolutely needs to. Yep. Well, it's not about helping Gaza, it's about hating Jews. Like, it's just obvious. Thanks for that donation, Wilmage. Aaron P. donated $2. I'm no longer broke. Maybe check out this channel on stream or off stream.
The notion that...
Maybe we'll watch that later? It's long, but could you skim through?
I was a vegetarian back then. Basically, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, I really never talk about this because they're not doing
on behalf.
I'm not going to bother. But thanks for the donation, Aaron P. I might watch this later. 21st Savage donated $2. You don't need to be a doctor to see you're a full-fledged mentally disabled retard. Anyway, I think you should sign up to get one of those Neuralink chips. Might help you stop being a dumbass all the time. All right, I'll consider it. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Reason why this happened. It is left ambiguous about what his tweet even means to this day anyway. If that tweet did not happen, primary sources and a certain document, which I have received and other journalists have received that is floating out there, would not have been revealed without the tweet.
He then reveals that Cody has never seen the messages.
Cody, by the way, is a secondhand source.
You enjoy streaming more during day? Is it better for your day and night rhythm? Sleep better now?
I don't know. I'm really not sure. I don't think it really makes a difference. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Source. So Cody was never a primary source. Cody, I can say, never saw the whispers directly. Cody never saw the trust and safety document that has been going around. Cody, for example, was never a primary source. Okay, Cody, as a person, was always a secondhand person to gain knowledge from somebody else.
Are you saying he didn't have firsthand of this? Wasn't he head of partnerships at Twitch?
It doesn't matter.
So he didn't know then, for sure. He had no idea. No first.
So trust and safety is going to be separate. Trust and safety is going to be separate.
But you're saying that he didn't talk to this guy or see this stuff for himself.
No.
So the only public nameable source has not seen the messages. That's crazy. So the new excuse becomes, well, we can't show them because that'll interfere with the legal case.
Trust and safety and enforcement ops and, a lot of things I talk about, like them doing the work that they did is why everyone had been in the dark this whole time. If things had gotten out earlier, if you had wanted Twitch to explain, that would have compromised the entire case, and that would compromise everyone else that is there.
He doesn't elaborate any farther. He's already said that there was no legal case or investigation, so what could be compromised? He's seemingly making up new reasons every minute. When that doesn't work, Slasher's new talking point is to say you should never want to see the messages. You're weird for even asking. Just blindly believe journalists.
It is not the public's duty to know all this information. It can be the duty of journalists like myself and Cecilia to try to do good work while respecting the victim and trying to get information out to the public at the same time. But sources are under no obligation to speak to journalists.
Dodo donated $2. Russia's so bad that literally every country in Europe apart from Belarus is signed with NATO and the West in terms of defense alliance. Yep.
TBH, I'm agnostic on the whole pred culling thing in practice. What's the empirical evidence this is realistic? I'm in favor of it in principle too, but I'm unsure about the reality of this issue. Thanks.
I don't know how to answer that question, dude. There are clearly some ecosystems like Yellowstone that don't need certain predators like wolves, but I don't know how to make like an empirical case. Like the evidence just doesn't really exist. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Dylan donated $2, got a new Biden edit out.
Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Alright, that's a nice Biden edit. Good job, Dylan. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Journalists and to do anything. Their obligation is always...
Nate Sneeders donated $2. Let me see.
How does it feel for you to poison the American public and what you've been perpetuating? Hate, racism, white supremacy, and the genocide that is being carried out on the Palestinian people.
And how does it feel to stand for Hamas? Does that feel good to you? Do you feel good standing in solidarity with a terrorist group that has murdered 1,200
I feel very good
Jews
standing
and
in
keeps
solidarity
people
with Palestinian people who have been murdered by Israel, by U.S. paid tax dollars and bombs, and you have continued to spew hate.
Hamas could not start a war on behalf of its citizens and then shoot its own
thing.
citizens, and you stand for it makes you a disgrace
The
to
people
human
in
dignity and
Palestine
human
have been
rights.
occupied for 75 years.
You're the
And the
disgrace.
blood is on the hands of every person in this Congress and every person who watches your propaganda of hate, white supremacy, and racism. You have been poisoning the American public for them to also be complicit in what is.
These pro-Palestinians are just the most annoying, cancerous, self-righteous, racist dickheads. I just can't fucking stand them. I wish I could just kick their ass. Thanks for the donation, Nate Sneeders.
For the victims in these situations. I just want to try to get that type of context out there. A lot of the piece is to contextualize why Twitch was unable to say anything and why they do not say anything, and why something like the logs are never going to come out, nor should you want to see them. Even in general, it should be that you don't want to see conversations for minors to try to like have to prove to you or anyone on the internet about how contextually this conversation is okay or not as bad or whatever. For you to want to have to see it is not a realistic thing that you or anyone else on the internet should ever expect.
Eventually, he just says these messages won't leak. In fact, they don't even exist anymore, so stop asking.
If they don't see the actual whispers and messages that happened here, they'll never be like convinced, and that is not going to happen. From what I understand, those do not exist. All right, those are not, at least from the people that I have talked to, if they exist, they do not know that they exist. You will never see them.
Wait,
and for
you could. Some
ex-employee. No, that would be insane.
So you know what? I will trust the journalist. As long as they have verified the content with their own eyes, that's good enough for me. But they haven't. I want you to listen through this hypothetical.
Can I ask you a question on this thing? So let's say I give you firsthand information about Destiny, okay? And I show you stuff, but I don't let you make a copy. But you know now this is legit shit. So I show you a video of Destiny stomping on puppies, and it's like the most up shit you've ever seen, but you know this is legit. Like, you can't deepfake what I just showed you. You're throwing up. It's so fucking unbelievably. And he's sitting there saying, yeah, look, dogs, doesn't matter. I eat them for meat. Why would I care about them here? Like, the whole thing, it's real. I've shown you this. I'm obviously a good friend of Destiny, the whole thing, but I'm like, listen, I can't give you a copy of this. He knows I'm the only one who has a copy. I don't even know why he sent it to me. Are you going to report on it?
No.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd report the shit out of that.
I need the copy of the tape.
Wow, that's a very high bar for verification. I respect that. So I figured Slasher must have the messages. So I asked him, Slasher, I need to know, do you have the messages? Have you seen them? Do you know who may have them? He says, I do not have the messages. Only a very few have access within Twitch. I told him that I don't understand why the messages couldn't be leaked, and he replied, that seems very misguided. I don't know why people are clamoring for this. He reiterates that we have to trust what Twitch is doing, and that someone in his position as a journalist has completely verified the information, and it is past both the journalistic and legal bar. If you noticed, he's not answering my questions, so I repeat myself.
Okay, this seems to be a bit of an unnecessary tangent that's just creating doubt. Look, if Dr. Disrespect, was retarded enough to admit to this like an idiot, and he didn't try to downplay the situation by saying, oh, well, she was only a few months shy of 18, so she was, almost a legal adult. He didn't give any specific examples of what he said, I just said something harmless, oh, wow, you're beautiful, too bad you're 17, haha. Not mentioning anything specific like that. It sounds to me like the messages are very bad. Dr. Disrespect knows exactly what he said, and in this situation, you'd expect somebody who's guilty to try to mitigate what happened. Since he didn't try to mitigate any of this by saying, well, she was almost 18, or what I said was harmless, here's an example of one of the harmless things I said, it's clearly very bad.
Just to verify, you did see them with your own eyes. He ignores me and tells me I could track down primary sources, but he won't tell me where to start. So I ask the same question again. Just to clarify, you saw the messages with your own eyes. This is not some word of mouth shit. And he replies, the whispers and statements were seen by sources who had direct knowledge / access to them. Remember when I said that Slasher loves giving off the perception that he's more credible than he actually is? I repeat myself for the 4th time. But did you see them? Please be direct. And he finally says, no, I mentioned that already. Really? Because I had a different interpretation when you said you completely verified the information. Our definition of the word verified is not the same. Does anyone else feel like this is a problem? This is being pitched as a case closed allegation. Cody, the ex-employee who broke the story, has not seen the messages. Slasher, the journalist who's been taking all the credit, has not seen the messages. The Bloomberg journalist has not seen the messages. Twitch apparently can't release the messages because it will compromise the victim. Twitch apparently can't redact the messages because it would be illegal. Twitch apparently can't give a statement because that will ruin the legal case. Oh, but also there is no case or investigation taking place. All of this is stemming from an anonymous source that used to work at Twitch's Trust and Safety. But the only damning part of this story is Doc's tweet responding to Cody, admitting he inappropriately messaged a minor. Look, Twitch has screwed up this entire story. Slasher defending him, saying they paid him out, let him exist for 4 years growing on another platform, all because the victim didn't want her anonymous messages to get out there, is like saying the police chose to let a murderer get away because the family doesn't want to relive the trauma. It's stupid because it's potentially putting public safety at risk. So what does this mean? People like me are going to read in between the lines and assume these messages are way worse than Doc is letting on. That the anonymous sources are probably...
Look, they would have to be. They would have to be. There's no other way to explain how Doc is reacting to this whole situation. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. That's very impressive.
As soon as this guy spins with his arms stretched out, he spins at a slower speed, but when he pulls his arms in, he starts to spin faster. Figure skaters also use this technique.
Yeah, I already know about that.
What would happen if a needle hits America at speed of light? So let's take something similar to a needle and make its radius 1 millimeter. And of course, set it to the speed of light. And there goes our needle. It hit the Earth, but it doesn't seem to have caused much damage. Okay, now we can see a huge shockwave. The vegetation didn't last even a second with the needle's explosion. We can see that the Earth is surrounded by asteroid dust, making the sunlight disappear. Ooh, that's not good. I think this might be the end of the United States. It seems like the needle is very powerful at the speed of light. So let's throw another one, but this time in Australia. And there goes our needle again. Yeah, it hit the Earth, and it seems like we're going to wipe out Australia too with a needle. Wow, the shockwave from the needle is spreading across the entire country. That's crazy. Let's see if there is still life. Yeah, we lost like 5% of life on Earth. So let's fast forward in time and see if we recover. Wait a minute, it seems like Australia has fully recovered, just a lake here in the middle. And for North America, only this part in the west remains. Yeah, I think a needle at the speed of light could be dangerous. What would happen?
That's interesting.
US bases in Europe are on the highest alert for a...
From $7 graffiti to arson and a bomb plot, how Russia's shadow war on NATO members has evolved.
decade. This key American and Polish supply hub, an hour from Ukraine, peppered with air defense. And this Ukrainian cargo plane from Norway, a major part of NATO's weapons supplies to Kiev. You're watching an odd paradox. The largest, loudest arming effort of our times, happening in near secrecy, fences obscuring what they can. The main reason? The threat of Russian sabotage. Persistent, real, growing across Europe along the supply lines to the Ukrainian border here.
Well, supply hubs like these have never really been more vital for Ukraine trying to hold the front line. But a senior NATO official has told me of a 6 to 9 months effort by Russia to sabotage NATO weapon supplies into Ukraine. A fair bit of it going right down these tracks. Now, they described it as something that is against, at times, the point of production, against those making the decisions, against the storage of the weapons, or even their actual delivery, saying the operation has been bold.
It too is something in the shadows with a huge potential for escalation. This is the moment first broadcast here. A vast saboteur operation in Poland gave itself away. Caught on camera is Maxim, a 24-year-old Ukrainian living here, recruited online by Russian agents who first just asked him to daub anti-war graffiti. Filmed buying a lot of energy drinks, a move that led Polish agents to arrest him and 15 others because he dropped a receipt from here at a crime scene. His Russian handler, Andrei, had begun asking for much more, positioning cameras, some here, overlooking these tracks to Ukraine, others where Poland trained Ukrainian troops, and for Maxim to commit arson. In all, it got him 6 years in jail.
Amazing how the Russians just recruiting people straight off Telegram who find themselves here in maximum security.
He gave our producer a rare interview inside. We could not record, so an actor is voicing his words.
It was easy money. I needed money badly. I didn't think any of it could cause any harm. It seemed so insignificant. When Andrei told me to install cameras where Poles were training Ukrainian soldiers, that's when I knew it could be serious. It made me feel uneasy. That was when I decided I'd quit. But I never got a chance. I got arrested the next day.
Put together, suspected Russian sabotage is quite widespread, with arson around Poland, at an ammo depot and even a shopping centre. Concerns voiced over a fire at a key Berlin metals factory. Czech officials...
I don't know why the fuck these other NATO members don't just start going to war with Russia. Just end it. Like, bro, If everyone would get involved, it would be solved like fucking yesterday. It's so weird. We already know Putin is literally Hitler. So just end the fucking war by going to war. I don't know why we're just sending weapons to Ukraine and giving them these weird fucking arbitrary rules to follow with foreign weapons. Oh, you can't strike 150 kilometers outside Russia's border. Just everyone get involved, crush Russia like a fucking little bug, and then everyone's happy.
Officials have pointed at Russia over railway hacking. France arrested a pro-Russian separatist plotting to blow up a Paris hardware store, and last month intelligence chiefs warned on a Swedish island close to Russia there was an increased risk of sabotage of weapons bound for Ukraine. But it gets fiercer here, right next to Russia in Estonia. Russia's appetite to disrupt led them, at this tense border crossing, one May night, to sneak out in these thermal camera images and remove the buoys marking where Estonia ends and Russia begins, literally removing the border. Tank traps and razor wires speak of how bad it's got. Estonian GPS signals have been jammed in the sky. Who might be being used.
Yeah, it's just insane.
You believe it versus fat, but it's just Myron being out of pocket.
Let me take a look. Thanks for that donation, Mr. Krabs.
Understand that fitness is a lot more sustainable and easier than people think it is, which is why I make fun of fat people so much.
Because not everyone thinks like that.
No, we need to bring shaming back.
Okay.
We need to bring shaming back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to shame fat people. We need to shame everybody. Because shame, I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat.
And once you get that taste, you're never going to want to go back. And then on top of that, you're going to want to go ahead and tell all those fat asses that you were once friends with, you need to get in shape.
By the way, the amount of strength athletes that are, like, just fat. I mean, look at Eddie Hall when he broke the deadlift world record. Hafthor when he broke it again. Like, he was a round boy. So the idea that you can't be at a high athletic level and be fat, I mean, if you're going to deadlift 500 kilograms, or sorry, 500 kilograms, I haven't seen anybody do it who isn't, like, chunky. There are certain athletic feats that seem to favor or even require you to have a large amount of body fat. So just getting involved in fitness isn't a solution to obesity. This guy isn't going to go out of his way to shame Eddie Hall or Hafthor for deadlifting 500 kilograms. So he just has, like, a ideological hatred of fat people for no particular reason, other than probably just personal insecurity. Blastodon donated $2. Whole thing is men's. At some point, he says he will quit his job, basically, lol.
And look at this danger, man. This fucking danger mouse right here. This guy's hardcore, bro.
Tomato. All right, let's make this quick.
You can watch it in full, but at 13:55 on It Gets Spicy.
Okay.
Okay, I might watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. Dodo $8. I'd like to see Myron body shame.
I want my scroll.
Oh?
What? Where is it? Dragon warrior. Stairs. Who? Come get it. Oh! Finally.
Is that a can of Pringles? Well, I mean, Kung Fu Panda got it done. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh no! Ah! That. It works.
What am I supposed to be looking at here?
Channel stuff. See it coming. Didn't see Heisenberg. It's interesting guy. You should look up the Heisenberg effect. Anyway, when you come across another animal, what is your duty to those animals? Maybe it is to get involved. Maybe it's to do nothing. Maybe you want to fight for the bear. Maybe you want to fight for the, I don't know, what a bear's like a...
This is awesome. But the reality is we live in this crazy world where we coddle fat people, we coddle idiots, we coddle morons, and we don't hold anybody accountable, and we allow mediocrity.
By the way, this is a guy who's a Holocaust denier.
To strive in the West. And I think we need to go back to shaming fat people. We need to go back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising.
I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp.
I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp. I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp. Because being fat is completely not acceptable. Fat people bring a big burden. Equal, and it's all equality for everyone. No, that's not how the world works. Why the fuck should I be treated equally to someone who's fat, broke, not disciplined, and not as intelligent? It's a competition.
There are people who are in incredible shape, who are broke, undisciplined, and their lives are a complete and utter mess. Just look at anybody who trained at fucking Westside Barbell.
You do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so, because you're a fuck up.
Have you experienced depression?
Well, I've had times where I've been sad and stuff, but I always get over it.
So you shouldn't speak on it then.
I think that's very insensitive people to actually have mental
health.
Depression most of the time is not real. No.
That's fucking wild.
No.
That's fucking wild.
It's
The
not.
earth is flat.
A lot of the times when people are depressed, it's because of their own inadequacies. I'm not going to go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a frat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique. Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy through their physique. It's the truth. You can be...
So does this include, like, sumo wrestlers? Because I'm pretty sure that sport's, like, fucking hard.
A fat ass on one end and say, I'm going to just continue to eat cheeseburgers and put on TikTok. And that the person that expect that individual motivate me to get more fit. Well, we need winners and losers. No. We need winners and losers.
The industry
like, there's
is
going to
the
be,
one
inevitably,
catering
there's
to
going to
the
be
people,
losers.
correct?
If you don't respond favorably to shame and bullying, etc., and you don't overcome it, you're effectively a loser.
Good
One thing
for
about,
clout.
you can never believe what women say, man. And the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity and people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way. People aren't going to sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just going to assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. Whose fault is it that they chose an unsustainable route to lose weight? That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim. I don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're always like, again.
Myron's a fucking moron. I remember when I debated him, he was just like a complete fucking idiot and couldn't come up with an argument. It's too bad Jubilee didn't invite me on for any of this shit. I don't know why. I guess I do kind of know why, but... Bro, if you got me in a room with Myron, I'd make him look like a fucking toddler. Grey Knight donated $2. Do you consider forcing an animal to your religion is abuse? No.
Contemplation? No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about veganism. I don't know how you make a gecko turn Muslim.
Astagfirullah. Mother. Leap. Attempt unsuccessful.
That's a nice gecko. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Right. But the reality is, when Doc comes back, he says he's going to come back. He's going to frame it like this. The tweet I made was panicked and had to be purposely vague. The messages were simply out of context jokes that maybe leaned inappropriate at times, but nothing more. It's not serious. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. Twitch says they gave it to authorities.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Let me see this stupid thing again. Yeah, you'd get shot.
All right, try this again. Try this again. Try this again. And right now it's locking. You feel that on the arm? Yes. Yep. He's got me control. Yep. That completely missed him. Here, the eyes are blinded. The weapon is stripped, and we make decisions.
This guy is an absolute fucking nut job.
I'm trying to block you, make your arm stiff. So if I try to arm bar, look, it's not gonna move. Make stiff, make stiff. Okay, we come here. Oh! And now we have control. And that's just, all it is just lifting the elbow. Yeah. Oh shit. Anytime you lift the elbow, oh my God, you control the person. But if you try to grab their arm, like shoulder, like you've seen this before? Yeah. Like grab like this.
Yeah, right. Try doing that against a resisting opponent.
Okay, grab hard. So if I try to get free, look, I can't get free. But we go like this, and we're out right away. Right? So if somebody grabs you, take your hand, open it up, open your hand up, go in a circle over the hand, just like that. Yep. So try to pull you, just like that, and go and push forward. Yes, no matter how hard I hold you.
By the way, this is something that people naturally do. They like twist and move their arm to have somebody not grab them.
Be free.
That isn't a martial arts technique. Watch to the end, it's Aaron P.
Thank you to Detroit. Woo, man. Right?
Oh, hey, it's the gay porn guy. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But there was no charges. I'd like to give more context, but I'm tied to legal obligations. I didn't do anything wrong. No wrongdoings were found, and Twitch paid me. I would bet money that this is a statement, and without evidence, this is really hard to dispute. People like me have nothing to point to besides anonymous sources and journalists who haven't seen anything. The public will believe Doc because that's the only information that will exist.
Shame on you, Dr. Disrespect! Shame on you for what you do!
People are not going to believe journalists just because they say so. There's been too many cases where the reality turned out different than the allegation initially led on. And these cases frankly had more evidence. Slasher is just not a good journalist. He would go on Assange.
Okay, this is just objectively false. Dr. Disrespect is effectively canceled. He can't make any money through YouTube Super Chats or through the AdSense program. He's banned on Twitch. Other streaming platforms are probably going to ban him if he tries to go on them. His company left him. Everyone is accusing him of being a predator. This narrative that, oh, he's not going to get canceled because people just in general aren't going to believe some random journalists like that. We've already seen what's happened.
To promote his article, and he would say that Doc was arrested because of this story.
I did get a DM about an hour ago from someone who lives in Encientas, near Rancho Santa Fe. That is the area that Dr. Disrespect lives in. And he sent me a screenshot from his next door, which is in that area. And there is a comment. This was from 11 a.m. this morning, so this is before my article came out. There is a comment that says, "We just saw Dr. Disrespect in handcuffs. He lives right there. I assuming it has something to do with the accusations."
He's doing that thing where he's making it sound like he has some credible source. He doesn't. It's just a next door post. Even Hassan's like, dude, you're not helping out your credibility with this.
I cannot confirm.
I don't know how to respond to this, okay? I can't believe you just dropped that in here. Because, like, if that is...
article.
The next door screenshot about Doc being arrested is fake. It's a fake screenshot. I didn't even show the next door screenshot. But I don't, like I said, that...
He's a terrible journalist, and if he never returned to cover the story, there would be less confusion. He keeps talking as if he knows things when he doesn't.
Who do you think is winning the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef? Says, I'm just random. Drake's winning.
In conclusion, I place a lot of blame on Twitch, and I think there's two distinct possibilities for what happened. One is that Doc is 100% guilty. The anonymous sources are dead on. They get the report, they want to cut ties with him, but they don't want the bad press of one of their biggest stars being a pedo. This is a dark reality, meaning that Twitch covered up this guy soliciting a minor for their brand. The second possibility is that
Okay, you've got to ask again, why hasn't Dr. Disrespect tried to do anything to mitigate the accusations? Why hasn't Twitch themselves made a statement?
You think this aged well or too soon?
Let me see.
I think I might have just discovered the greatest DLC ever made. So the game Predator Hunting Grounds, based off of the movies, made a DLC some time ago where you were able to change the skin of the Predator into Dr. Disrespect. And I don't know if this aged well or badly, but since the allegations, it is possible that Ilphonic will remove the DLC, or they could double down and make a DLC where all the human characters are underage minors.
That's actually pretty appropriate. Yeah, that is actually a really good DLC. Wasn't even aware of that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Twitch staff saw inappropriate messages, they reported it to authorities, and they banned them. But maybe those messages weren't as explicit depending on your interpretation. And Twitch's lawyers realized this put them in a legally tricky situation, so they settled and paid out. In both scenarios, the Twitch employees are telling the truth, but in option 2, Doc is telling the truth as well. I personally think that he only came out with this statement vaguely admitting to stuff because he thought the messages were going to leak after Cody's post. I'm 75% leaning towards the first theory, but I guess we'll never know. Everyone agrees on one thing though, if the DMs don't leak, Doc is going to be able to set the narrative for his comeback.
Is there some bizarro world that he gets more popular?
He's not going to be able to set the narrative for his comeback. He already admitted guilt, and he did nothing to mitigate any of this. Like, clearly, even if the DMs never leak, clearly they're bad. I don't know why Willie Mack is saying this, and also assuming he's ever going to come back. Doc is a fucking mega millionaire. He can retire whenever the fuck he wants. He's not some fucking brokey who's living paycheck to paycheck on Twitch. I think his Twitch deal was something like several hundred millions of dollars. Like, it's just not... Let me see. Dr. Disrespect. Twitch. Yeah, Twitch deal. They signed Dr. Disrespect for 10 million. Okay, it wasn't...
Nigga fuck you be like I'ma skip some shit got berries in my panties hoochily coochily ass boy on that bullshit. Here watch from this point on to the end at 1.5 or something scoop scoop.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Blast On. So his Twitch deal was like 10 million. That's also not taking into account... That's also not taking into account, like, the money he was making from subs, donations, affiliate links, like, advertising. Like, this guy's a mega millionaire. I would be surprised if he's worth less than 100 million. So he's probably just going to retire for good. I think that's over for him.
Problems that don't rely on violence. And he said to me, violence is the best way to solve your problems. You know who else said that? Nazis. You're welcome.
Nazis didn't say that.
You guys are great with Nazis. Have fun. You can't engage with thought experiments? Gee, how's the flavor? I went to fucking university. We did thought experiments all the fucking time with people who were smart, with actual philosophers, people with fucking Nobel Prizes. That's where I went to university. You know what I mean? You idiots on the internet are just dishonest children playing with your death camp Lego set, thinking that you've thought of something new. You haven't thought of something new. You just thought the same shit the Nazis did. It's the same fucking thing. You're just another boring Nazi. You're just the same as all the other Nazis that came before. It's the same fucking story again and again and again. It's the same thing. You're not some fucking bold new opinion.
This is literally retarded. The only way society functions is through violence or the threat of violence. How do you think the police works? Why do you think you can go out in the, in the street and not have somebody mug you and steal your fucking wallet? It's because there's an ever-present threat of violence. And how do you think we solve that? If somebody does, mug you, somebody does break into your home, somebody does do fucked up shit with violence, the police will fucking arrest them. They might shoot them. People will shoot other people who try to steal their car or break into their home. This guy is an absolute fucking... And if, by the way, if you look at any major change when it comes to human rights, again, it was fought for. The American slave trade ended from a civil war. Women got the right to vote because they were fucking planting bombs. They were marching in the street with fucking pole arms. Like, this is just idiotic. Dodo donated $2. Andrew Tate can now leave Romania. You and that criminal lawyer, Bruce, were wrong. Noobs, frauds, and faggots. Let me see. Andrew Tate can leave Romania. Court in Romania's capital on Friday, July 5th, 2024, ruled that the online influencer Andrew Tate can leave Romanian territory, providing he remains within the European Union as he awaits trial on charges of human trafficking. Okay. I don't know how this substantially changes any of his circumstances, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Opinion. You're not some fucking brand new idea. Kill them all. Violence is the answer. Anyone we don't like is on the chopping block. Off with their heads. Nothing new. Same old shit. Same old shit. You fucking Nazi bastards. Same old fucking Nazi bullshit.
All right. Well, this is thoroughly retarded. If Sky comes into the chat, I'll offer to debate him.
I don't know.
When he returns the stream.
If you were to ask me this question, 5 days ago, I would have said no. But considering that I've seen so much defense of Dr. Disrespect's actions from people who understand the situation and yet still defend him, and people who, like, I guess, are voluntarily misunderstanding the situation and defend him, I don't know. Maybe there is a market for this sort of thing.
By misunderstanding, he means people who want to see the evidence. It's hard to blame them because no public source has seen the messages. Evidence matters. Well, there you go. The full doc story. Now you could drum up your...
All right. Tommy Robinson.
Inside their door. Now, when I went to move their stuff...
Let's see. Intro, Spot of Trouble, detained in Calgary.
So, Mr. Robinson, my wife and I have been following you a long time, trying to figure out what the hell's going on and what you're up to. And so you've just run into a spot of trouble, you might say, in Canada.
Welcome to Canada.
Yeah. Welcome to Justin Trudeau's Canada.
Communist.
Yeah. So maybe, why don't you start with what happened in Calgary and what you think happened, because no one really knows.
So I landed I went to Montreal. I spent a week in Montreal. I met Gad Sad. I met Ensaf Badawi. I've been in contact with that family for 10 years. Went for dinner there. Then I travelled to Calgary.
That's the family of the guy who's trapped in...
So Raif Badawi,
yeah.
He put a statement online in Saudi Arabia saying Jews, Christians and Muslims are equal. That's what he said. He was prosecuted. He got 10 years in prison and they kept trying to do him for apostasy. So they were trying to sentence him to death. He was sentenced to 1,000 lashes. Now, this was in 2011, 2012. And that was just at the start of my activism, but I was in contact with Raif and his family. So he had 3 children, same age as my children. And I've just visited his family. To know that he still hasn't embraced and be able to hug his family still now is insane. Yeah. And there was a fight for his freedom, and Canada gave his family, who at the time, I was in contact with them back then, he gave them refugee status. And so I come to Canada and I went to meet his family. They invited me for dinner. I had a lovely time. Then I come to Calgary. When I landed in Canada, I contacted Ezra Levant because I used to work for Rebel Media. Said, I'm in Canada. He said, great, let's set up a couple of events. And so I landed, and then we set up the first event for 6 days later, which was in Calgary. So I then travelled to Calgary, gave my first speaking event, talking about my politics, talking about my journalism back home, telling about my story. And as I went to leave the event at the end, four cars pulled up, arrested me, detained me, took me to an immigration centre. I wasn't charged. It was quite insane, actually. It's quite bizarre because...
Were you ever charged with anything?
Never charged with anything.
And so what I found particularly strange about that was that I understand that you were detained for some time at the airport. I was
detained
to begin with?
For 3 or 4 hours at Immigration 1. So they went, and I've got a copy of my stamp. So they stamped me with queries. I think because I travelled in on an Irish passport from Denmark. and I didn't have a return flight.
Well, they probably knew who you were too.
Yeah, but when they questioned me for the 3-4 hours, they want to know who I was seeing, where I was staying. I gave them all that information. They made phone calls to the people, and then they released me. And then as I said, when they come, they said they detained me. They took me to the immigration centre, and then they seemed like they were trying to release me straight away. Which the officers didn't seem like they wanted to be detaining me. They said, Tommy, listen, if you agree to conditions, we can get you out the door.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't agree to conditions, you're going to be on a flight to Vancouver and you're going to be detained. And that detainment could be for a while, yeah?
Okay.
But I said, okay.
Draw Tash Peterson, aka Vegan Booty.
Let me see.
Women fought for rights for thousands of years and failed miserably to get them, same with fighting against slavery. So I don't agree with you about fighting for things necessarily, as other things probably have to happen first. This is a dumb point.
Women fought for rights for thousands of years and failed miserably. They didn't fight for their rights for thousands of years. To get them same with fighting against slavery. Wait, women fought for rights for thousands of years and failed miserably to get them same with fighting against slavery. That's not a proper sentence. So I don't agree with you about fighting for things necessarily, as other things probably have to happen first. This is a dumb point. If there's enough of a political interest and or you can be enough of a disruption to public order, then violence works. There's really no debating that. Again, look at the Civil War. The Civil War ended slavery. So, yeah, and it's because we won. The North won. If the North lost, then yeah, there would still be slavery. Same with like the Nazis. The Nazis lost. Like, there's always going to be some form of tyranny. Again, you can look at the historical record. Like, all of these tyrannical regimes, they were defeated with violence, not by somebody telling them, "Can you stop? It's not nice." So violence works. When you look at how society works, like, again, why do you think you can walk down the street relatively safely? It's because violence works. There's a police force that will fuck you up if you do stupid shit. Other people will fuck you up if you do stupid shit. You can look at the rates of muggings in a state like Texas versus a state like California. You are much less likely to get mugged in Texas, likely because Texans can legally carry firearms, whereas in California it's much more restricted. So, violence works. Society is run by violence or the threat of violence. That's the only way society can function. But yeah, when you look at major human rights victories, again, they're also resolved with violence. So, I don't know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude. I don't know if this photo isn't really large enough. Can't really see enough detail in her face. Let me just see if I can get a photo with her face more clearly. I'll just like draw her head. There we go. That's good enough, I guess. Fuck. Eh. Tend to draw things too small. Oh, that's just, that's absolutely fucked. Fuck! 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 I'll do it over. Uh... That's, Damn it. Damn it. What does that do? Oh my god. I just want to move it. Son of a bitch. Okay, whatever.
If I had a pet gecko, I would not convert it to Islam but to
sucks.
witchcraft, so the magic would transform it into a fire-breathing dragon that I would use to destroy Hamas.
Well, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If violence works, then you'd agree Palestinians' resistance against the Israeli genocide is justified by any means necessary. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. The Israeli colony is losing to the people fighting for the liberation.
So, Israel's not losing, Hamas is getting completely fucking wiped out, and it's not a genocide, and the reason the fucking war is going on in the first place is because Palestinians tried to genocide Israelis. You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. That's about right. I'm just gonna get these proportions right first off, so I have a guide to go by. Okay. Oh, crap. How do you do the... I can't remember how you adjust opacity. Fuck. Whatever. Mike donated $2. Let me
Do you
see.
think the Democrats may actually try and tough this out and keep him there?
Yeah, it's possible that they're stupid.
Biden Israel debate. Let me see.
Miraculous come.
Draw MK Scorpion. The classic ninja look Scorpion with his flaming skeleton head, burning cosmic skeptic punishing him for not being vegan anymore.
Okay, I will do that next for the next drawing request. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Back in political history is required here, and it's required from a guy who looks like he's asleep while he's at the debate.
And in
there's
relation,
no chance.
Okay, and in relation to the war, to Israel-Hamas war.
Yes. So
what is going to happen here, and what do you want the next president to do?
Yeah, I mean, in regards to being fair and decent to the Palestinians, it's nearly hopeless in the American political landscape. So Joe Biden is the guy who supported and funded the slaughter in Gaza. So he's hopeless, and that cost us 30 points with younger voters. So he's both going to lose the election, and his policy is awful.
This is retarded. He's making the same as though this is a reason not to vote for Biden. You think Trump would be better for Israel-Palestine?
Donald Trump is arguably worse.
Those Islamic terrorists wouldn't know what hit them when my pet dragon is burying them alive, ha ha ha.
Goddamn right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What does he mean arguably worse? He's objectively worse. We know he's racist. We know he hates anybody who doesn't have white skin. And, I mean, look at his policies while he was in president. He moved the Israeli embassy over to Jerusalem.
Now it's just an open fact that he took about $100 million 2 different times in 2016 and 2020 from Sheldon Adelson. And he did exactly as he was ordered. He moved the embassy based on Adelson's demands. Our embassy, he changed our foreign policy to serve Israel to annex the West Bank, which would cause a collapse.
The West Bank isn't annexed.
From $90 to $100 million, and she wants Israel to annex.
How much to have one of your drawing requests printed on one of your merch? If I like your next drawing, I want to buy it. Lol.
I mean, I could do that. Like, what drawing do you want? I was thinking of making the tardigrade that I drew on the merch store. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
The West Bank, which would cause a colossal war in the Middle East. And it would be the worst thing you could possibly imagine. But
Okay, whatever. Jank being stupid. Nothing new. Fuck. Eyebrow's not quite thick enough, I think. Um... Okay. I might just want to, like, copy that and flip it. The thing's pretty symmetrical anyway. Ugh. No. Eh. Yeah, that's too far apart. I don't know if that's big enough or if it's... Maybe the eyes are just too small.
Have you seen this? Shapiro being at 1:35. Can we watch them when live?
Give me a second. Okay, I think that's better.
I want you to watch this interaction between
Yeah, I've
Ben
already seen that.
Without further ado, can I announce Mr. Ben
1:35.
Root of Judeo-Christian culture, raising serious and fascinating questions about power and morality. Never mind the spectacular music of Handel. The opera had to be canceled, lest the supporters of barbarians be offended. The same week the Opera Society canceled Handel, the Cambridge Student Union considered a motion blaming Hamas's slaughter of innocents on, quote, decades of violent oppression of the Palestinian people by the Israeli state, and demanding that the student union, quote, condemn the British government's support for the Israeli state. That same motion called for a mass uprising.
Okay, not really interested. Can we watch them when they're live? No. I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, Riley. I'm using Procreate for the Fuck! Why did it do that? Oh my god. Okay. Eh. I'm really bad at drawing noses. Oh, this is awful. Yeah, that's bad. Um... I'm doing the best I can. Wait, what? I don't know why it's deleting some of the shit that I draw. It's really annoying. Okay.
It's a shame lizards can't pull a Maleficent in real life just so we could take care of Hamas.
Yeah, it is quite a shame, isn't it? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. All right, it's coming along. Oh wait, I can't move the one layer. Shit. Crap. Oh man. It doesn't really affect anything. Who cares? I fucked up some of the layers. And then her hair. Her hair is gonna be super fucking, like, impossible to draw here. I'm definitely, the worst part of this is gonna be the fucking hair. I don't know how to fucking draw hair. Okay, well that's some good homeless crackhead hair. I don't know. Jesus. I made her jaw too wide, too. Yeah, why did I make that so fucking wide? Holy fuck. That even looks worse. I don't know, that's the best I can do. Whatever. There's my drawing of Tash Peterson that I didn't do a good job on. Now I gotta draw fucking Scorpion, Burning Cosmic Skeptic. Shit. Actually, that looks like shit. Uh, and Cosmic Skeptic. What does that asshole look like? Look at that fucking sick fuck's creepy, beady little eyes. Okay, there's my... Whoops. There's my drawing of Scorpion killing Cosmic Skeptic by igniting him with his, like, skull fire breath thing. Hope you enjoyed that drawing, sir. I think that's a pretty good one.
So what do you want me to agree to? They said agree to not leave Calgary and agree to sign in the police station three times a week. So my event...
Did they say why?
Well, it become quite obvious why, because it was to block my appearance at Edmonton. They said, you're not... I said, what about Edmonton? And I've got an event sold out tomorrow in Edmonton.
Right.
You're not allowed to go to Edmonton.
Okay, got it.
And then I said, I'm due to be in Toronto. You're not allowed to go to Toronto. So I said, okay, so that's what this is about then.
I see. And did they say on what grounds you weren't allowed to speak to all the people who'd already paid for you to speak to them?
They said that they didn't believe I've been entirely honest with them in my immigration meeting. So we didn't put up any event for sales for a talking engagement. until I was in Canada. When I was in Canada and I spoke to Rebel Media, so once I was through immigration, I spoke to Ezra. Ezra said, right, let's do a couple of speaking engagements. So they said they believe I knew I was doing speaking engagements before I come here. But there was no ticket sales, there was nothing before I come here. It was once I got in it. But I said, what difference does that make? What difference does that make? I'm in Canada, you've given me 6 months, I believe, to be here, yeah, when you've allowed me in. What difference does it make whether I'm speaking or not? Then they said, and we had lawyers present for all of this, and Ezra hired us the best immigration lawyer. They said that you're only allowed 5 days. If you're coming and doing a speaking engagement, which is a different visa to what you've got, then you're allowed 5 days. So you've had your first day in Calgary, so you can't do Toronto anyway, because it's 7 or 8 days later. And then the immigration lawyer said, well, that's not true, because you're allowed 5 separate dates, and it doesn't matter if they're over the 6 months. So they were trying to twist things the whole time. But then they seemed in a very bad situation, which they were trying to... We spent 2 days of negotiations. So it was...
Was this in Calgary?
In Calgary, yeah. In Calgary, with lawyers, to negotiate my exit from the country. So for them, we had to negotiate because what they said is you're not free to leave at the minute. You can't leave. It's my daughter's birthday next week, so I was concerned. I didn't want to tell him that, but I was concerned that I was going to be held here. Then I was concerned whether they were holding me here till after July 27th, which is my next big event in the UK. Right. So my head started going down all the rabbit holes, trying to work out what they're doing. But I don't think they knew what they were doing, if I'm honest. After speaking...
Well, it is Canada under Justin Trudeau, so that's a fair assumption.
Lol. That drawing is perfect. I want that on your next t-shirt or hoodie. Take my money.
I'll consider it. I'd want to touch it up a bit before I put it on a hoodie, but thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
And they didn't want to be doing it. It was very clear. The officers that were doing it...
In Calgary.
In Calgary.
Yeah, I wondered about...
Were so nice.
Yeah.
Were so nice the whole time.
And who picked you up? What was the agency?
The Canada Border Immigration Agency, CBSA.
Right, so it was the federal people.
The federal people, yeah. And they said it had come from... Because I asked them, I recorded them in the back of the car, saying who's ordered my detention and what for. And they said for immigration violations.
Yeah, I poked around in the Alberta government to see if there was any involvement there, and I found no evidence that they knew anything about what was going on with you at all, or could find out about anything.
And it doesn't make sense, because then now they've just given me back my passport. But they only give me back my passport under the agreement that I've booked my flight to leave from Toronto.
Now, do you have a speaking engagement in Toronto?
Today, yeah.
Today. When is it?
It's at 5. It starts at 5 o'clock.
Right. Okay. So what did you want to come here to speak about?
So I'll be honest, this possibly could be the most important interview I've done of my life, yeah? I currently face, since leaving the UK, I had a huge event on the 1st of June. Since leaving the UK, I've received no paperwork, but a far-left organisation have put out that I'm going to be in court on July 29th. Facing 2 years in prison for a film that I made 4 years ago. So I made a film.
Why are you being charged for... Tammy and I watched that film last week.
You've watched the film?
Yeah, now, the only thing I saw about it that was, could be argued to be questionable was the fact that you recorded people who didn't want to talk without them knowing. Now, my sense was that it was perfectly understandable why you did that. But, in terms of looking for malfeasance, say, that seemed to be the most obvious thing. Now, you were investigating something, like you have been a lot, as far as I'm concerned, something unspeakably vile. And so it seems to me that you had a moral obligation as a human being and as a journalist to do exactly that. But, what the hell? Why are you up on charges for 2...
So I'm up for contempt because when we talk about the politicisation of the judiciary or the weaponisation of the judiciary, basically, when this story that you've watched, this story went global. It was a global news story, which was a total fabricated story.
Yeah, you maybe clue people into the story.
So there was a Syrian refugee in a school in the north of England, and he's held down on video by a white English pupil, and he pours a bottle of water over him. Now, the headlines were that Syrian refugee was racially attacked and waterboarded. Yeah? So that was the headline, and that went CNN, it went ABC Australia, it went BBC. It was the biggest news story of the world, yeah? And they blew it up. Now, the story the public were told was that it was a racist attack because he was a Syrian and because he was a refugee. And everyone was told that the white English boy was a racist bully. Now, very quickly as this blew up, I think £170,000 was donated to the Syrian refugee. Our politicians used it. Everyone used this story for their agenda. So the Home Secretary invited the Syrian refugee to Parliament. Professional Lennox Lewis, world champion boxers, made invites to him.
Probably not a good idea to do that when he's a Syrian refugee. We know all about people from Syria.
Everyone was supporting the Syrian refugee because of the way the story was portrayed. I very quickly got contacted by mothers and parents at the school and pupils at the school saying that there were allegations that the Syrian refugee had beat up girls, he'd attacked girls, he'd threatened to rape girls, all of these allegations. So I made a video saying to the public, you're being lied to about this event, okay? This is not the entire story. You've got a 10-second clip. Stop donating your money, and this isn't the truth. From that, then we have a celebrity jihadist lawyer who represents all the jihadists. So if you've, yeah, his name's Mohammed Akunji. So he's the man trying to get Shamina Begum back into the UK. That's the girl that went to the ISIS bride. He was the lawyer for Michael Adebolajo, who beheaded Lee Rigby. He is the celebrity jihadist lawyer. He then contacts me, and it worked with everyone else. Everyone else that was threatened over this story shut up or retracted their statements, yeah? He contacted me and said, you have to pay £50,000, make an apology for your defamation, because I went online and said that the Syrian refugee had threatened to stab someone, and I said he attacks girls.
Yeah.
They said that wasn't true, so they then started legal proceedings to sue me.
Okay.
This is where it starts. So they start legal proceedings to sue me. I then launch into action, investigating, because I know what I've said's true, because I spoke to parents, pupils, I spoke to everyone at the school. So then I thought, how do I prove? I'm always thinking outside of the court, because there's no jury in this court case. I'm thinking of public opinion. I need to show the public that I have credibility and I haven't lied to you. In fact, I was the only
By the way, the idea that a Syrian refugee wouldn't be assaulting women and threatening to stab people. He's from Syria. Like,
journalist in Britain who told you the truth about this story. Now, when you see the film, if they can change the entire story, they change.
Someone may want to debate. Who wants to debate me?
Changed and deceived the entire nation on this story. How many other stories are we seeing daily which are total?
I mean, like the story about Biden being competent. Like that story, for example.
Oh, God. Here we go. Yeah, this fucking idiot is still a Trump supporter.
Like when they hide it, like the Hunter Biden story, when certain stories...
Right, Russian disinformation.
Oh my God, yeah, that's great. All the fucking talking points.
50 intelligence officers swearing to
it. They hide certain stories and then they pump other stories. Now, why did they pump this story? This story was about supporting...
Well, now the SJWS will want to cancel you for saying that VG.
Well, they can try, but they will fail. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Migration, supporting refugee status, because the reality was the British government at this time, this Syrian refugee was one of 20,000 welcomed in by the Conservative government at the height of the ISIS conflict. So if the reality could be told, which was allegations of the boy being a bully, attacking girls, stabbing people, and I'll get onto all of this. So if that was the truth, then people might start challenging the government policy. Now, the government very quickly used this story, invited the Syrian refugee. He was on every news show. Once they'd done that, they couldn't go back on it. They had to crush the story, yeah? At which point, I then wear a hidden camera and I say, let's go and speak to the teachers. Let's find out what's gone on up in Huddersfield. The first teacher I go to, who was an Asian gentleman, come out and just said straight away, Tommy, I took the money. I said, what do you mean you took the money? He said, I took the money. I said, they paid you. Who paid you? Kirklees Council. Now, the leader of Kirklees Council was Shabir Pandor, who's a Muslim. His brother's the lead. Do you remember the school story in Batley where a school teacher tried to talk about Mohammed, and that school teacher's still in hiding now. So the man that organised the rally outside that school is a Mufti Pandor. So Shabir...
Dude, this is crazy. UK is super corrupt.
I remembered that some of the happiest times in my life was when I lived with my mother and we were poor as fuck. I slept on the floor and didn't have glasses the entire school year, but I was so happy. Life is so much easier now. I refuse to be miserable.
Hell yeah, dude. Goddamn right about that. There is an infinite amount of hentai with butts that you can explore. What excuse do we have to be miserable when there is a wealth of hentai butts you can look at? Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
Pandor, is the leader of the council. His brother is the main radical imam who organised all the protests. Now, at the time, in the city of Huddersfield, it was the biggest grooming scandal. Grooming is rape jihad, gangs of Muslim men who are raping young girls in our country's history, yeah? This was a perfect news story to change the narrative, which is what they done.
Right.
So the teacher says he was paid. I say how much. He whispers on camera, £18,000. So then he goes on to tell me that
Okay, this is fucking insane.
the Syrian refugee come up to his classroom to beat up a girl. Remember, my allegation is that he beats up girls. And then we go on to get the school records.
Yeah.
We have, and just so you can see the deception to the British public, the Syrian refugee was sat on TV and making comments like, I don't like to break the school rules.
Yes.
Well, his school records show 117 disciplinaries. His school records show that the teacher...
He meant he didn't like to break them 150.
150 times. But the public were totally deceived on this. And they donated £180,000 to this child, yeah?
Yeah.
And at the same time as this, the English boy was portrayed as a racist bully.
Right.
Which was a total...
They had to move, right?
Their house come under attack. There was threats to rape the sisters. Do you know what
Dude, that's why do not give up your guns. Some idiot is going to fucking let in a bunch of Syrian refugees as soon as you do anything to upset the radical fucking Muslims. They're going to come to your house, throw Molotovs, and you got to be fucking ready with a good pump gun to fucking blast them away.
you don't see in the story? Do you know that boy lived with me for 3 years? That boy. I took him home. I took the family home. So they live 4 hours away.
And didn't they?
Oh, dude, I know the half of it in the UK. I'm pretty, up to date on all the crazy Muslim refugees and shit in the UK. I know how bad it is. There's massive Muslim neighborhoods where they'll literally just beat your ass if you go into the neighborhood. There's fucking targeted terror attacks, stabbings. There's like stabbings all the time at fucking, what's it called? Speaker's Corner. I know how bad it is. The UK government let in hundreds of thousands of fucking crazy Muslim refugees, and they start shit all the fucking time. Bro, back when I had my old Call of Duty clan, a friend of mine had family that was living in the UK. They were Dutch, but they moved to the UK. They had Muslim neighbors that, for whatever reason, they just started fucking going insane. And they were climbing up onto the dude's roof and trying to break in his fucking
Professional
roof.
grifter Candace Owens is on the Allies' bad, Axis good grift whining about more Christians and more Germans. Do you think she believes in anything other than money? I don't think she even loves her children and her dumbass husband.
She's the ultimate fucking racist pick-me black person. Anything that, obviously she's an anti-Semite. She hates Jews, but she loves white people. So she thinks the Germans didn't do anything bad. They were just protecting their country from Jews. And, she goes off on those sorts of narratives, but she's after money, and she's trying to promote some weird ideological narrative that white people are the best people on the planet and Jews and everybody else are evil. Thanks for the donation, Goomba.
Islam really needs to be banned forever.
Well, my position is any religious text or piece of religious texts that promote violence, especially towards protected groups, need to be banned. So portions in the Quran that promote jihad, that promote rape, slavery, things like that, they need to be banned. And that includes the Christian Bible, the Hebrew Bible, crap like that. All of that crap should be banned. I don't know exactly how to go about that, but if there's ever anybody who if there's anybody who's selling, say, let me see. If there's anybody who's preaching about some of these passages like jihad without, like, within a religious context and not like a historical context. So if you were to, say, teach the Quran in a college classroom, you can talk about passages in the Quran in their historical context for educational reasons. But if there's like an imam at a Muslim church, they can't give a sermon preaching about how you should commit jihad. That should be in violation of like hate speech laws. So I think I don't see any fucking way forward here. If we're going to allow, you know, all these people to promote a fucking crazy whack job religion that inspires them to like fucking murder each other, it's just insane. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
The Catholic Church is the worst form of Christians if you'd ask me. Personal experience, of course.
Probably, if we're going to say the absolute degree of harm they commit, I would say probably. I've known some people who've been in some, like more niche Christian cults. And I've heard of some crazy shit. I had a friend whose parents put him in Sunday school, or like the Sunday school program. It wasn't actually a Sunday school program. It was this weird Christian cult that was preaching about the end times. And it was like just a step before, you know, that suicide religion where everybody drank the poisoned beverage before the meteorites came. They were telling all these kids to stop going to school, don't get a job, the end of the world is coming, and we all have to be ready. And they're teaching these kids to just constantly pray. And he wasn't allowed to leave. They got these big dudes to like block the doors so that these kids couldn't fucking leave. So there are these weird niche Christian cults that are like that you could argue are worse than the Catholic Church. But in terms of absolute magnitude of harm, just because of the size of the Catholic Church, yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Aaron P. needs James Wade, donate $2. A video game I'm interested in is releasing July 15th, and I'm going to take 3 weeks off. May not be in chat, so Aaron P. didn't dead, just no-lifing a sports game that I waited for 11 years. P.S. This is Aaron P. Can I borrow James Wade? Poopy bum. Well, maybe stream it, Aaron, if you're just going to be playing the game, and maybe James can donate to you. Thanks for the donation, though, Aaron.
Are you referring Jim Jones? That convinces followers to drink Kool-Aid that was laced.
Yes, that's the guy. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Not to mention the Catholic Church also has a buttload of child molestation.
Yep. Yep, you goddamn right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Put them in a ratty hotel right next to a brothel?
They were putting them in the
an Islamic district.
They were putting them in the Islamic district that Mufti Pandor, the man who organised the protest outside the school, controls the main mosque next door.
How soon did he show up at the school after?
The next day.
The next day.
And the story, so people understand, the story wasn't organic. The story of the bottle of water happens here. 4 weeks later, it blows up into international news. Now, what happens in that 4 weeks? The celebrity jihadist lawyers working with the Home Office, They put in a criminal record check on the Syrian's family. So they're making sure the family are clean before they blow it up. The criminal record check comes back, say, on the 25th. On the 26th, it's world news. So it wasn't like this story just went online and blew up and everyone started reporting on it. They had 4 weeks to plan it, and they planned it, and they planned the entire story. And what you see, the Syrian refugee had a broken arm at the time, yeah? He had his arm in a plaster cast. Now, what the public were told was that he broke his arm in another racist attack. So when I went to the head teacher's house, after already having a teacher say he was paid £18,000 to prevent him telling the truth about the Syrian, I then go to the head teacher's house who just said, Tommy, I've never had my chance to talk about this, yeah? I'm not allowed to, okay? I said, so have you signed a non-disclosure agreement? Did they pay you? And he goes on to say they blackmailed him. They threatened him. So when this went onto world news...
Holy fuck.
And when I say who's they, he says...
Dude,
Theresa
he caught this on camera.
May, who was our Prime Minister at the time, she spoke about this in the United Nations meeting. She spoke about this story. That's how big this story was. And then they came into his school and he said he'd worked there for 25 years. He joined education to help pure... I could have done a whole documentary on that head teacher, yeah?
They closed the school?
They closed the school down.
Eventually, yeah.
So what happened to his arm?
So basically the head teacher says, do you know how he broke his arm? And I did, but I said, no, tell me how he broke his arm. He said he was attacking a pupil 4 years younger than him. So he was 15, he was attacking an 11-year-old boy after racially abusing the boy's mum, yeah?
Yeah.
So he is attacking the boy and another pupil, because he had a little boy in the headlock, another pupil pushed him off. That's how he broke his arm. But I said, that's not what the whole world was told. We were told.
He fell against a curb, eh?
He fell against a curb.
Yeah.
And that's what the records show from the school. And the head teacher says on camera, I investigated it. I know how he broke his arm, yeah? And then I asked the head teacher, well, how come the public were never told any of this? He said, we told the media. We were telling the media. All of us were. It was never reported.
Huh.
You know, it really baffles me. Why the hell does the mainstream media have any interest in protecting radical Islamites who are like fucking refugees in their country who are starting shit?
Hey Richard, did Jasmine leave you and take all your subscribers and money, forcing you to move back into your mom's basement? What do you think about Ezel Mazad's relationship troubles?
No, Jasmine and I are still together, and Ezel is a lying narcissist. Is he still talking about this? Whoa, he took like 2 weeks off.
The internet has created a culture. The internet has created an... What's responsible? What's good? To emphasize the extent to which, especially in matters of the heart, is what? Okay? The mask.
Yeah, so Ezel is a manipulative, abusive fuck. He probably gaslit his younger girlfriend into thinking that she's the problem in the relationship. What's funny is she cheated on him, even though apparently he's this perfect guy with a massive penis, always respectful, gives her 50 orgasms a day, and then she goes and cheats on him, and then he makes her make like 20 fucking videos about how she's an awful whore. And he also made a video fucking, I wonder if he deleted it. He made some video where he was crying on camera after he made this video. Yeah, I think this is the one where he like cried.
Practicing.
No, that's not the one. I think he deleted it. He made this video. Yeah, that's it, right?
Not because of the person they were in the past.
And by the way, this is a guy who said his girlfriend was abusive to him for all these years. She was being so mean to him, but he has this massive penis and he has all these girls throwing themselves at him. So, like, why would he stay with this girl who's a problem for him when he can get any girl he wants? He's just so fucking full of shit, dude. He's a manipulative fucking whack job narcissist. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Have you ever debated/interacted, online, IRL or both, with religious people that are neither Christian nor Muslims? Apparently the Hindu nationalists are crazy. I've heard Destiny had some interactions some Hindus on Twitter.
I've never debated a Hindu before, but yeah, the Hindu nationalists are complete insane whack jobs. I only just learned about it recently, but they're just absolute fucking lunatics. Thanks for the donation, Goomba.
So then the head teacher goes on to state that they made him sign a non-disclosure agreement. They then escorted him off the school property, and he'd never worked a day since. And part of his agreement, he's not even allowed to talk to other teachers. So they totally shut this case down. Now, whilst they shut this case down, I was a problem because I was a journalist with a very large following telling the public and the world they're lying to you. Yeah. So how did they deal with me? They then started legal proceedings. Now, legal proceedings to sue me because they said the allegations I made were lies. Now, so I had to prove.
Who was they?
The lawyers, the law firm. Okay. But then, as a journalist, I can prove everything I reported is what I was told. I had the messages from a mum who sent me pictures of her daughter's face with bite marks. Yeah. So I went to court first of all and said, "Well, I'm a journalist. I reported what I was told." Yeah. The judge didn't allow that. The judge said, "No, you have to."
Are you planning on making another epic vegan cheat day video? Could you?
Not really. I'm having trouble eating a lot as it is, and I'm trying to eat more like clean foods and shit. I don't really want to have some like crazy cheat day where I eat nothing but cupcakes, and yeah, I just don't want to. I'm hoping in the next like 3-4 weeks I'm gonna hit 405, and then I'm gonna start dieting. Maybe before the diet I'll have like a cheat day or something, vlog it, or celebrate the 405 bench. But yeah, I'm not really planning on doing that. Thanks for the donation though, Creepy Clown.
Prove it is true. So I said, well, I don't have protection as a journalist that I reported what I was told, yeah? So why do I have to even, if I was told it and I reported the allegation, but then
you had the school records, or did you not have them?
No, I didn't have them at this point.
I see.
I didn't have them at this point. So then he said, you have to prove it's true. I said, okay. So then they put me.
Going online without ExpressVPN is like putting all your passwords
on
expressvpn.com/Jordan today.
So then they put me to trial. Now, I spent £100,000 on lawyers at the start of this. It was going up to £200,000 for my legal fees. Then it all became very apparent what this was for me very quickly, because we sat down in court and they agreed their legal costs. We're up to £750,000.
Right.
So then I'm like, okay, this is what's happening.
Lawfare.
For me to fight this, and I couldn't afford to fight it, so I couldn't afford the legal teams, but we got into the proving truth. So I had all the recordings, so I went and got 7 teachers. One teacher, a female, says on camera, women couldn't speak to this Syrian refugee.
Right.
He hated women, I say, what was he like? He was aggressive. And I asked the teachers the same questions. What was Jamal like? And what was Bailey, the English racist bully? And whenever I mentioned Bailey's name, they said, oh, what a beautiful boy.
Yeah, right.
Really nice kid. Now, so people understand the story of why I couldn't back down anyway, is when this story blew up on international news, I went to meet the family, the English boy, and I went to a hotel and I met the mum. They were hiding in the hotel because the police, you're right, were putting them in a hostile Islamic area in some hotel. So when I met the mum, she was crying her eyes out. She said, I've spent all my Christmas money, Tommy. I've got no Christmas money for the kids. I've been here for a week hiding. We don't know what to do. she had 2 9-year-old little girls with her twins, 2 mixed race little girls who were Bailey's little sisters.
Right. Oh, yes, right.
So
That's important.
Yeah, it's because they're calling them a racist family. So I said to the family, I said, okay, come and stay with me, yeah, till we sort this out. So I come back up the next day and we go to the house. Now, at the time when this blew up onto national news, their address was put out. And when their address was put out, gangs had turned up, which I wear.
Wow. Right, so they'll ban you from owning firearms, but then the fucking news agencies in the UK will leak your address, and then Muslim gangs will show up and threaten to kill you. Brilliant, UK. Dude, get out while you still can. UK is a fucking shithole.
Again, to prove to the public that it's not my allegation of this, I go and knock on the neighbours' doors and say, what was it like? And they say, cars of Muslim men were turning up here, saying they're going to rape the sisters, they're raping the mum. And then the family at the time barricaded themselves. So the 2 little sisters and the mum barricaded themselves inside their door. Now, when I went to move their stuff the next day, the family wouldn't come back to the house. They were too scared. I said, right, we'll go with men to your property and get you all your belongings, yeah? Because the Christmas presents were under the tree. So that's what the mum was like, my Christmas presents were under the tree. All the kids' stuff said, when I got there, we couldn't get in the bedroom door. The bedroom door was only this much open, yeah? Where the family, this is to understand what the family had to go through. They'd had to barricade themselves in as gangs of Muslims were outside, attempting to get in the house because the boy poured a bottle of water over him. And not just the boy poured a bottle of water over him, but every single, Piers Morgan, Jeremy Vine, the biggest commentators in our country, demanded severe retribution. That's their words, against this child. He was a child. So even if he had...
and you said he poured...
Wasn't Bailey responding to something that Jamal had done when he poured the water?
So what I said originally was that Jamal had threatened to stab Bailey. That was my allegation, because that's what Bailey had told me. When we go to the teachers' houses, I had her under posh teacher because she spoke very well. She said, you do know, and this is all on the documentary, you do know he threatened to rape Bailey's little 9-year-old sisters, don't you? Yeah. So when you see the boy pouring a bottle of water over him in the playground, he doesn't physically beat him up.
No.
Yeah? Pours a bottle of water over him. You don't get any backstory. And although all the teachers knew the backstory, yeah, one of the teachers, I knocked on her door, and I'm so gutted because there was a teacher who knew Bailey, and when I knocked on her door, she just got on her knees crying.
Oh, dear.
She just felt on her knees crying. And I know why she felt on her knees crying. That's guilt, yeah? And every one of those teachers, the head teacher had a breakdown. The head teacher's life was a breakdown. And the sad story was, I spoke to other pupils, because I spoke to so many people. Another pupil who had serious mental health issues, always self-harming. When I met him, he said, you see, if it wasn't for that head teacher, I'd be dead now. I wouldn't have survived my school time without that head teacher. Yeah. That head teacher saved my life on many occasions, the fact that I could go and talk to him, yeah? So this head teacher was a brilliant man from everyone I spoke to. They threw him under the bus. They closed the school down. So to get rid of this problem...
They closed the school.
They closed the school.
That's amazing.
The school was gone.
Amazing. So I still want to know a little bit more about, the contempt issue.
So the contempt issue is, I went to court, and 5 pupils who I don't know came to court and testified. Now, one of those pupils got A grade is the best you can get in school. So one of those pupils got 11 A's, yeah? A young girl called Charlie, okay? Her life's been destroyed through this as well. This is what I'm so angry about, yeah? This isn't about saying I lied. You've said these children lied, yeah? That's what the judge has done.
Yeah, right.
So what he done, this pupil come to court, she gave testimony that the Syrian boy, within a week of being in school, beat her up with a hockey stick, yeah? And she still
hit her in the back
with a hockey stick. Another boy come to court and testified that he witnessed it, yeah? Another girl come to court and testified that he spat in her face and attacked her. Another boy comes to court and said he racially abused her mum. But this is
You said the journalists left.
They left court.
Before that happened.
So
and then the judge said that all those people were lying and said that people have all sorts of reasons to lie.
They just make things...
Sorry, they're testifying under oath. How the fuck can a judge just say they're lying? That... Does the UK have a court system anymore? Like, this is just insane.
So basically, as the Syrian refugee was giving evidence, the media was sitting there and headlines were going everywhere about how scared he was with my video, yeah? And how he was intimidated and his family were in danger. We find out from the police records there were no threats, yeah? But this is how and then when it got to the first of our witnesses, which is 5 pupils, yeah? when it got to the witnesses, I mean, I watched the media get up and walk out of court. And I sat there looking at the judge. So they walked out of court. So as each one of these witnesses gave evidence, then not one single thing got portrayed to the British public. So the public were told nothing of what the allegations were.
Again. Yeah.
It's a total... And I sat there and I said to the judge, where are they gone? There's another news story. I said, so no one's reporting this. No one's... And then what the judge done, I then produced 7 covert recordings. Now, the covert recordings proved that the council, because the head teacher was paid, this teacher was paid, and they all said they were paid, yeah? And they all say they were paid to prevent them telling the truth about this situation. So whilst they're telling everyone I lied, no one was free to tell the truth because they've signed financial non-disclosure agreements. So in the documentary, we put in an application to the local council, controlled by Shabir Mufti Pandor, and we ask, how much have you spent on non-disclosure agreements?
Right.
They spent £274,000 buying the silence of their employees. So
wow.
From there,
what do you make of who's the judge, and what can you say about what you make of him?
Well, I actually should. I'm not allowed to say anything. So even though I'm sitting here talking, I have been bound and gagged. And this film that I made. So when I produced all the covert recordings, I'm sitting there thinking, your entire case is gone. Yeah. This was a setup. It was fake. It was fraudulent. It's all a lie. Yeah. And then on the school records, remember, to find me in defamation, I said he threatened to stab someone. So then I produced the school records from his teacher that says he stabbed someone. Then I go to the boy's house who he stabbed and get the boy and his mum on camera, covertly, saying that he stabbed him and drew blood. Yeah. He stabbed 5 pupils that day, according to these pupils. Yeah.
5.
But he was portrayed to the entire country as a perfect little poor Syrian refugee who had been racially bullied. Now, I'm not having a go at the Syrian refugee here either, because he was 15 years old, he was a child, he'd come from a war zone, he had his problems, yeah? What the problem is here is the total deception to the entire world to push a narrative by a government.
Gotis talks about fighting at 1612.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's this guy called
Oh, that's yeah, that's the dude. 1612. This was the guy that I was gonna have like a live stream with, but that fell through today.
So it depends on what kind of fighter you are, you know. It's like, again, you know, take me, with martial arts or something. There would be one faster, like boxing guy, right? He would still have muscle. He just not be huge, a little bit ripped, right? Then you can have like a wrestler would be my guy. I'm not so agile, I'm not so fast, I'm more like big and brute strength.
That's exactly true, and that's why he would have 0 chance against me in a fight. And I mean, literally.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? So, bro.
Yo.
Let's go to his Instagram. So, this dude versus, yeah, so, versus this. Oh my god. He would have no chance against me in the fight. He's far too slow. I don't have any muscles and I'm very weak and I don't train. Exercise is for slaves and losers. Training, strength, and speed for sport is for slave. So he would have no chance against me in the fight when I'm much smaller and weaker and slower than he is. Oh, what a delusional fuckwit.
0, and that's because...
Like, by the way, Sfarage is a cowardly pussy. The only people I have ever seen him get into fights with are women. He savagely beat his ex-girlfriend Luna. Anytime there's a guy who's bigger and stronger than him, he fucks off. Sfarage is a fucking coward, dude. People have fucked with him in public. Sfarage, what was it? Vegan protest. Let me see if I can find it. That's not the one. Someone threw, like, paint on him. Spherage versus vegan. Let me see if I can find it. Someone literally threw, like, a bucket of paint or slime or something on him, and he literally didn't do anything about it. Spherage versus vegan slime. Let me see if I can... I don't think that was it. It was on his channel, and I think he, like, since his channel's deleted, I don't know if the video is still up.
Now, he's notorious.
You bestie, please.
You know, the police.
Spherage versus vegan protest. Yeah, somebody literally threw, like, a bucket of slime on him, and he literally did nothing about it. Yeah, I think it was only on his channel and it got deleted. Spherage is a fucking bitch, dude. In Manchester? Let me see. Spherage, Manchester. Yeah, paint bucket. Here we go. Thanks, dude.
He's sort of saying anything to get views at the moment to me. Whoa, whoa. Oh, this guy was part of it. Who's this? Is he going to chuck blood over someone? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 easy, easy.
And this isn't even Spherage who retaliated.
Easy, easy, easy. Bro, let go, easy. That's fucked up. That wasn't a good idea.
And then there's this, like, jacked vegan Chad who shows up.
I think. See, I disagree with this. I think this is like a 90s form of activism, like throwing blood on.
Yeah, he does nothing. Zero. Doesn't fight anybody. Doesn't even start screaming and yelling.
Gives you the attention you want. Legalized dog meat thing was cleverer.
Yeah, and then there's this jacked vegan fucking Chad who shows up. Like, here we go.
You can get it from there, yeah.
This. Is he gonna...
Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and then there's the jacked vegan Chad.
Hey, what's your problem? Why are you vegan? I don't understand it. What's that?
You will die. All my friends who are vegan are going to die because of the diet.
All right.
I'm an athlete myself, and they're all dying.
And you've gone vegan. So have you gone vegan? So have you gone vegan then? So how do you know then,
Why would I go vegan? Because my friends are the evidence why they are dying.
And they're all dead, yeah?
They're all dying. They're all hospitalized because they have calcium deficiency. They have everything.
Yourself, mate.
They can't do anything about it.
Mate.
It's not full of shit. It's full science.
It's full of shit, mate. Look at me. Do I like I'm dying to you? Do you know how long I've been a vegan for? Do you know how long I've been a vegan for?
Dude.
I think the guy who did it ran away.
Not even proper red colour.
He's just said it, you fucking clown! It's a nature that...
Do you want to take that off and stick this on before you... Water-based one.
All black clothing. There's something with you.
Yeah, like, Spherage doesn't do shit.
Because there's no way that he would ever even get to touch me. It would be literally impossible. I would bet everything that I have that I would win every fight I could ever possibly have with him 1,000,000 times over. Of course, naturally, there would only be one fight that I would have against him.
It's incredible to me.
Dude, Spherage is so fucking delusional, dude. I don't even think he's delusional. I think he's just lying. He knows he'd get his fucking ass kicked. He's the biggest fucking cowardly pussy. The only people he's willing to fight are women who are, like, way weaker and smaller than him. What a clown.
Yeah? The narrative, open border immigration, the narrative, white English racists, they said the school was racist. So even in the documentary, I go and find other Syrian refugees at the school. And I knock on their doors and say, how have you found it living here? And the girl says, I found it brilliant. Everyone's been so welcoming to us, yeah? So it was a total misrepresentation to the public. Now, when I show the judge all of these recordings, what he does is he writes down everything he saw. So every allegation...
So basically...
Send every single boat in the ocean to France this week. This is going on all over Europe. That's why we voted Brexit in the first place. If we joined up, we would have to join up to freedom of movement and will be 10 times worse. It's the government / / / / / / / /
I don't think it did anything, because I know there was a mandate in the European Union to allow in refugees, but leaving the European Union didn't do anything to halt immigration. So, like, again, it seems like, and this is pretty par for the course for the Conservative government, and I we'll see what happens with the Labour Party, but the Conservatives are incredibly corrupt. They're all friends with each other. They're all fucking millionaires, like mega millionaires. And they didn't like that the public was questioning their immigration policies. So the first opportunity they got, they basically tried to pay off the media and pay off these teachers to promote this fucking stupid news story to promote immigration, because they couldn't really do anything to stop the flow of immigration, or had no interest in really doing anything. So to save face for their political career, they basically fabricated this fucking news story. It's absolutely fucked. It's retarded, dude. And I don't even understand how leaving the European Union would have done anything to prevent some of this immigration, because even without the mandates from the European Union, the British Constitution still has these same basic mandates. So I don't know why they wouldn't have just diverted some money into immigration offices so that their court system could just process these refugees and turn them back if they weren't actual refugees, or like do something to amend the Constitution so that they wouldn't have to accept all these people.
Allegation that the women made. So, but their case was backed by the fact that the mother who went out publicly and said Jamal attacked her daughter, the mother that sent me pictures of her daughter's injuries, that mother retracted her statement, yeah, which she did. I knock on her door with a hidden camera and just say, look, I'm just trying to understand what's gone on. And she says, Tommy, they're threatened to rape us, yeah? I said, okay. She goes, I've got to live here, Tommy, with my daughters, yeah? And this is the city with the biggest Muslim rape gangs, yeah? So she's terrified. So I said, okay, Jesus. I'm not angry with you, yeah? Because they're ruining my life because of this, because they're saying that...
Don't give up your guns. That's the only advice I can give you. It's happening in Europe first. I can almost guarantee you it's probably going to end up happening in, like, North America as well. Don't give up your guns. Okay? As soon as you do that, here's the fucking problem you're in. Dodo donated $2. The man half of America wants handling global affairs.
Or just very powerful light. And I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But
he also admitted that he never heard of NATO before becoming president. Like, this guy is just a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The blood results.
So you sat on it when you didn't know the answer? That's not called sitting on it. That's just called waiting for an answer. Also, if you were so keen on diagnosing whether you had cancer or not, why would you wait 2 years to get the biopsy?
I don't know if you've ever followed my Twitter before, but I tend to tweet shit as it happens. This one I started
real-time news, motherfucker.
I don't understand why you're waiting. I don't understand why you wait 2 years.
Silent cancer diagnosis.
Cancer is pretty fucking serious.
There is no cancer.
Cancer is pretty fucking
It's secondary
serious.
polycythemia. There is no cancer here. There's no proof of it. You can't show anybody proof of it because it's not real. And yeah, I don't know. As somebody that like his mom had cancer, it's just a little bit gross. I feel like when people are talking publicly about fighting cancer and
Who
stuff.
is the person that faked cancer before, the chick? You know who I'm talking about.
No, they're telling the world I lied when I didn't. So she says, okay. And I said, but what I need to ask you is just, was Jamal involved in the attack against your daughter? She says, yes, of course he was. So, okay, so it was the truth. So I produced this to the judge to say, you may have a retraction statement, but here's why you've got a retraction statement, yeah? And here's the school records. In the school records, in minutes from a meeting, yeah, which they tried to block us getting the school records as well. In the school records from the minutes from the meeting, Jamal's father, his name's Jihad, yeah?
I know, I can't believe.
Dude, that's hilarious.
It's pretty much a guarantee that Trump is going to win. A Republican doesn't need to win the popular vote win a general election while Dems do. And right now Trump is leading in the national poll by 3 points while Biden was up by 8 in 2020. Trump 2024.
Okay, I don't know how that's true. It's gonna be a close race. If I had to guess, it's gonna be somewhere, like, it's gonna be like 50-50 chance Trump getting elected. It's fucked. Well, all these conservatives are gonna get exactly what they fucking asked for, and they're gonna regret it. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Jamal's father, Jihad, in all the council records, they say that his family were trying to manipulate the situation for their own benefit. Jamal had his own caseworker who, in the emails, says Jamal is not the innocent party that's being portrayed here, yeah? That's his own caseworker. There was not one single person that went to court and gave any evidence for Jamal, yeah? It was literally 7 teachers, 5 pupils. The A-grade pupil, I read out in her school record, what it says is that she is the only pupil in the school to have 0 negatives. Yeah? Yeah. She's a perfect grade A student. At the time of this court case, she's at university studying law. Why would she come to court and lie? Yeah? But the judge listed everything that's in the documentary, yeah? And then ruled against me, bankrupt me for £1.6 million, yeah? Which is what this was about. So people understand, Kate.
So he was able to prove that he was right in court, and the judge said, no, I don't care about your evidence, and then he lost. Yeah. The UK.
Nah, nigga, it's gonna be a pretty much landslide. It's gonna be like a Reagan-like victory. One of the best political comebacks in history. My nigga Trump is gonna fold all you niggas and you brown skin folks turning this country into shit. Trump 2024.
No, it's not gonna be a landslide. Nowhere close. It's gonna be a very close race with very few moderates really like Trump. The only reason a moderate would vote Trump is purely because of Biden's age. That's it. And with all the scandals that he's been involved in, like the sexual assault case, him being a convicted felon, like, no. So it's going to be very close. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
I don't know if you know Katie Hopkins in the UK. I rang Katie before this case because I knew they took her house. They took her family home. They put her through the courts and they seized her home. And I said, Katie, she said, Tommy, do an agreement. I'm telling you can't win. You cannot win this, yeah? I said, I can't do an agreement. I can't do it to the kid who was living with me, the English kid. He tried to kill himself as well, tried to commit suicide. I said, I can't say that this is all, I can't do it. I said, so I can't come to an agreement with them. I can't principally do it when I have reported the truth and I'm not backing down on that. So she said, well, they can do what they want because when they made me bankrupt, when they took my house, my new husband, who had savings from his previous marriage, they took that. She said, they're going to clean you out. So I had that advice very early on, but I went through and she was 100% right. They could do what they want. And they bankrupt me to the tune of £1.6 million. When they bankrupt me, they then give me an injunction. And when the judge gave me the injunction in court, I said, when he mentioned it, I said, the film's already made, yeah? Because I'd already made the film. They knew I had a film because I'd put out promos before the court case. The public are going to see the truth of this case, yeah? The film is not opinion-based. It's fact-based. It's school records. It's...
When are you
I got to watch that film.
going to release it?
So I'm not allowed... So basically, since I've been here, the film was played in America 2 years ago in a cinema in Florida. General Flynn was there. He gave his account of what he watched. He said, it's unbelievable what I've just watched. Because what people need to understand is, you see what they've done to me is exactly the same lawfare that's going on across the whole Western world to anyone who raises their voice. What I managed to do is document every single part of it.
If I were him, I'd try to get refugee status in the United States because that sounds absolutely insane. That sounds like a good case for, like, political persecution.
And show what I call the unholy alliance, the alliance together of the judiciary, of far-left organisations, Muslim organisations, all working together to control the narrative. And I was challenging the narrative, and that's why I had to be punished. But the judge gives an injunction where he listed everything in the film and basically said, if the public ever see this, you get 2 years in jail. So
2 years ain't bad. I'd release it.
And if I'm honest, that's the contempt. And when I come out of court, I failed. I totally failed in myself as a journalist, because since the start of my activism, which I'll get to, it was in 2009, I've said, if you worry about consequence, you will never, ever bring about change. You won't.
Do you conceal carry a gun when you leave the house? Don't know much about the laws in Canada.
No, Canada's a cucked bitch-ass, F-word slur country where you're not allowed to defend yourself, and if a criminal wants to murder you, well, then they have the right to do that. So Canada is pretty cucked. I don't think at any point in our history, aside from like maybe in the, early 1800s or something, we were ever allowed to carry firearms. It's really stupid. Guns aren't banned in Canada. They just recently banned handguns, but that's probably going to get overturned in the next, 4-ish years, especially if we get a conservative majority next election. But yeah, they've never legalized concealed carry. It's retarded. Criminals carry guns here. There's actually more shootings now than fucking ever. Since they banned handguns, shootings have actually increased. You hear news stories every single fucking day, practically, of another shooting, and they won't let law-abiding citizens carry firearms. It's fucking retarded. We basically have an elite, rich cunt political class that is just against firearms and carries around fucking private security wherever they go. And then they tell you, as a normal citizen, you can't carry guns because you're too much of a retarded fuck to carry weapons, but they'll let criminals carry whatever fucking guns they want. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Eric.
I bring about change. I wouldn't walk out my front door I wouldn't come to Canada if I was worrying about consequence, getting sort of torn down by a communist government. But if you worry about consequence, you won't bring about change.
An incompetent communist government.
Well,
better be precise.
Yeah.
You should probably throw a bit of malevolence, wounded narcissism, malevolence in there too. Just for the icing.
But but when I come out of court that day with the injunction, I was scared. In all honesty, I've been in prison multiple times to do my work. I've done a year of solitary confinement, which was totally damaged me. I went into prison one person and come out another. Yeah. And so at that time, and it also damaged my family. So at that time, I didn't play the film.
Right. So this is interesting, I think.
I should have played the film.
These are adult problems that haven't been dealt with because people aren't allowed to speak, and now children are at the brunt of it.
Do you know they ruined that whole... So that school was closed down. The collateral damage in the government's lie, because that's what it is, a total lie.
Yeah.
The collateral damage, that young English kid is still suicidal.
Right.
I talk to him every day, yeah? As I said, he lived with me for 3 years.
Right.
Think he'd do a podcast?
Yeah, he would. Do
you want to ask him?
Yeah, he would do it, man. And do you know,
It'd
you've
be
got to
good.
hear what he'd done to his life. You've got to see what he'd done to him.
Hey, let's talk to him.
Talk to him.
Yep,
Talk
to him. Okay.
He's a lovely young man. You know, he had a difficult upbringing. He had a difficult upbringing, and from the background he's from and the upbringing he had of poverty and in a real rough environment, he is a very nice kid. And look, my son's 15. It happened to him when he was 15.
Right.
The whole world turned on him. Right. The whole world turned on him, man. And even now, he's still bearing the brunt of it now, because he lived with me until this case. When this case finished, I left the UK. Now, when I left the UK, he left living with us, and he's gone back up to his hometown where he's still facing problems.
Oh yeah.
From this lie. But the thing is, I should have played the film. I should have just played the film, and I didn't play the film because I, for the first time, worried about consequence. I was.
Yeah, dude, it's only 2 years. And he probably wouldn't even serve the full 2 years. He'd probably get like 4 months or something.
I should have played the film, man. It set me up for years. And the film was never played, but it was played in America 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago it was played in America. Now they've come for me. Why have they come for me now? I held a rally on the 1st of June. No, I come back to. So I'd stayed out of the UK for a year since with all of this, and I stopped. I wasn't in a great place either. And then I come back. I think Elon Musk gave me back my account. Now, my activism and my journalism took me in 2015.
One of the few good things Elon Musk has ever done, I guess.
I started my activism in 2009. Yeah, so I'll give a brief history to my work.
Yeah, do that.
I was born in Luton in 1982. Luton's a town that's 30 miles north of London. When I was born in 1982, there was 1 mosque. There's now 45 mosques. Okay,
Luton's a fucking shithole.
It's 200,000 population.
And how many mosques?
45.
Okay.
45. Luton was named by the CIA as the epicenter for terrorist activities across Europe. The fertilizer bomb plot was planned in Luton. The 7/7 attacks, they got their bombs in Luton. The Stockholm bomber was radicalized in Luton. Terrorist attack after terrorist attack has orchestrated and come from Luton. Now,
oh, yes. Cultural enrichment at its finest. What I just can't wrap my head around it. What is the ideological motivation behind the government wanting Islamic jihadist terrorists to live in their fucking country? I just don't understand it.
Growing up in Luton, as I said, when I was born, I've seen all of this. Yeah, Al Mujahideen, Omar Bakri, Abu Hamza, the two, their head office. They used to have an organisation called Al Mujahideen, who were not. They're now a prescribed terrorist organisation, but they never were. Their head office was in Biscuit Mill in my hometown. So growing up, I had a very life lesson of the influence of Islamist ideology and what it can do to freedom. Yeah? Also, the grooming gangs, which is something we'll get onto. So my cousin was a victim at 14. She was hooked on heroin and raped. She woke up being raped.
You know, the two countries where I've seen the most assholes come from, at least from my own personal experience.
We can all agree with that the Injustice animated film sucked ass. But you probably like this part.
I haven't even seen it.
More of your T-spheres. May I ask why? I want to get rid of guns. For use around the world 24/7, you'd need to replicate the T-spheres on a massive scale. Still, you could never get rid of all the guns. But most, we could. Just because we can.
Yeah. I love how the guy who's literally invincible, who can, like, destroy planet Earth if he wanted to, is talking about getting rid of guns. If you don't think anybody should have the power to, like, kill somebody with a firearm, why don't you carry kryptonite around with you? This fucking jackass, the self-righteous fucking dickhead, is saying no one should have the power that a gun gives you. Oh, they can cause so much violence. Okay, then carry kryptonite and numb your fucking powers. And by the way, this is canon. Superman can, with the use of his, like, stupid fortress, get rid of his powers and be a normal human. You're way more powerful than a fucking nuclear bomb. So get rid of your fucking powers, dipshit. You fucking cunt. And by the way, Superman's being mind controlled by Brainiac and Darkseid. He's killed thousands, like, and even millions of innocent people through mind control. Like, get rid of your fucking powers then, dickhead, if you're so against guns. You're way more powerful than even a nuclear bomb. Superman's a fucking asshole. Jesus Christ, no wonder Batman hates him.
Doesn't mean we should. people would resent us.
And they'd be alive to do that. Check. Think of the lives we'd save. Check.
Superman's a fucking cucked pussy.
What? Cigarettes kill far more. People keep smoking even though they know it's killing them. Their families can only watch them die.
And?
You want to save lives? Jail every smoker. Check. And imprison anyone who speeds. Traffic fatalities are huge. Check. Lock up everyone who leaves a dangerous dog unchained. Check. Finally.
This isn't even a good argument. Like, the argument being made is, if he thinks any particular individual shouldn't be able to own a firearm because of the potential to cause violence, then he shouldn't be allowed to have his powers.
We kill anyone who doesn't recycle. Checkmate.
You're not going to help me.
Superman's a fucking dickhead, dude. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
By gangs of bearded men in the Muslim community.
Oh yeah, like I was saying before. In my personal experience, the biggest asshole immigrants I've ever come across are either from Syria or Pakistan. There were a few Pakistani and one Syrian kid that I knew when I was in high school. I got the most amount of death threats from them. There were some like Christians and shit that gave me death threats. They were a little less serious, but those kids like literally, not only did they say they supported terrorist groups like the Taliban, but yeah, they were actually giving like credible death threats where they were like, if I have any opportunity to kill you, I will, because you're like criticizing Islam and shit. So the biggest assholes I've ever fucking come across personally are from Syria and Pakistan.
She run naked through the streets. Now, what the police done at the time is nothing. Yeah. So I grew up watching.
How old were you when that happened?
I would have been 13. So she was 14.
I also knew a few kids from Afghanistan. They were mostly cool. I knew one kid who was actually in support of the Taliban, and he thought women shouldn't be able to go to school. That was fucking crazy.
As all this is happening, and just so people get, Luton is one of the most diverse towns in Great Britain, one of the most diverse towns in Europe, yeah? So white English are a minority, okay? Most of the people I love are not white, because I've been brought up in this community, yeah? So as I've been brought up, in our school playground, when I went to school, you had the Muslim playground and the non-Muslim playground. Like, so I had a very quick learning. And then when you go into the school...
Why were they segregated?
Well, they segregate themselves. The Muslims did not integrate or assimilate. So when you go into the school dinner table, just so people can picture it, you'll have whites sitting with blacks, sitting with Indians, sitting with Sikhs, sitting with Hindus, all sitting together. And in the corner, there'll be 10 tables of Muslims. Yeah. Now, I never understood it as a child. Okay. It was from when I went to high school, I just knew the Pakistanis are very different. Yeah. They're quite hostile. If you mess with one, you've declared war with the whole...
Is Lonerbox still streaming? No.
Tribe, yeah. There's not a fair fight. There's never a one-on-one fight. It's all gang related. And so I just grew up learning it. But that's not to say, because some of the best people I met in my hometown were Muslim lads. Yeah, some of the people I loved were Muslim lads. But per se, there was a real problem here. And I grew up watching it, learning it. And Al-Mujahideen, my first activism was in 2004. What was I then, 20? 2004, I organised a protest. And this group, do you remember the Beslan School massacre? No, so Beslan School massacre was Chechen terrorists had took control of a school. And this is coming again, yeah? This is going to happen to a Jewish school, I guarantee you. They took control of a school, and I was probably 20, 19 or something.
That was where?
This was in Chechnya, Russia.
Yeah, okay, I remember the story.
And what happened was, the parents were all outside the school, and all the Muslim jihadists are inside the school with their pupils, with their children. And then they start butchering them and killing them. And I remember watching the parents drop to their knees and they're screaming, yeah? And I remember watching it thinking, what is this? This isn't one man that's gone in and done this. This is a whole group of people. So what? And then I had to understand what brings someone to do that. And 2 weeks later, I saw an interview in a chicken shop in my hometown of Luton with a man called Saif al-Islam, which translates as Sword of Islam. He was second in command of Al-Mujahideen, the group, yeah, whose head office is in my town. And I saw him saying an attack like that would be justified in a British school. And that was my wake up. I said, who's this man? And I looked him up, who's this group? And I looked up who they were. And then I looked up Omar Bakri. And then I started understanding their ideology and trying to work out. And then for me, these are a danger. Yeah. So then I organised and I looked, and they used to have a stall set up. So we have a Don Miller's Bakery, a famous, it's like your Tim Hortons. Yeah. We have a bakery chain in Luton Town Centre. And every Saturday, this terrorist group are there, openly promoting hatred, yeah, just openly sending people to fight for the Taliban, recruiting people. So the Stockholm bomber, who was an Iraqi Muslim who come to university in Luton, was a nice young man till he come to Luton. Yeah? Then when you're vulnerable at your most vulnerability, away from home for the first time, in university, they pounce.
Yeah, that's typical cult behaviour.
This is what, so they pounce. Yeah. And they got him, and then he went and blew himself up. Yeah. So these groups have been operating. So I organised a protest called Ban the Luton Taliban. Yeah. And I actually, I gave a presentation at Oxford University.
When was that?
That was 2004.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave a presentation at Oxford University because I made leaflets. And if you dig up the leaflet, which I'd done for my Oxford University presentation in 2004, my rhetoric has never changed, okay? So the leaflet was put front page of our local newspaper. And what I said is, whites and blacks are being religiously and racially targeted in this town, yeah? No one's doing anything about it. There's a total two-tier policing operation in this town where they get away with what they want. The Islamic community get away with what they want. The police do not know how to deal with these problems. I went on to say that they use drugs as a weapon against our community to get our children into paedophilic practices, which is what's now known as grooming. Now, when I made this, and I was a young man, yeah, and I organised it with my friends, we go to football together. Luton's one of the most, it was voted the roughest town in Great Britain. Yeah? It's a rough place. But
what makes it rough?
They were hat makers.
We were hat makers.
What made you rough?
That's all that mercury.
That's the history.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Luton's it's a poverty-stricken town with a lot of problems, regardless of Islam. Luton has a lot of problems. It's a rough environment. The levels of violence are as high as anywhere in the UK. But what you grow up thinking is normal actually isn't normal. You grow up with a level of violence in your school, on your streets, or the way to solve things is through violence. And it's a poor town, yeah? So I organised this group.
Starting a business can be tough, but thanks to Shopify.
Yeah, there was a kid at my high school. He was an Afghan refugee, and he supported the Taliban and said women shouldn't be allowed to attend school. I told this to my teacher. I think I was talking to about him in my English class. And the teacher did nothing. He was like, oh, well, he's from a different background. I'm like, what? They don't, take the kids aside if they're supporting a terrorist group and are openly, insanely sexist? It was just baffling.
You're in. That's shopify.com/JBP.
So I organised this group. About 200 of us turned up, Englishmen. And for the first time it worked. The terrorist group weren't there. Yeah? The jihadists weren't there that day because we were coming. Yeah? And the police locked it down. But what happened from that point?
The police, tell me what they did.
No, the police, on this day, the police turned up. We went to Don Miller's. The group weren't there. We then held a little protest at our council building saying we need to get rid of these terrorists. Yeah? This was before 7/7. This was before any terrorist attacks in Great Britain. The terrorist attacks we've seen. So 60% of the Muslims in Great British prison, in Great Britain's jails, are ex-members of this group in Luton. Yeah? So,
okay. So you actually had put your finger on them.
I put my finger on them. And I named in the leaflet. What I named in the leaflet was the link between the street drug gangs we have a gang called the Gambinos. They're not very original. They're a Pakistani group, but they've called themselves the Gambinos. And 4 years later, the national newspaper. So in 2004, I named them in my leaflet and say we've had enough of the gangs with their heroin, and we've had enough of the jihadists all combining. And what happened after this was I was targeted by the gangs, not by the jihadists, by the street level drug gangs who were drinking alcohol, gambling. They're not religious. They're just out pumping heroin and controlling the streets and prostitution. I was targeted by them. Now, years later, the national newspapers run a link showing the link between the Gambinos, they name them, and terrorists. They work alongside each other. And at the time, the Luton Islamic Centre, which is the main mosque of Luton, the main Salafist mosque of Luton, it's the old synagogue, ironically, before the Jews were driven out. It's the old synagogue. It's now...
Oh, really?
Yeah, convenient. But Kadir Bask was the leader of this mosque. Now, at the time, I then started looking at this mosque because my friends who were Muslim had said, bruv, that's the problem. In this town, that's the problem, yeah? So I went on their website and I translated their website. And I found a 7-page justification for women to be lashed for adultery, yeah? I found justification for killing for apostates. This is on the main mosque, yeah? So I translated it all. And then basically I faced a backlash from the Pakistani gangs and I had problems then. But at this time, I'm being honest, I was part of a Luton football scene. So I used to go football with my friends. The Saturday would be the day that all the English lads would come together for Luton Town Football Club. It was a cultural thing, I guess. I've never claimed to be an angel either. So I was part of the football scene. So we clashed then with the drug gangs, the Muslim drug gangs. And 5 years goes past. By this point,
do you think you did something wrong there?
No, I didn't do anything. I stood up against them. Stood up against them. And at times, so I knew those gangs because we're all the same age. I went to school with them. Yeah, stood up against them. And I remember when they were getting with one of my friend's little sisters, and I rang the family. I said, "Do not let her near them. I'm telling you, yeah." At the time, don't let her near them. I know what's going to happen. And then I had all the gangs having problems with me then, saying, "What's going on?" Because I knew them. Yeah, what's going on? I said, "You're not doing to her what you do. I know the family. It's not happening. That's yeah." The amount of girls I know who lives have been destroyed through these prostitution drug gangs, and they start off nice with the girls. They get them in. They treat them well. They give them money. These are 13-year-old children, yeah? So they give them drink. They give them alcohol. They'll drive them around in their sports cars. Gradually, bang, they're gone. The girl's gone, yeah? The girl's gone. And as I said, when the family...
Is that when you became aware
of grooming? Yeah, I became aware because my cousin and all the other girls I went to school with. But at the time, we viewed them. So at school, the English kids, we just viewed the girls ourselves. We viewed them wrong. We viewed them as slags because they're off with all the Pakistani men, the older men.
Right.
We were viewing them as children, just looking, saying what they're doing with all the taxi drivers and what they're going out with all the older Pakistani men.
I watched your video about the woman now who's older who talked about
the gangs
when she was young and she would get into a car and lay down so that her mum
hide when her mum's in the car. Yeah. Yeah. So all of these things are going on, yeah. But by this point, we get to 2009.
When did you start to understand that your view of the girls that you had when you were 15 or thereabouts, when you were treating them like sluts, was wrong? Yeah. When did you figure that out?
When I became an adult. I started looking, thinking, and then so 2009. So 2004, I do this protest. We have a backlash from all the Pakistani drug gangs. We carry on, we get through that. I've grown up. I've then, by this point, got 2 successful businesses. Between me and my wife, we had 7 properties. We were successful. We were doing well in life, yeah? And then 2009, we had a soldiers' homecoming parade. So they weren't out there at war. It was a Royal Anglian regiment, which is our local regiment. Now, Scott Muntridge was 26 years old. He's from the estate I grew up in when I was young, and he died. Michael Swain was 19 and lost his legs. When the soldiers, I turned up on a Tuesday morning with my cousin, and it wasn't well publicised, but we turned up to pay our respects. And when I turned up, I saw about 20 women in full niqabs, which is quite a sight when you see them together. And then I looked and saw Saif al-Islam, the leader of this Islamic group, the Sword of Islam. I looked and saw him, and then I started seeing more of them. And then I saw police everywhere, and I'm thinking, no way, yeah, something's going to go down here. Yeah. Then I saw I watched this myself. I watched as the police took a group. Now, because some of our friends got arrested at this event, we got the intelligence. Now, the police actually on the motorways stopped 360 other Muslims coming into Luton that day. Yeah. So there was going to be a full-on attack against our armed forces as they walked through the town.
Whoa.
But as they walked through the town, I watched as the local.
These were the armed forces that had come back from
Afghanistan or Iraq. Training. They were training. They went to war there.
Holy shit.
So they had the freedom of the city because they'd been away. So then they come to get their march and the public can come out and support them. And it was all downplayed anyway. It was on a Tuesday. It wasn't publicised. We knew it because we know people in the regiment. So we've gone down that day, and then I watched the town hall. Now, picture this. This is our town hall. Remember, this group have all gone on to be in prison for ISIS, yeah? But that's who they were at the time, yeah? But no one knows who they are, really. No one has the knowledge of what these men are like. We do because we're born there. I've looked at it. I've researched them. I know who they are. I know the danger of this idea. It's 2009. I'm sitting there, standing there. And I watched my police walk them all through the town hall. They opened up our town hall doors and walked them through. I thought, what's going on there? And then as the soldiers are marching here, then you just hear all commotion. So I go running around the back of the town hall. They've took them through the town hall to stand, as the soldiers walk here, the Muslim group's here, and they're spitting at the soldiers. They spit in Scott Muntridge, who's dead, they spit in his mum's face. Yeah? They spat in the families, and they're shouting...
Right, and that's assault, just to be straight.
Just to be straight. Baby killers, butchers of Basra, that's what they're calling the soldiers. Now...
I'm addicted to your stream. Fuck you,
Well, thank you for that, Yankee. Glad you enjoy my streams. Appreciate the donation, dude.
My opinion of that war has changed from back then as well, yeah? I believe it was an illegal invasion. I believe it was disgusting what our government's done, yeah? But my opinion has changed.
The invasion of Afghanistan was completely justified.
How does he stay this lean year round?
Let me see. He barely eats anything. Yeah, he's a skinny fuck who barely eats anything. That's how he stays lean all year round. Yeah, he's very, very skinny. Well, thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo. Appreciate it, but yeah, he barely eats anything, clearly.
Changed on the motive of the war. And our soldiers don't get to choose the war they go into. They swear allegiance to the Queen and country, and the government send them to war. Now, if these people are upset about the war, take it to the government. Yeah? But they stood in front of our soldiers, and at this point, I was with my cousin there that day, and you could have lit a match and our town would have blown up at this time. Yeah? That's how we felt. But I'll tell you why we felt that, because I'm a proud Lutonian. Luton is part of the identity of who I am. It's where I've been brought up. And the only time you ever hear our hometown mentioned, ever, is to do with terrorists and jihad. And now, our soldiers have been attacked in our town, yeah, by these jihadists. And not just attacked, but the police walked them through the town hall to do it. So I watched it that day, and I watched the police's reaction. They didn't turn on the Muslims at all. They stood with their backs to the Muslims. So the Muslims were all here screaming abuse. They stood with their batons to all the English people who were upset at what they just allowed to happen. And the fact is, the police didn't have to bring them through our town hall. They could have kept them there.
How do you think the ordinary rank and file policeman thinks about this sort of thing? I wondered about that in Canada, because the same things are happening.
Well, they had to change the rank and file police to police these events from this point on, because Luton police were furious. After this went out everywhere. Luton police went in the next day, all of them, and they wore Union Jack badges on their uniform that said British police support British armed forces, because they were furious. They were told to remove their badges, and we know this from the police, and they said no. And 60 of them said, we're going on a walkout. We are not removing these badges because you've made it look like, and the police were unhappy with what they've been made to do. So from this, and for me, as a local lad, like I said to my cousin, we can't allow this. Yeah? what's next from this? They've just attacked our armed forces. What's next? Turn up at a soldier's funeral. We know who these men are. We know who these groups are. We need the whole country needs to know who they are. And we were so outraged that the people of Luton have been portrayed as being against their armed forces, when really it's the jihadists. And what we found out is that every mosque in Luton was leafleted in the days before it. So we didn't know this. So all the mosques, the entire Islamic community knew, all the imams knew that our soldiers were going to come under hostile attack by a jihadist group. Yeah? What's now a prescribed terrorist organisation. So then after that, I organised a demonstration called the United People of Luton. But before that, what I've done is I went to the council, contacted them, and set up a petition. We got 4,000 signatures. We have laws in the UK which are against, they're called ASBO orders, antisocial behaviour orders. So if two young kids at our local shops keep causing trouble together, they'll get an ASBO order preventing them from being together. Yeah? So what we said is, you've got these orders. I don't want my mum to walk through Luton Town Centre and have to face these jihadist groups. Yeah? None of our family should have to see them all together recruiting again. We want them banned. Yeah? We want them banned from the town. And then we turned up for our first demonstration, which was all of our, I went around and leafleted everyone and said, it was Bank Holiday Sunday, we're going to show the...
I was in Gaza for 3 months. The Hamas fucks use civil clothing, Adidas usually, and when we destroy them they are counted as civilian casualties, sluts.
Adidas. Was in Gaza for 3 months. The Hamas fuck use civil clothing, Adidas usually. They're counted. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. That might be why... That's probably why the Palestinian Health Authority doesn't,
How would you vote for? The Brandon, or the orange fella?
Oh, I'd vote for Joe Biden any day of the week, dude. Joe Biden could be fucking drooling in a wheelchair and I'd still vote for Biden. Thanks for the donation, Fappy Bird. Yeah, that's probably why the Palestinian Health Authority, I'm sure they have other motivations, but that's probably why they don't have a militant death toll. It's because they fight in fucking civilian clothing. Yeah, and I'm sure too, when there's like journalists taking photos and crap of like dead bodies, well, everyone's in civilian clothing, so when they show this to, like, you know, mainstream media, Israel's murdering innocent civilians, but they're all fucking dudes who are, you know, carrying around AK-47s and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Yankee. Appreciate it.
Country that the people of Luton support our armed forces. Yeah? When we turned up that day, and I knew, because you know, you've heard of two-tier policing now, yeah? It's now become part of the vocabulary of Great Britain because everyone talks about how we're two-tier
in the US increasingly too.
Everyone's seen the two-tier policing. But I'd seen it my whole life, yeah? Because I'm from a town that's now 50-60% Muslim, and I know how we get policed. I've seen it, yeah? So I bought a cameraman. I bought a wedding, he videos weddings. I paid him for the day and said, come and video everything, yeah? As we turned up, the police come up, they stopped us, they made us take our shoes off, yeah? They searched us, they put their hands in our pockets, and as they're doing it, I said, you didn't do this to them. You did not do this to them. I watched the day they attacked our soldiers. You didn't put your hands on them. Why are you putting your hands on us? Why are you searching us? Why are you treating us like this? We're coming out to show support for our armed forces. Then the police drew a battle line. So we wanted to get to the town hall, which is where our memorial is, which is where they let them get. And they blocked it. They kettled us for 3 hours. My auntie had to urinate in the street because they wouldn't let them out. Yeah? And I remember saying, no Muslim woman would ever be forced to urinate in the street. You would never do this to them. Yeah? And then they battered us. My friend, who's a little black lad called Craig, they knocked his teeth out. Yeah? And there was then clashes with the police. And then, so we were held for 3 hours. We weren't allowed to get to the war memorial. And all we wanted to do was show support for our armed forces. And they locked us down. And after that, I then said no. And then they raided houses. They went to my mum's house. This is the start. They went to my mum's house. I wasn't there. And everyone they arrested, they went to each estate. So they arrested one person from each estate. This is the intimidation. And then they gave them all bail conditions, preventing them from entering our town centre 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 months. So then, and I knew they'd been to my mum's, but I wasn't there. So I thought, well, you've done to us what we're asking you to do to them. They're the terrorists. You banned us from our own town. And so then I organised another project.
I just don't understand it. Like, bro, the police are mostly white, the government is mostly white, and they're protecting the immigrant terrorist assholes. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Protests. And I remember contacting the police saying, I don't think you understand the level of frustration here. Yeah? This town's going to blow up. Okay, the years of us being trodden down, the years of us being under attack, the crime, the drugs, the prostitution, the grooming, and here you are, you're crushing us. We're trying to have an organised event. So I said, you need to let us get to the war memorial because people are not going to be happy. But on that day, I was obviously wanted. They'd been to my mum's house. The other lads who had conditions not to enter the town centre, we all wanted to go. So when I turned up, I gave everyone masks. I said, when we leave here, no one take the masks off, right? When we're getting to the war memorial today. And 500 young men turned up that day. More, probably 1,000. But we're all from Luton. So the songs we're all singing is about we are Luton town, it's our town. And then they called us all outsiders. They went on the news saying lots of troublemakers from outside of Luton have come into the town. And we got to the war memorial that day. And this was the start. What I'd done is I videoed it again, and I went on all different football discussion forums around the country and said, Luton stood up today, okay? We've had enough. We've had enough of what's going on. We've had enough of the two-tier policing. We've had enough of the Islamic gangs. So Luton stood up today, and the video was reminiscent of hundreds and hundreds of young men just saying that. We're not having it anymore. And our banners, do you know, our banners made it very clear, okay? Muslim, no problem. Extremist Muslim, big problem.
When was that?
This was 2009. This is the start. So people know me.
Early.
Yeah, this is the start of my activism. This is what anyone knows me as. Now, I used a fake name, Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, tell me about the name.
So in 2004, when I didn't use a fake name, and I stood outside the town hall when I was 19 or 20 and held a protest, my windows got smashed and my house got attacked.
Oh.
So come 2009, I'm successful. I've got a family. I've got businesses. But I want to talk. I was the same as every one person watching this. I didn't want to lose my house. I didn't want to lose my business. I wanted to be able to make money, and I didn't want to lose my safety. Yeah?
Let me ask you, I want to know where the name came from, but I also want to know, and I don't know the answer to this. This is really a genuine question. Do you think it was a good move ethically and strategically to change your name, or would it have been better to keep your name, face the trouble then, and deal with it at that point?
So, in all honesty, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to be the person. So I wanted to make a stand, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to be successful in business. I wanted to make money. My passion was making money. I was good at it. I was doing well as a family.
Cornel West is my president. Fuck Genocide Joe. And the reason the Gaza Health Ministry counts them as civilians is because they are civilians. There's literally no evidence of any freedom fighters killed in this onslaught.
Okay, well, good for you, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
// backslash slash 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 slash backslash 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 slash.
I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, Aaron from England.
Wanted someone to speak about it. So when
you know the parable of the rich man?
No. What's that?
Well, it's a gospel story. I'm going to tell it because I see the problem that you're in. Well, there's a scene in the Gospels where Christ is traveling in a cart. And
yeah, we're probably going to do some gaming today.
A rich prince jumps in to accompany him, and he tells Christ that he's done everything he should do in his life to be a moral person. He's followed the commandments, he honors his parents, and so on, but that he's still dissatisfied deep in his soul. And Christ asks him about his situation. He tells him he's rich, that he has all these concerns going, and Jesus says to him, I'm afraid you're going to have to sell everything you own and follow me. And the disciples are like shorted right out by this, and they say, well, if that's the cost of salvation, you know, who's going to pay that? And I was thinking about that in the story of Jonah at the same time when you were talking, because Jonah is called upon by God to speak the truth, and he just heads in the other direction. It's like he thinks exactly like you thought. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. And, you know, who would do that? Who wants to do that? And so, but that still doesn't quite answer the question. Like you said, that you're caught, right? You're pulled, because on the one hand, you want to have your life and you want to be successful. On the other hand, you want to tell the truth. And so the name was a compromise between that. So
I wore a mask for a year.
Right.
I wore a mask. No one knew who I was for a year.
Oh.
Right. So looking back on that now, do you think that was a mistake that you made to protect your life and your enterprise? I'm not saying that wasn't justifiable, or because there's a price, obviously, for anonymity. There's a price for not being public, right? It breeds suspicion, for example. And so what do you think about that?
So I think the best thing that ever happened was when I got unmasked. The best.
It was.
It was, not for me, but I was terrified. So there was a Times newspaper reporter called Stephen Bird, and I'd been hiding for a year. So I'm talking about all these issues secretly on radios, and I'm giving the name Tommy Robinson. And I'm turning up to demonstrations with a mask on my face. No one saw my face. So no one knew who I was. So there was lots of confusion. Who is this guy? Yeah? But obviously my friends knew, no one knew. And then a Times newspaper journalist turned up at my mum's house and said, where's Stephen? And my mum rang me and said, there's a journalist here looking for you. Yeah? And I knew then, okay, this is it. And I went to meet the journalist. And he said, you're on the front page of the Times newspaper tomorrow, Stephen. Yeah? Your life changes tomorrow. And I was terrified, if I'm honest, absolutely terrified. Now, but in that because then I was nationally known, yeah, at this point. Because the English, we set up United People of Luton. And then after our second protest, where we got to the War Memorial, we put the video online. And this Islamic group of jihadists, they held an Islamic roadshow in Birmingham, yeah? And they had a big banner that said Jesus was a Muslim. And there's hundreds of them. And they stop a young 11-year-old white Christian boy called Shawn in the shopping centre, who's with his friend. And they get him up on stage, and they convert him to Islam. And as they convert him to Islam, they're all cheering Allah Akbar. And I watched it then from Luton and said, no, they can't do this. That cannot be allowed to happen in a city centre for a child. So I said, right, lads, to the lads from Luton, we're going to Birmingham. We're going to move this from Luton issue. This isn't a Luton issue. This is a national issue. So we went to Birmingham and we formed the English Defence League. And that's where the name English Defence League come from. Now, when we went to Birmingham, we went as a group of 50 men from Luton. We got violently battered, okay? And this is where my first awakening to the media come. So there's a picture. This boy wasn't with us. There's a young English boy at a bus stop with a green top on, and gangs of Muslims just come from everywhere, and they battered everyone. Yeah, and there's a picture in the national newspaper, and they're jumping on this boy's head, and underneath the picture it says, "A fascist is attacked by anti-fascists." And I'm looking at it. Going,
what? Oh my God.
What, remember, I had an awakening to everything because I went from working on a building site to 6 months later leading the biggest protest movement Europe's seen. And when we went to Birmingham as a group of 50, we had...
Dude, this is crazy. The UK is just fucked. Booty Cum Donate Tellers, I want to feel tarded.
Demands our embassy. He changed our foreign policy to serve Israeli interests. And now there's reporting in Haaretz that Miriam Adelson, the widow of Sheldon, is going to give him $90 to $100 million, and she wants Israel to annex the West Bank, which would cause a colossal war in the Middle East. And it would be the worst thing you could possibly imagine. But everyone is controlled by the donors. And this isn't a Jewish thing or a religious thing. Please, I don't want anybody thinking that. Big Pharma is even stronger. And that's why we can't negotiate drug prices. All of these lobbyists and donors control our politicians 100%. So in terms of victory, just get a new Democratic candidate because they won't have as big a track record of selling out to every donor, including...
Oh my God.
By no fighters, I mean 15 to 30,000 fighters. I don't know how to do math, because I dropped out of elementary school since. Because I am retarded slut bitch. Let me demonstrate. 4 plus 4 equals tits. 5 plus 5 equals dick and asshole. See me dumb slut bitch.
Okay, well that explains a lot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Including AIPAC, and you'll be a little bit better off and more likely to win. But
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the allegations, like, and it's just for my own selfish reasons. Like, I'm sick of the allegation content. I want to get to, I don't know, funny shit. I like funny shit, okay? I'm a funny kind of guy. I'm a funny content kind of guy. That's what I like. Tom, to be fair, maybe he was telling Destiny that it's verifiable. That's true. But it read to me like he was basically giving himself an out. Like, he may not actually have cancer, but, like, if you look it up, it says that he should. And maybe that's, like, what he thought. I fact-checked myself and I saw that I did not lie. Literate Wizard says, Boogie has lied so many times, I don't think anyone can be unbiased party here. It's so hard for me to believe him. Yeah, I mean, that's the real thing here, right? Vegan Gains did the video on asparagus and goddess. I will. Soy is healthy, Tom. What's got into you? You raise a great point. Excellent point. Tom flexing so hard that IPOS going to call him a gun tuber. I am a gun tuber, that's true. Anyhow.
The blood that is produced by this cancer, it's pretty goddamn definitive. It doesn't show up for just the 2 years.
But why doesn't he just say, like, the doctor said I have a cancer diagnosis? Why can't he say that?
Cancer. I would rather Dexerto tomorrow lead Boogie lies about cancer than to hand this shit over to you pieces of shit. That's just.
This?
I'd rather
Can
do
you
that.
get-
I'd rather
can you
do
get
that.
access-
Go ahead.
Jesus,
Dexerto,
Boogie is lying
The
about
thing is, like, I know he doesn't want to
now.
post his medical doc.
Booty Cum Donate Tellers meant to say, do you want to feel tarded and watch the video fully? Dunno why it linked you that bit. Well, we were watching this before, so it just saved the video at the timestamp that I was watching it from. Thanks for that donation, though, Booty Cum.
do I have any confidence that any Democrat or Republican in this country is going to do anything but serve AIPAC's interests? No.
Yeah, AIPAC does not have a big effect on the U.S. government. It just doesn't. If you look at their political funding, it is literally peanuts compared to corporations like Apple, Amazon, pharmaceutical industries like Pfizer. Like, you're absolutely fucking insane if AIPAC is driving the support for Israel. It's just not.
Of course not. They'll do exactly as they're ordered to do.
Emily, before I come to you, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump talking about Joe Biden being a very bad Palestinian.
Israel and Hamas. Israel.
Yankee Carlsberg donated $2. Let me see.
We are live.
We already saw this video 8 months ago when it was new, and it's not funny and it's annoying, but I agree with the political message. Thanks for the donation, Yankee Carlsberg.
Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
Joe Biden's a very bad Palestinian, apparently, Emily.
I'm not really sure what exactly was meant by that comment. I do actually agree with Trump in this instance that both Israel and Hamas wanted to continue this conflict for different reasons. Motivations are different on both sides. But I just want to return to some of the things that Cenk said about AIPAC. I just find it very interesting, this obsession with AIPAC, which, by the way, is an American lobbying organization. It is not American-Israeli. In fact, they have very strict laws regarding who they can interact with and how they interact with them. They are not a lobby of a foreign government. Unlike the unannounced and the undeclared lobbying efforts of Qatar, of Saudi Arabia, of many other countries, including, by the way, the Islamic Republic, the same as any lobbying organization. It's not really accurate how you're presenting the situation. And in
Well,
regards
Cenk is a fucking retard.
to Pierce's question about what candidate would be involved issues in the Middle East, that gender apartheid in Afghanistan. That was not the case. You'll say, oh, well, of course it was initiated under Trump. Trump would not have done it the same way, and he didn't because he wasn't the president. Biden did, and in addition to that, from the Middle East. And Cenk, interestingly, I never hear you speak about that. You never speak about the terror proxies and how many Muslims they're killing, but you speak all the time, all over social media, about how Israel is killing Muslims. Well, statistically speaking, the greatest murderer of Arab Muslims in the Middle East is the Islamic Republic. It is not the state of Israel.
Oh, fucking get dunked on.
Cenk, you want to respond
Can
to
I
that?
respond?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, all of your assumptions are wrong. I call out the Saudi and Qatar funding all the time. Okay. What do you mean? I can show you the tape. I can show you dozens of times where I call out the Saudis and the Qatar government for donating into American politics. They do it through proxies. They do it through think tanks.
Speaking about this in comparison to how much you speak about AIPAC, the boogeyman, which, again, is an American organization. It is not a foreign lobbying organization.
Yeah. Look, can I answer? Okay, so number one, I point out all the problems with all the foreign governments buying our politicians. I'm against all of it. I don't care if they're Muslim, Jewish, or Christian. I don't care if they're from Mars. I don't want them bribing our politicians, and they obviously are. And I told you, AIPAC is not the most powerful lobby. Big Pharma is definitely more powerful. In fact, I agree with where AIPAC was. They were about number 11 based on the...
Like the issue is he can't provide any evidence whatsoever that AIPAC is influencing U.S. politicians to any meaningful degree. This is just a conspiratorial belief that he has. This is like the people who say the U.S. hasn't invaded Saudi Arabia because of Saudi Arabia oil money.
Facts back in the day. Now I have them in the top 3 because now they're spending...
Yeah, you yourself, you went to Israel about 100 days after the October 7th attacks to, as you put it, uncover the truth behind the headlines. What did you find?
You know, I found a lot of the fraudulent narratives are just being covered up by the media, or we're just being gaslighted about what's actually happening there and what happened on October 7th. I still think a lot of...
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, I finally am enjoying my new apartment today since the day after our move-in. I had to work 8 days in a row lol. It has been very nice, especially that we're finally away from our MAGA boomer Nazi father, smile.
Well, that's pretty dope, dude. Glad to hear it. It's nice having freedom away from stupid dumbass parents. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Yankee donated $2. Seen this, old but good. Let me see.
Good evening. In the Eurovision, we always want more of everything. More songs, more unnecessary stages, more countries. And this year, we are welcoming another new member to the competition. The Islamic State of Iraq and Al-Sham, known as ISIS, who sent us their...
I love this feeling.
No, I'm not dreaming.
Tonight we're together, you know. It's a must.
It's a must.
It will be a blast.
Eurovision is cool. For 1,000 years.
We are coming to you.
Berlin, London, Paris,
and Estonia, wherever it is.
Unsibum, say hello to Islam. Unless you're a thug, then we have a cage. You lose your head.
Little too on the nose, but thanks for the donation, Yankee. Big Lenny is alive.
That's for sure. Women don't have the basic, let's say, strength, mental strength, emotional strength to live upright. No, we never played Aliquippa, Andreas, although I know their team very well, the Quips. That's a little different division from what Riverview High School played. Eli Shaw says, do I think about getting a new earring? Absolutely not. My God, the time I thought getting it back then, saw some bodybuilder wearing it. And I think to myself, what will possess me to want to get an earring? Of course, I was, 17 years old at the time. But still. Keith says, it's a small world, him and Robzilla cross paths. It's a small world, him and Robzilla cross paths in New Haven, Connecticut. Yes, Rob was from there, and may he rest in peace. It's going on a year since he passed. Sad loss. What can I say? 31 years old. Road to 1,000-pound bench press says these days you have to prepare yourself mentally for meeting a man with a mustache who demands being referred to as she. And it's even worse if you don't call them she and there's real. It's just outrageous. Lord Despit says Biden doesn't want.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail.
Fuck.
I think there's more to it than that. I think the comfort of that lifestyle and what that lifestyle avails them. It says, recently I did a cameo for a friend of his. Would I be interested in...
I was trying to call Big Lenny.
People are confused about what happened on October 7th. Like, I was unaware. I actually just got back from Israel last week again. I went for a third time, and I didn't know that a lot of the Palestinian civilians were out there kidnapping hostages as well and then selling them to Hamas for about $10,000 is my understanding. And, you know, it's really tragic to see that all of this has happened, and people are so busy saying that it's complex, but the history might be complex, but what's happening today is a very simple issue. You have one side that is fighting a war against terror, and then you have another side that is trying to lead a genocide against Jews and Christians worldwide. So I see it very bad. I know there's a lot about what's really happening.
Catastrophic performance, but that's kind of let Donald Trump slide. It's kind of amazing to me that horrible thing to be. Reality.
All right, whatever.
English Defence League tops on, and it said Luton Division, the name of our town. And these images went everywhere of English men getting chased and beaten, yeah? So this was Birmingham, and our first banners said, victims of jihad in Nigeria, we stand with you. Because obviously I was down the rabbit hole. So I was seeing on Christmas Day, five Christian churches were blown to pieces, didn't make the BBC News, yeah? I was following all these stories around the world of Christians facing persecution at the hands of jihad, no one caring. Yeah? So we went to Birmingham before, let's highlight a lot of issues here, yeah? Let's make this a point. And we had banners, we had placards, but we got violently, the police had to lock us in a building for 2 hours because they couldn't control the streets. Then they got buses and put us on the buses and to get us out of there. All the windows were coming in, there was riots going on. So from this, we then went back to Luton, and then we saw a Christian church in Manchester that had been taken over by Muslims, which there's been another video go viral just weeks ago, similar situation. It was in the area of Longsight, and they were bulldozing over Christian graves and headstones. So I was watching it going, like, they can't do this. How come no one's talking about this in the town? Where's the local political voice? Where's the politicians? Now, the thing where people said, because we took to the streets, now, we went from a group of 50 men in Birmingham being violently beaten to going on all the messaging boards of English football clubs, then turned up in Manchester, and I was like, when we got there was thousands of young Englishmen had come from everywhere. And from the start, because of the violence in Birmingham, the men had come with an attitude of, no, we're not backing down, okay? So that was sort of the start and the birth of the English Defence League, which every city we went to, there was a justified reason for going, yeah? But no
Birmingham.
Come to Birmingham!
Come to fucking Birmingham so I can pull you apart. You little fucking muppet. You know, if I ever see you on the street, I'm gonna smash your head in, do you know that? If I ever see you, I'm not gonna come looking for you. I'm not that type of guy. Yeah? I'm gonna wait for... Don't forget I work by London, bro. If I ever see you, I'm gonna smash your face in, bro. I'm gonna jump out my car and pull your nose off with these teeth. I don't bite people, do I? Are you mad? Are you fucking mad? I bit bear man, bro. Not to win, to add insult. And that's what I'm gonna do to UK. I'm gonna take it here, you little muppet.
Son Goku donated $2. Caitlin Clark smash or pass. Caitlin Clark. That is not the Caitlin Clark I think you're talking about. Wait, why the... Oh my god, my fucking... Caitlin Clark. The basketball player? Trying to find some butt photos. I don't know, man. I'm thinking she kind of has a bit of a flat. She has a decent enough badonk. I'd say smash. Like how she's really tall. It's kind of hot. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
About that. And then I realised very quickly that everything I'd seen in Luton, everything I talked about in Luton, was happening in every town and city. So then I started meeting families that their daughters were missing for weeks. And then I started hearing all these stories. And it's one thing to read about grooming. And that's why I made a 5-part series, the one you talked about that you watched. Because you don't get to feel the pain. I'm sitting with a mother, a father, and a brother whose 13-year-old daughter's been missing for 5 days, and the police are doing nothing. Now, no one... So I remember going on big chat shows in 2009. Jeremy Paxman was the most feared BBC presenter, and he had a show called Newsnight. And when I went on, everyone was all our opposition at the time, and I was terrified again. And it was the first time my mum... So my family had been crying since the time I started my activism, because my mum was threatened with her job. There was violence, police raids, terrorist attack, terrorist plots. So my family were begging me to stop. And I went on this Jeremy Paxman show, and I said to him, like, I don't expect you to understand, but I expect you to listen, okay? Our daughters are being taken. They're being groomed, they're being raped, they're being prostituted in every town and city. Yeah? And he said, you expect us to believe. And it hasn't aged well for him at all. Because in the early days, we were condemned as fabricating stories and making this up. So you understand the level. I met the father from Blackpool. The gang took his daughter. Okay, the father and the son would ring his phone, and he'd have to listen whilst they were raping his daughter. Yeah? These levels, so you understand. And in 2015, so we go across the country, and I've done a presentation called The Rape of Britain, as well as documentaries. And I go back to us marching through Telford. And now the arrest rates for these crimes, if you do a graph, it goes like this: there's none. Yeah, the English Offence League forms in 2009. By 2010 and 2011, the arrests are going through the roof. Now we didn't expect any credit for it or any recognition for it, but the government were then faced with something they knew was going on.
Look, my sense was, and this is part of why you're here today. Like I've been watching that since then. I don't know if it's since then, but it wasn't long after that. And it was my sense at the time, and this is something I think that Tammy has observed too, that your work was essentially what called attention to the fact of these grooming gangs.
So Andrew Norfolk is a Times newspaper who finally questioned these gangs. Now, what he says, we saw the emergence of the far right. He's given an interview. I had been made knowledgeable of these gangs for years, but everyone was too scared to touch it because all the men were Pakistani Muslim and all the girls were young English children. Yeah? So he'd known about it. So for me, Andrew Norfolk, yeah, okay, you ended up reporting it in the end. You was a coward for years. Yeah?
Well, I also think, it's hard for people. What do they say? Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I talked to Michael Schellenberger about the trans butchery of kids that's going on now, WPATH. And Schellenberger, who's a very brave journalist, told me that he had listened to my interview with either Abigail Schreier or Helen Joyce detailing this out probably 2 years ago now. And he said he couldn't believe it. It took Schellenberger 2 years to contemplate this because he couldn't believe the magnitude of the crime. And I think it's not merely cowardice, although there's plenty of that. It's also the fact that, look, it's a lot easier to write you off than to admit that there are gangs of people who've been brought into the country who have set out malevolently and with intent to rape thousands of girls. So it's a hell of a lot easier to write you off as a far-right extremist than it is to even begin to contemplate what that might mean.
And that's what he said. He said when I saw the emergence of the far right, by far right he means concerned English fathers, yeah?
Yeah.
Concerned Englishmen who are saying, well, we've had enough of this. If you go back to our videos, we're marching through cities saying Muslim pedos off our streets, yeah? Before all this. Now,
typical far-right stance.
Yeah, 2015 is when the Rotherham report was released, okay? Now, this is when Andrew Norfolk started talking about it. Now, so Andrew Norfolk starts talking about it, then they do an investigation in the city of Rotherham, and the city of Rotherham has a 3.7% Muslim population, and they find that over 1,400 children have been raped, yeah? And they find that the police knew, social services knew, government.
Right.
So I remember at the time of this, when it blew up, everything we'd said, everything we'd been screaming about, yeah? Now it's in a government report. Now
that was actually one of the things that really alerted me to just exactly how screwy things had become. So that was before I made the videos that made me viral in 2016. But one of the things I'd been following was that story. And it took me, well, the way you react when you come across a story like that is, it's something like, there's just no way this can possibly be true.
And it's far worse than you can ever.
Yeah, well,
it's far worse. It's far. So when that report came out, and let me think of what name to give her, because I know all these girls and families now, but you're not allowed to use their hidden. So this girl, one girl, her father had rang 999, the emergency number. When they went through to get the history of how many times he'd rung the emergency services for his daughter, it was 200 times.
Oh, dear.
200 times he'd rang for help. 200 times. Then two fathers got together, and this is all in the report. It's not Tommy Robinson saying this. Two fathers got together, and the two 13-year-old girls were in a house being raped by gangs of Muslim adults. Yeah. The two fathers went round to get their daughters back. The police turned up and arrested the fathers. They left the girls in the house. There's another incident in this report. 5 Muslim men have a 12-year-old English girl. They've got her drunk. She's in a derelict house. They're all raping her, yeah?
What? Girls who are minors are getting raped by adult immigrant Muslim men, and they arrest the girls' fathers. Why do you even have police in the UK?
The police turned up. They arrested the 12-year-old girl for being drunk and disorderly. Yeah? This is the level of one girl. She was 12 years old as well. They got a hot iron rod with the letter M, and they heated it up and they scalded her bum because she was the property of Mohammed. Yeah? She was the property of Mohammed. Another girl they got, and they nailed her tongue to a table. They used to take these girls out. We're not talking about sexual gratification here. Yeah? We're talking about total destruction of the most precious thing that we have, which is our daughters. Yeah? This is totally something. And when you go through the cases, I've investigated so many of them and looked through the numbers. Yeah? Rotherham had a 3.7% Muslim population. So for people to understand the scale of this problem, okay, there was 1,400 girls raped. I then looked, and
how many men do you think were involved?
Well, this is so Telford.
Yeah.
So in Telford, I'd done an investigation into Telford, and the reason I chose Telford was one of the gangs where we'd had the report. The police had identified 1,000 victims, and they'd identified 200 perpetrators. So I went and spent 18 months in Telford, and I got to know the story like you've seen. Yeah, I've done a 5-part series called The Rape of Britain, and when I went there, we went there and worked for a year before we let out that we were working there. We got to know the girls. We got to know their families. I spent time interviewing. We had the ones that were willing to go on camera and the ones that weren't. So I got a database, and we built a database of names. So I'd interview a girl for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 3-4 times, hear every bit of her story, but then sit down and work through it. Now, when we got the men's names, we had 254 identified. Yeah? And when they're identified by more than 3 girls who do not know each other, that's the green flag for me to go for them in the documentaries. I'm going to now make you famous. Yeah. And now the police investigation identified 200 perpetrators. Our investigation identified 254. An independent inquiry has identified over 300. Now, there's only 1.7% Muslim population in that town. So how many Muslims is that? It's about 3 to 3,500. So when you get rid of the women and you get rid of the under-16s, yeah, we were talking about 1,000 men. Yeah? 1,000 Muslim men are in that town, and the police identified 200 of them. Now, when they brought them to prosecution, they prosecuted 11. Why? They only prosecuted 11. So when people see these headlines and you're seeing grooming, yeah, they're not doing them. They're doing a little, in each town, they're nicking a few. Yeah? They're nicking a few. Now, what we found in our investigation was that one of the most senior ranking officers was receiving funds and monies from the gangs. The gangs act as a mafia. They're a Pakistani mafia. Yeah? Their level of violence, the groups that they're linked with, they're all...
That's insane. Like, if there's only 2 or 3 of these, 2 or 3,000 of these Muslim men, but you're getting like somewhere between 300 to 500 of them in that town. That's a massive percentage.
All the way to the top, from solicitors to CPS lawyers to politicians. So in this one town where we've done this big investigation, and we tried to give the information to the police, they wouldn't take it. Yeah? So there is still a massive cover-up going on. And I've done this 5-part series because in 2017, I've always talked about these issues. Then they started making arrests. Now, when they started making arrests, all the crimes I'm talking about, the tongue on the table, the hot iron rod, these were coming out of the reporting. Because for the first time, if there's a 6-week trial, journalists were sitting in the trials and they're reporting all the horrific details. We get told the words they're using, dirty grass, they use white slag. It's all racial, it's all religious. They're literally quoting the Quran whilst doing their rapes. Yeah? So as this is coming out, finally, all of it's coming out. Then all of a sudden, the reporting stops. Now, why is the reporting stop? They put reporting restrictions on every one of these cases now. Yeah? So what happens, instead of getting the details, what happens is they have a 6-week trial, and on the final day, you get 1-day news. 20 men convicted. Yeah? So I went up to one of these cases was going on.
So is that the technical restriction? They
put report restrictions and say, because they're such big trials, they're a group of 10 men, a group of 10 men, a group of 10 men, they're all interlinked until the end of all the trials.
Oh, I see. So hypothetically, so they're not contaminating the trial.
Yeah, so what we'll do, hypothetically, in America and possibly here, you lock up the jury.
Yeah.
We lock up the public. We don't let the public know everything to keep the jury safe. That's what their argument is for.
Okay.
So there's a case going on in Leeds. Now, at this time, I'm doing journalism. I went to the top Kingsley Napoli lawyers in London. Ezra Levant sent me. I went on a course to understand what I can and can't do around court reporting. So when they have a reporting restriction, the judge has no power over putting any restrictions on any information that's already in the public domain. So I looked at this case, 30 men. And my problem with this was, which I'd previously been to another case. There was another case in a place called Canterbury. These cases are everywhere. Yeah, you've got to for the public, you have to understand the crimes that are going on and been allowed to go on, facilitated and accommodated to go on, literally handed over our kids. So in Canterbury, a young girl was drunk. She was 14 or 15. She walked into a kebab shop, a Muslim-owned kebab shop, and asked for directions. She's taken upstairs by all 6 members of the staff. They find all of their DNA. She found crying down the road. They've all raped her. They're all on bail. So I looked at this case. They changed the name of their shop. They're still running the shop. So I went up to the city. And I asked the people who were walking past, are you aware of any allegations against this business? No. So no one knew. There's kids. I'm watching kids.
Same people operating?
Same people running it. They just changed the name. I'm watching kids going in there.
Jesus.
So I went to the court case next day because the man's in court. Now, I went to the court case and this was before I was aware of the laws. You're not allowed to stand on court property and video yourself. Yeah. So I stood on court property.
I'm a British Pakistani, 3rd gen, ex-Muslim. This guy is basically the Keffels of the far right. Is an ass, but keeps pulling the victim card and begging for donos. There is a growing issue, but it's with Mirpuri drug dealers, not religious Muslims.
Tommy Robinson has done a few stupid things here and there. I would say overall, though, he's a force for good. There is debate over whether or not some of these grooming gangs are religiously motivated, but given that they're almost all Pakistani, there's clearly a cultural, if not a religious motivation behind this. So that's not totally true. Most of these arrests are Muslim, particularly Pakistani men. And he's also stated this, like, yeah, they're these are Muslim drug dealing gangs that also traffic children. Thanks for the donation, Daniel.
He said, this is what's happening. 6 o'clock in the morning, my door goes through. I'm raided. I'm taken from my home straight down to Canterbury Court, where they've told me, because the judge, obviously, this is embarrassing for the judge.
And by the way, Tommy isn't far right. I think he gets lumped in with the far right because there's a lot of far right wingers in Britain that support Tommy for obvious reasons, but Tommy himself is not far right.
Went and leafleted the estate where the men lived. Those people were sent straight to jail. Paul Golding. He was put straight in prison, yeah, for handing out leaflets to warn the public. This man, and all these men are now convicted. They got 25 years, but they had the DNA anyway. So why are they out on the street? Why are they still running the business? But this was Canterbury. So then I go for legal training to make sure what I do is legal and right. So they put these reporting restrictions on. So I stand outside the court case and I report 30 men are alleged to have made, or alleged, I said alleged, they could be innocent. Yeah, these are the crimes they're alleged to have done. And I'm warning the public that these cases.
Okay, yeah, that's one of the cases that was fucking stupid. He was filming people who were currently in trial who weren't found guilty yet and accusing them of like rape and shit. Like, that is kind of fucked. Like, wait for the fucking court case to be over. That was so stupid. What he did could even jeopardize the fucking trial.
Is going on in every town and city, and you're not being told the reality of the situation here. And these are the signs, and I read the men's names because it was already in the public domain from when they first were charged. So I read everything that was in the public domain. I stood outside court, and then the police come over and arrest me. And they arrest me for a breach of the peace. That's on camera. This video, and as they arrested me and handcuffing me, I'd only gone to work. I said, get me a lawyer. Yeah. And as I get put in the back of the van, I said, thank you, because millions are now going to watch the warning I've just given. Yeah. I get taken into the judge. The judge sentenced me to 13 months in jail. Straight away. The judge lets the rapists go home. One of them packs his bags and goes to Pakistan. He still never faced justice. Yeah? So they all go home. I'm in jail. I'm the big risk. Yeah? I got 13 months in prison. And I remember getting to jail.
That happened then?
Within 2 hours. Within 2 hours. No court case, no trial. Contempt of court. Yeah? Bang, 13 months. And I remember standing there going, 13.
How in the fuck could he have gotten contempt of court if he wasn't in court? What?
13 months. What for? Yeah? What for? Okay. So, and there's one case where there's no jury. I didn't even get asked to plead guilty or not guilty, you know, which is the reason they have.
Like, I don't know how the court system works exactly in the UK, but they can't sentence you before trial. This doesn't make sense. You appear in front of a judge when you're initially arrested, and they can like set bail terms, you can maybe plead a case in front of the judge, and based on some of the testimony you give, they might be able to like release you without charge or something, but they can't just sentence you to 13 months when you just first see a judge.
Had to release me in the end. So I get 30 months in jail, I get to prison, I ring my wife. I said, I'm in jail. Like, she's like, what? I said, I'm in prison. I've just been sentenced to 30 months in jail. Like, and from prison for me, our prisons are literally ISIS training camps. They've taken over control. The same in America. I tried to give these warnings for a long time. Yeah, they will control your prison system. The most vulnerable and weak in society who have been wronged their whole life are going to be turned against your country. Yeah, because that's what they're doing. Okay, the money coming in, the most of them are Salafism. They're controlling the prison. So for prison for me is a dangerous place. And I land in HMP Hull, which doesn't have many Muslims. So I think great. Yeah? I'm all right here. Right? So I spend 2 weeks in there. But what I don't know is when the judge sentenced me to 30 months in prison, he puts a reporting restriction on anyone knowing I've got 30 months in prison. Yeah? So I'm in prison. Everyone's saying, where's Tommy? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's skipping a step here for brevity, but they can't just sentence you to 13 months when you first see a judge after getting arrested.
But rebel media and American journalists have started saying he's in jail because they're not bound by the court's things. So by the Monday, the judge has been forced to release and let people know I'm in prison. At that point, 684,000 people signed a petition demanding my release. Because if you watch the entirety of my video, I just stand and report and I say, listen, they might be innocent, but this is what the alleged crimes are. This is how many victims of English girls there are. This is how many men there are. You need to be aware as parents. This is what's happening. So I make the video. And the allegation was that I breached the reporting restriction because they made reporting restrictions on it. But by law, I didn't anyway because the judge has no power to put a reporting restriction on information that's already in the public domain. I was talking about what was in the public domain. But I'm in jail. I'm there. Then after 2 weeks, there's 30,000 people marched on Parliament. There's demonstrations in Sydney.
This is when?
This is 2017/18. This blew my name up. Yeah, it blew up so big. 30,000 people marched on Parliament. There was a massive Free Tommy. It's called Free Tommy movement that was built. Yeah, and then politicians, Congressman Paul Gosar, he flew to London. Ambassador Brownback, part of Trump's team, contacted the government to say make sure he's safe. Yeah, what is going on in the UK? Gert Wilders flew to Britain. Lots of politicians flew to Britain, and it was all blowing up. And I'm in jail, so I don't really know what's going on. I'm in prison. And then after 2 weeks, they come and move me. And I said, where am I going? And they took me to HMP Onley, which has the largest Muslim population of any jail in Great Britain. Yeah? So as I get there, why would you do this? How does this make sense to do this? And then when I got there, they said, so you're going to have to self-isolate yourself. So I'm not self-isolating myself. Yeah? Why have you brought me here? I was fine. What's the reason for bringing me here? And then I said, I'm not self-isolating myself. Yeah? If you put me on that prison wing, I'm going to come straight out of that prison door. And then I'm going to be in a position where I have to defend myself. But I am willing to defend myself. Yeah, I've done nothing wrong to self-isolate. What they want you to do when you get to prison is if you ask for protection, you're put with paedophiles. So I've done nothing wrong to warrant myself being in this position.
Yes, well, it'd be very convenient for those who aren't very happy with you to be classified with the paedophiles.
Classified with paedophiles or killed.
Right. Those are good alternatives. Yeah.
So 6 Muslims were sentenced to 30 years for planning to kill me. They got caught with guns and bombs. Yeah.
Booty Cum donate $2 Canada. Let me see.
What warrant out for? You've got an outstanding immigration warrant. We'll talk about it in the vehicle. Okay?
That's one outstanding what?
Yep, outstanding immigration warrant. We'll talk about it in the vehicle, okay?
Absolutely insane. Get me a lawyer. Can you not tell me what I'm under arrest for?
You're under arrest for having an outstanding warrant.
Arrest.
I'm happy to provide you with all of your rights.
Warrant.
Yeah, for an outstanding immigration warrant. You should jump in
Look, Justin Trudeau.
Where can I go
Yeah, fuck Justin Trudeau.
to help out? Which precinct?
Yeah, well, that's Canada, unfortunately. Hopefully the Conservatives win the next election to make Canada a little more based. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
I get put into Whittle prison. I'll go back to Onley, but I get put into Whittle prison. I'm in the prison system. I go onto the first night centre. My door opens. It's an ex-paratrooper, British armed military, who's now a prison officer. He said, when they come to get you, do not leave this cell. He said, I'm telling you, your life depends on it. I said, when they come to get you, that's what when they come to get you. I said, what do you mean? He said, when they come to get you, don't leave your cell, Tommy. Your life depends on it, son. Do not come out of this cell. So I said, all right. 2 hours later, my door opens, prison officers, he's with them. He said, right, you're going on to A-wing. And I said, I'm not going anywhere, mate. And then I said, I'm not leaving this cell. I'm not coming out of this cell. And he said, if you don't leave this cell, I'm going to arrest you and you're going to be put down into solitary confinement. You're going to be arrested. I said, okay. So he said, okay, you're arrested. And then I'm separated. He then comes to see me. He said, you're going on A-wing. That's where the 6 Muslims are who are doing 30 years. Yeah, you're dead. They're handing you to them. You're dead. Yeah. So I said, okay. And then I'm obviously thinking, Jesus. He said, and I write her name. He said, the woman would be done for corporate manslaughter, but it's too late for you by that point. So I said, okay. The next day I have a meeting with my lawyer. And I go for the meeting with my lawyer. And then there's a waiting room, say like this. And I've had my meeting, and this is the visits waiting room for illegals. And they opened the door, and I walked in, I saw beards. But they was as shocked to see me as I was to see them. So I was like, okay. So I didn't even sit down. I stood my back to the wall, they locked the door. And as soon as they locked the door, boom, I lost my teeth. So I'm getting battered in this little room. But they literally put me in the room with them. Yeah. So
and who exactly were you in the room with?
Muslims, just Muslim prisoners. Muslim prisoners. Because obviously I'm the most outspoken creator of Islam for the prison systems. But the Muslims didn't know I was coming in.
Yeah, this sounds like insane corruption. They literally tried to get him killed?
They did, I'd be dead. I'd be dead. They had weapons waiting. Because I could see by their faces, they've all looked at each other. I'm looking for. But there's about 8, 9 prisoners in the room. There's only 3 Muslims, but they just anyway. What feels like 10 minutes was probably 60 seconds. The prison officers have come in, they've broke it all up. I've lost my front teeth in there. I'm then transferred to another prison, and this is each time I've gone through the prison system. So in this one where I was reporting, I've been put into H&P only, and I said I'm not locking myself away. Yeah? They said, okay, well you're going to go on solitary confinement. I said, why have you brought me here? You put me in this position now. So they put me on solitary confinement, and this is the sentence where I went into. I'd say I entered jail one person, come out another. Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel, Muslim gangs deal drugs. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, and by the way, this is normal for terrorist organizations. That's how they fund their terrorist organizations. The Taliban got their money from selling heroin. Right now, they're transitioning to selling crystal meth. Like, this is a normal thing. I don't know how you're saying these can't be Muslim gangs because they're drug dealers. Yeah, that's how Muslim gangs make their money.
So how long were you in solitary?
On this one was 12 weeks. I lost 30 pounds, yeah? Because your prison is brought to your cell door and it has your name on it. And the Muslims, it's a majority Muslim prison.
Yeah, dumbass. I never said Mirpuri are involved with the Taliban, dumbass. I said Muslim gangs and Muslim terrorists make money drug dealing.
The servery, they're all preparing the food. So I said, I need tinned food. I can't eat food that's been put on my cell door. So I had 5 tins of tuna a week. That's what I could afford to buy. So that's all I ate, yeah? And I thought I was all right. But then even little things like, they come to my door and they open the door and said, where's your wife? And in my solitary confinement, they used to transfer me. My wife worked at a school and my kids were at school. Yeah? So the only time they could get me out, the whole prison would be locked up at lunchtime. They'd then walk me to have a little exercise in the courtyard on my own and have a shower. And the only time they do that is during lunchtime. Yeah? So my wife's at work. I couldn't even speak to my family, yeah? Because usually, so people understand the British prison system, you're out of your cell for 8 hours a day. You've got a job, you're going to work, you're playing football, you're going to the gym. Yeah? I was totally, you're isolated, you're on 23.5-hour lockup on your own, in a room. And I was upset about it, obviously, but then they come and say, where's your wife? I said, I don't know where my wife is. Why? We have intelligence she's going to be attacked with acid. And then they just shut the door. And it's like, and I can't even use the phone. So, but they knocked on my wife's door and my mum's door, the police did. And they give them pieces of paper. And the sad, sick thing about this is, I don't even believe they probably did have intelligence. I believe that all of this, and it worked, all of this is for pressure, for stress, to make you break, essentially, because they didn't need to put me in H&P only. But I was fine in H&P whole. Yeah? So they purposely moved me to a majority Muslim custody. Then they used that to put me on solitary confinement. Then I had this issue with my wife and my mum. And then when I got to ring them, and then they put me where my cell was, literally, my cell's here, and it was so hot that summer. And you can open your window this much. And there's the building they use as the mosque was there. The building they use as the mosque was there. I was getting shit, like human feces, put through my window. Yeah. So I had prisoners at my door every day. So I had all this going on. And then it gets to the Court of Appeal.
So what was this doing to you?
At the time, I didn't realise it was doing anything. At the time, I felt all right. At the time.
How come? How could you possibly feel all right?
Because I was receiving a lot of mail, which I was reading every day. I had my head on the sentence. But what I mean is, obviously...
What he means to say is that they're not real Muslims to be drug dealers. If someone says they're Christian drug dealer, that's a contradiction. Just making the point clear, not Muslim me. Yeah, Muslims can deal drugs. I think it's fair to say Pakistani gang, not Muslim gang. Well, they're all Muslim, so... I don't see a meaningful difference here.
When I say I felt all right, obviously I was panicked. I was waiting for them to leave the door open one day. Every time I heard the prison screws, I got by the door ready. Because I thought, if you open that door, I need to be ready for who's coming in that door. So I was totally on edge the whole time.
Okay.
Totally on edge. I was a wreck, probably, yeah?
Yeah. But the thing is, in a situation like that, you answered my question. In a situation like that, your stress response prepares you for action. And so you'll be okay while that's happening. The problem is that when you're doing that, your body is hyper-aroused physiologically, and it burns up your future resources.
That's when I got out, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So all those resources that should be saved for the future, you're burning in the moment. Then when you go somewhere and the stress is lessened, then that response will stop and you'll feel the consequences.
Well, as I said, I thought I was all right. And I'd lost a lot of weight, so I thought I looked all right. And then after 11 weeks, I had no idea.
Carnivore diet.
Yeah, tin of tuna.
Yeah.
Tin of tuna. But I was in, and then bang. My door goes, and there's another prisoner. He said, you're going home. You're going home. I said, what are you talking about? He said, you're going home. It's everywhere. It's all over the news. So how can I be going home? I've got 13 months. I've been in there 3 months. Yeah. So how can I be going home? And it had gone to the Court of Appeal. My solicitor didn't tell me. Yeah? My solicitor said, I didn't want to get your hopes up. Yeah. Everything they'd done was unlawful. Okay. Everything they'd done was unlawful. But because of what my lawyers have seen with my cases, we didn't want to tell you you're going to get out. We've looked at it. You didn't get asked to plead guilty or not guilty. No due process was followed in court. Yeah. But it took them 11 weeks or 12 weeks to get.
Oh, so that is legit. They literally didn't give him an opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty. How does that even fucking happen? The UK court system has to be fundamentally different than like the US and Canada. There's no way that would ever happen here. Like, obviously you can be falsely charged here, but you're given an opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty. So, yeah, their court system has to work fundamentally differently. Bootycum donated $2. Can we watch this after? Put it on X higher speed if you want to, but it's a good documentary. Inside one of Kabul's largest drug rehabilitation centers. I think we've already watched this, dude. Yeah, we've already watched this. Yeah, we watched this exact video already. Yeah, we watched this like a few months ago. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
To before the judge. So when they got before the judge said, free him, yeah? Get him out of prison. So then I remember I had such a dry throat because then they got me up and I was due, it's mad, because I always book a holiday a year in advance, yeah? Which is the problem I've got coming up now as well. I always book a holiday a year in advance for my children. And we were meant to go on holiday, we were going on holiday to Tenerife the next day, yeah? So when they got me out at lunchtime, obviously it's all over the news, I'm going home. So I said, how long until I leave? They said, they're just preparing everything now, yeah? So I said, can I use the phone? So I rang my solicitor. I said, what's going on?
To say Muslim drug dealers like saying I'm a vegan that eats meat. No, that's not the same thing.
He said, you're free to go, Tommy. You're free to go. What do you mean I'm free to go? Am I under conditions? He goes, no, you're free. So then I rang my wife, and because the holiday's next day, and I said, tell your mum.
That must make you thirsty.
Yeah.
I think I better have a drink.
Tommy, this is what I'm going to do. So we're running out of time.
Yeah, that's just a no true Scotsman fallacy. That's like saying Catholic priests have never raped a single child because anybody who rapes a child is not a Catholic priest. Like, it's just fucking retarded.
Time. And we're only at 2018. So I would like to continue this. We'll do this another interview. We'll do it remotely and we'll do part 2. Okay. For now, I think what I'll do is I'll ask you to tell me what you're planning in London on the 27th of July.
So 27th of July, you see in the UK, we've turned a corner with the public. There's been a massive...
We meaning
the British public have been made to feel embarrassed of their identity and their culture for too long. We've felt under attack. Since October 7th, there's been a mass awakening. So all the things we've warned about, like every interview I've given has aged very well for me. Every issue I've spoke about has come into fruition. Not because I'm a genius, not because I've got anything special. It's because I was born in a town where I witnessed what mass open border Islamic immigration will do.
And you told the truth.
That's right. That's the
and
other
you
thing.
told
That's
the truth.
And I've
That's
seen
why.
it. So
why did you... No, there's a mystery there still. It's not merely a consequence of where you were born.
You know,
like
you grew up with good parents.
Yeah.
And that has really been instrumental in your values, right?
Yes,
and your dedication for telling the truth and finding and having the courage to do what your convictions. You have convictions and you go forward and you want to tell the truth. Where's that come from?
Probably I said it probably even if I didn't want to, because probably if you meet the people I've met and hear the stories I've heard.
Okay. See, the other thing that happened to me, you see, when I was young, 23, younger than that, I started this when I was 13. I started looking at the worst things I could find, right? I started that when I was 13. The first thing I did that was seriously academic was a report on prison guards in Auschwitz. And I spent the rest of my life investigating that, looking at the worst things I could find. And the thing about looking at the worst things is that horrifies you so badly that I think what it does is scare you straight.
I know, which I tried having these conversations with my now ex-wife. If you think you're worried now, I know what the consequences are.
Yeah, right.
I know
exactly.
I know what's coming. I've got 3 beautiful children.
Yeah.
If anyone's got to fight, I'll fight. They're not fighting.
Yeah.
And what our cowardice is currently doing, we've bred a generation of cowards who care about themselves. Yeah. So and half my friends are saying, I'm all right.
Yeah.
I've got enough money. I'm okay. You can't keep running from this problem. This problem isn't going anywhere.
That's right.
This problem is going to explode on October 7th.
In fact, the longer you run from it, the larger it will be. Absolutely. 100%.
October 7th really woke a lot of people up to see, not happening in Israel, but to see the level of hate in every university, to see that our institutions have been taken over, to see the level of aggression and the celebration from not just a handful, we're not talking about handfuls of extremists, we're talking about the mainstream.
We're talking about the Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats, the Labour Party, and we've seen a massive, so there's been a real wake up. And I have, my messages, if I go through them every day, are full of people who said, I hate you. Yeah. I thought you was a thug. I thought.
Yeah.
And I'm not perfect, And I've made mistakes because that's human. And what I've done the whole way through my activism and my career and now my journalism is whenever they've tried to stop me talking, I think, no, that's not like, if you tell me not to do something, I will do it. That's always been my way. It's my character.
Yeah.
I mean, so, and I'm right. And I remember my wife's dad saying, stop, please stop. Like, do you not see the danger here? I said, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
No. So why should I stop? Well, because they're threatening us. Because they're trying to intimidate us. So every bit of police threaten this incident in Canada. Well, that doesn't deter me. You locking me up. If you want to put me in jail, it's not going to deter me. If you're going to put me in prison now for this film, and I can't understand they make the same mistakes every time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You lock me up for this film, yeah? I hope every single person in the world talks to me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I hope you bring more eyes to that film. So I'll go to jail. Jail for me is a terrifying... I might not come out of that prison sentence. And if I do, I'm going to do solitary confinement, which is going to fry my head. But I've gone through 15 years of this, yeah? And I am committed to it. And I think that when I say they, They have underestimated the human spirit and certainly the British spirit. Yeah, and what you saw,
I hope so.
What you saw on the 1st of June was the British spirit, and what you're going to see on July 27th is
what are we going to see on?
You're going to see the largest gathering of unified British public that they've seen. And when I say unified, they like to separate us and divide us. Yeah, like my politics and my since starting English Defence League, has always been open to everyone. Okay, I don't care if you come into Great Britain yesterday. You love this country and you want to protect it. Come and join us. Yeah, and we saw. So whilst they've tried to label us as racist, extremists, it doesn't work. Their monopoly and their power has gone, and we saw that on June the 1st with the different diverse backgrounds that come up to celebrate British identity. Yeah, which is what being British is about, and we're going to celebrate it on July 27th. 2 days later, they believe they're going to lock me up, and the problem they have now. I had a recent court case on 26th of November. You may have seen me arrested in London at the anti-Semitism rally, which the world saw me do nothing wrong. Yeah, They come and told me I wasn't allowed to report. Now, years ago, like when the media got up and walked out of court, they could do that. Now we have citizen journalists. Thank you, Elon Musk. Yeah, thank you, Elon Musk. Because in my court case, in whatever court case now, there will be a row of the most influential citizen journalists who will be live tweeting every single word. So they can't control the narrative anymore. Not in a minute. Yeah. Not since people have got platforms and voices again. So on July 27th, you're going to see the largest gathering. We have 3 of the largest screens in the UK being put up in Trafalgar Square. We know everyone wants us to fail. We knew that on June the 1st. We didn't fail. It was a total success. July 27th will be a total success. If all I care about, and that's why I said this may be the most important interview I give, is that freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly have gone. Okay, they're gone. We have control media. Totally control media. You challenge any narrative. This isn't just open border.
The UK never had freedom of speech. It's literally not even a part of the Constitution. You could argue there's some kind of political interest for the freedom of speech, but it's not actually a part of the British Constitution. And there's a lot of like weird, retarded laws that restrict free speech. Like there's some sort of like publication law that if you upload something that's consider like if you either publish a paper or upload a YouTube video or something like that, that is deemed offensive. And they use really vague wording like offensive or vulgar. You can get arrested for it. That's what happened to Count Dankula. So, like, unless you actually add that into the British Constitution, you literally can't argue for free speech. It's just not in your Constitution.
Immigration, you go against transgenderism, you challenge any of them.
Yes, I've noticed.
They're coming for you. They're coming for you, and they wish to seek control everything. They wish.
I saw the WEF put out an ad, I don't exactly know when they released it, telling people not to launder their jeans more than once a month, right? Because, it produces too much carbon dioxide, right? T-shirts too, by the way.
Which is
you can wash your underwear more regularly, according to the WEF. Those bastards will seek to control absolutely everything that people do.
And all the jigsaw is fitting together.
The WF is not a government agency. They just ask people to not do these things because it's environmentally harmful.
Yeah, because everything we've spoke about all fits in with this total element of control. Yeah, they want us, and unfortunately, when I was deplatformed for 5 years off of every single social media, I made a documentary called Panorama. Okay, now Panorama are the BBC's most investigative journalist hit piece. When they were doing a documentary on me, I sent a girl undercover into them. Yeah, and they had no idea. Okay, I got them making up sexual allegations against me on covert recording. Yeah, I got them. So John Sweeney was the head of Panorama. Yeah, I produced this documentary. Their program about me never come out.
I support hate speech laws. There should be hate speech laws. The issue is they protect religious extremists. I'm pretty sure it's in the Canadian Constitution. If something does technically constitute hate speech, it's protected if it's part of a religion. Let me see. Canadian hate speech laws. Criminal code, blah, blah, blah. There's no minimum punishment. There are 2 important phrases which are used in different provisions: identifiable group and hate propaganda. Advocating genocide. Section 318 makes it an offense to advocate or promote genocide, which is defined as killing members of an identifiable group or inflicting conditions of life on a group which are calculated to bring about physical destruction of the group. So technically under this law, Islam should be banned because it does advocate the killing of all Jews. The offense is indictable, carries a maximum penalty of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. There's no minimum punishment. Inciting or promoting hatred. Public incitement of hatred is an offense to communicate statements in a public place which incite hatred against an identifiable group, which, again, Islam should be banned under this hate speech law, where it's likely to lead to breach of peace, the Crown Prosecutor can proceed with either indictments, maximum penalty, blah, blah, blah. Section 319, for defenses, provides specific defenses to the offense of promoting hatred. Person will not be convicted if the person establishes that the statements communicated were true. So, say if you, I don't know, said, black people commit more crime than white people. You could say, oh, well, that would violate hate speech. Well, if that is actually factually correct, then it can't be hate speech. In good faith, the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on belief in a religious text. So they're literally saying, if your religion is hateful and genocidal, it's protected under the Canadian Constitution. So they can't do anything to, you know, a Muslim saying we need to kill all Jews because, oh, well, the Prophet Muhammad said we need to kill all Jews. It's fucking insane.
Produced this documentary, he was put on gardening leave. Yeah. When I talk about the controlled media, when I got these covert recordings, he sat someone down and said, say this about Tommy Robinson, and do we have an agreement? Yeah. And it was one of my ex-employees, but they didn't know we were recording them. Yeah? So they were telling them what to say. They were scripting the entire program. How many other of these programs have been scripted? Yeah. They were scripting the entire program. When they come to interview me and I sat down like this, I put a video wall behind me and I said to the panorama, would you ever tell anyone what to say? No, press play. On the wall behind me, the covert recording of him making agreements on what to say. Sexual allegations. Now, if they would have been successful, my life would have been destroyed. My kids would have had to go to school with their father as a Harvey Weinstein. Yeah? But I produced this documentary. Within 48 hours of producing that documentary, I was blacklisted off of every social media. And I was recharged by the government. Yeah? This case that's coming up against me now is the government. It's not the police, it's the government, the Attorney General. Now, Facebook and Meta, the entire Meta, made me a figure of hate, which meant if you mention my name, you get deleted. Yeah? And they were so, because, you see, again, my investigative documentary work is fabulous. It exposes them. And they deleted me. And for 5 years, I was disappeared. Yeah. Until Elon Musk gave me back my voice. Right. In those 5 years.
I don't know who got back first, you or me. I don't remember. I think I might have got back first. I mean, I'm somewhat less controversial than you, so congratulations. So, Tam, we should wrap up and we will continue. You don't have any questions?
No, I just want to thank you. I really want to thank you.
So maybe let me ask you a question. I mean, I've been following Tommy for quite a while, but you were quite instrumental in arranging this discussion. So why did you do that? Why?
A very long time ago, and supporting you as well. Why did I want to do it?
Yeah. Why do you trust him?
Why do I trust him? I don't know. I had a pretty disagreeable Irish father, and he was a smart ass, you know. And I trust Donald Trump. I trusted Donald Trump all along too. I don't know.
Okay, so she's pretty goddamn stupid.
I know when
you like disagreeable men.
I like men who have values that they'll stand by, and they are brave.
Trump has absolutely no values.
And say what they mean. I think we need men.
Trump does not say what he means. He lies constantly.
To stand up, and we need women to figure out their crap because we're causing a lot of trouble. And I'm going to try to help with that.
I think it's interesting.
Women are causing a lot of crap. In what way? Petersons are just deranged.
I think we need to remember who we are.
Well, so one of the things that maybe we'll close with this. One of the things that I'm very interested in, this is part of the reason why I was interested in you, is because you are a working class leader. And the working class, when angry, can go very, very badly wrong. And so, but the working class anger, when it's justified, is absolutely necessary. Because, you know, one of the things I've thought about you and your guys is that when push comes to shove, you'll stand up. And that's something. Now, the trick is going to be, and also on July 27th, to keep that managed. You know, the Canadian truckers did a very good job of that. Yeah. They kept the spirit of that protest very positive. I don't know how much chance you've had to talk with some of the lead organizers.
I met Tamara Leach. I've been here. I've met them. I've met them. She actually said to say hi to you guys.
Yeah.
I found her story. I found myself quite lucky that I'm getting to leave Canada after hearing what they've done to her. After hearing what they've done to all of them.
So we talked a little bit about the necessity of the working class standing up and making their position known, the danger that turns into a vindictive populism and gets taken over by the psychopathic community. This was something I worried about at the end of the trucker convoy. They stopped in time, They stopped before the real predators and parasites showed up to take over. And so they did that brilliantly. It was very well timed, very peaceful, very harmonious. And it ended at the right time.
The trucker convoy was absolutely fucking retarded, and it was being managed by a guy who is an actual Nazi.
One of the things we're trying to do...
One of the big aspects of the trucker convoy, too, was... some of them were following that religious whack job. She calls herself, like, the Queen of Canada. Like the trucker convoy was just fucking retarded.
In the UK and elsewhere is to put together a positive vision for the West, for the future, because the other danger of that populist uprising is that it's all reactionary, to use the left-wing phrase, that it's all pushing back against and angry, instead of putting forward a positive vision. And the thing about working class men is they need every man needs a positive vision. And so that's something else we should talk about. If
I could send you, what we've said is we need a cultural movement in the UK.
Yeah.
We need a cultural movement that celebrates identity and celebrates who we are and brings everyone together.
Yeah, right,
All that
right.
We've wrote like a 10-point pledge, a pledge that we want the public to take to be part of the movement.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk, when we talk again, let's talk about that pledge, and I can discuss what we're doing with ARC as well.
Because that's what we're hoping to launch on the 27th. It was about saying if we change the culture, we change the politics. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's show them that we control it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're right about this. Like for years, people have tried to align themselves, and purely comes with time. Our support base now is totally mainstream, totally normal. You'll see the best of British in London. What we have to make sure, people will want us to fail.
And who knows what kind of instigators there too.
But we have enough men now that if people turn up wearing all black, wanting to instigate problems, we'll put them in place ourselves. We don't want the police. We told the police at last demonstration, stay away. Okay, stay away. Let us police ourselves. Yeah, because if anyone wants to step out of line, our own people know we'll put them in line. That's the idea. And the idea is to have fun. We've got a church choir band singing. We've got we're having a celebration.
Art is a good idea to bring art music into it. Because that sets a good tone.
I've asked Tamara Leach to come and sing as well.
Oh yeah, okay.
I've asked her to come and sing. Okay, that's always insane.
July 27th, eh?
Yeah. Hey, if you can be there. It's the story of so much now. It's ordinary people trying to do extraordinary things because we shouldn't have to be doing this. We should not.
No. We should be doing this. Ordinary people aren't as ordinary as they think.
Yeah.
You're a good example of that. You leave that extraordinary stuff to the leaders, you get tyrants.
Which is what we've got now.
Yeah.
Which is what we've got now. And essentially, this is across the whole of the West. And that's what I said with men. We need to remember who we are.
Yes, that's right.
And if we had pride in who we were, we wouldn't allow any of these abuses to happen. None of this would have been allowed to happen, but they've took our pride, they've took our identity. Well, they did take it. I felt something, I'll end this on, I went to the 100-year anniversary of Polish independence, yeah? And when I walked at the front of it, the hundreds of thousands of them, I felt something, yeah? I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt an energy that I went home gutted about because they have because they were off the map for over 100 years, because they've continually had to fight. It's ingrained in their people to understand the importance of who they are and their identity. And our new generation don't know this, yeah? So I went home pretty upset thinking, where has that gone in Britain? And I felt it on 1st of June. And I feel it now. And I think the British public are feeling it. And feeling the sense of identity, the sense of pride, and the sense of coming together to certainly tell the establishment enough's enough here, yeah? We're not...
Hell yeah, come together to push out the fucking Muslim extremists.
Sitting by silently anymore. So yeah, exciting times, but scary times. I want to do July 27th and then I hope that public opinion, they've weaponised, the courts and the judiciary have been weaponised against me. I hope to weaponise the public opinion against them. So if you do want to send me a jail, lock me up for 2 years, let the world know what it's about.
So part of the problem with getting the working class aroused, let's say, in anger, is that can degenerate into a vengeful response that doesn't have an aim. And so what has to be associated with that is something approximating a positive vision to make sure that everyone's aligned and upward aligned, and to provide the proper replacement to the ethos, let's say, that the Islamic fundamentalist psychopaths, and that's not all Muslims by any stretch of the imagination, are putting forward. So what are you thinking about with regards to vision?
So our vision, so we've got probably 10 of the main influencers in the UK around politics and culture coming together to come to an agreement, exactly this, in celebrating our identity, in how do we stop the erosion of our culture? What are the 10 principles we can all agree on that we can come together on? We don't have to agree on everything. No one has to agree on everything. We have to agree to defend Great Britain, to defend our culture, to defend our identity. And so we've got an important meeting on the 9th where we come together, and the purpose of July 27th was to give the public a vision. So here's our vision. Here's our vision.
Okay, got it. Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you ever so much as well for...
It's a good beginning, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that was only very mildly retarded in a few areas, but overall pretty interesting.
Some breaking news here. Moments ago, AOC filed articles of impeachment against 2 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito. The articles against Clarence Thomas include failure to disclose financial income, gifts and reimbursements, property interests, liabilities and transactions, among other information, refusal to recuse from matters concerning his spouse's legal interest in cases before the court, refusal to recuse from matters involving his spouse's financial interest in cases before the court. And the second impeachment resolution includes the following impeachment articles against Justice Alito: refusal to recuse from cases in which he had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party in cases before the court, failure to disclose financial income, gifts and reimbursements, property interests, liabilities and transactions, among other information. Now, to be clear, these articles are not the result of a decision handed down by the court, since that's clearly not an impeachable offense, even if it does show overt corruption. They are the result of the justice's conduct around the office. Here's MSNBC's Ryan Noble explaining that point.
These articles of impeachment are not based in any of the decisions that either of these 2 justices have made, but instead specifically about their conduct around the office. For instance, in both Thomas and Alito's case, she is accusing them of not properly disclosing
If Clarence Thomas can't get impeached, I don't know what the fuck. That guy is so obviously insanely corrupt and violated the ethics of his position. I don't know how a judge, like if he can't get impeached, I don't know who can.
financial benefits and gifts that they were given by donors and others, and in some cases people that had business before the court or even had a vested interest, a political interest in some of the issues before the court. And she's also doing that in the case of Clarence Thomas, saying that he refused to recuse himself from certain cases that his spouse had a vested interest in as well. His wife, Ginny Thomas, of course, was very much involved in the Stop the Steal effort, the efforts to overturn the 2020 election and things along those lines. Also, she is accusing Justice Alito as well of refusing to recuse himself from certain cases of which he may have a conflict of interest. So these are very specific accusations that Ocasio-Cortez is leveling against these two Supreme Court justices. It comes at a time where Democrats are getting increasingly frustrated about the direction of the court, obviously the decisions that this court has rendered over the past couple of months, but also the conduct of these Supreme Court justices and the lack of oversight that they apparently seem to have without any kind of specific code of ethics that they must follow.
Now, I do need to say that this motion will not pass the House, which of course has a slim Republican majority, but that is not a reason not to exercise what power you do have to draw attention to a serious issue. And the issue of these conservative justices.
It is great to welcome back to the program today Alan Lichtman, who's a political historian, author, and professor at American University in Washington, D.C. Professor, we looked at your recent appearance on CNN, which I found very interesting. You told the hosts that they were complicit to some degree in sort of reestablishing the idea that maybe Trump is a viable alternative to Joe Biden on the basis of the debates. Before we get to the debate, generally speaking, do debates make a difference in the framework you've established and used for decades now to predict the outcome of presidential elections?
Debates do not directly figure into my system the keys to the White House, which have been right since I predicted Ronald Reagan's reelection in April 1982, almost 3 years before the election, when the nation was mired in what was then the worst recession since the Great Depression. Ronald Reagan's approval ratings were in the gutter, and 60% of the public said he was too old to run again for president. Of course, he won in one of the biggest landslides in U.S. history. But aside from the keys, history.
Would you come to any tellers? Have you seen this? Look at Russian bots and comments.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for having us here.
Viktor Orban, the corrupt pro-Putin asshole. This interviewer type of reason is the very reason why there's a war. What an insufferable and arrogant interviewer. Viktor Orban made a very good impression to me in this interview. Totally agree with him that we need to investigate all possible ways to peace. What the fuck does that even mean? Most leaders in Europe lack the political will to do that. They are governed by the American warmongering ideas. This journalist wants war, but Orban wants peace. Right, sure. Oh my god. I'm not gonna bother watching this. I know exactly what they're gonna fucking say. America started the war. Ukraine are Nazis. They want to fucking attack Russia. Yeah. Oh, what a bunch of idiots. Oh, thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cam.
History shows debates have no predictive value whatsoever. Hillary Clinton won the debates in 2016 and still lost the election. John Kerry won the debates in 2004 and still lost the election. In 1980, Gerald Ford committed the greatest gaffe ever in a debate when he said, the Eastern Europe is not under Soviet domination. That generated huge headlines. And he almost won that election. He lost, but he did vastly better than the pollsters and the pundits would indicate in the wake of the Watergate scandal and the loss of the Vietnam War.
So a bunch of different things to ask about. I'll take them one by one. Some have made the counterpoint to your framework and position about the debates not making a difference, that never have we had a debate in which a candidate seemed so unfit as Joe Biden seemed on June 27th. And therefore, while your model maybe has been correct in the past, it doesn't account for the possibility of what happened on June 27th. This is the argument that some are making about your statements regarding the debate's predictive value. Is it conceivable that that would be a novel but accurate interpretation of the impact of this particular debate?
Let me say this. Every 4 years, someone says to me, this year is different. Your keys won't work. You've got to change your model. We have an African-American running. Never had that before. The country's not ready for that. We have a woman running. Never had that before. Country's not ready for that. We have social media. We've never had that before. That changes everything. And I have two answers to that. Number one, you can't change a model on the fly. That is a prescription for error. Number two, my model is based on history, but it's very robust. Prospectively, it goes back to 1984. It's got a 40-year record. No other model comes close. And retrospectively, I developed the model going all the way back to 1860, the horse and buggy days of American politics, when we didn't have automobiles, jet planes, polls, television, radio. When we were an agricultural society, women couldn't vote. Most African Americans were enslaved. My ancestors from Eastern Europe, Latinos, Asians, hadn't gotten here yet. So the Keys have endured enormous changes in our society, our economy, our politics, our communications. And it's the height of folly to make the presumption that something is now different and I need to change the model. You cannot, moreover, judge a presidency on one debate. Debates go way down on the list of what makes a successful president. Far more important are values, judgment, experience. And all of those critics don't take.
I have no sympathy for hard gainers. I'm talking about skinny fucks who can't get enough calories to build muscle. You're really telling me you can't fit in an extra 300 calories in your diet? That's like a spoonful of peanut butter. Am I being too harsh?
You can always eat more food if you really want to. The people who complain about not being able to fit in enough calories are just fucking retarded. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Take into account an incredibly successful Biden administration. Why hasn't his so-called impairment destroyed his presidency? He has more domestic accomplishments than any U.S. president since the 1960s. It was Biden and Biden alone who put together the very difficult coalition of the West that stopped Putin from conquering Ukraine. And unfortunately, a lot of the impressions of the debate are from the media. Most people didn't watch the debate. The vast majority of Americans or registered voters never watched. So they got only their impressions from the media, which almost entirely focused on Biden, and legitimately so. There were legitimate questions to be raised, but almost entirely ignored the far worse, much more dangerous performance by Donald Trump. He has based his presidency on lies. He lied his way through the debate. One lie for every minute to 20 to 30 seconds of speaking time. Huge lies. Lies about the January 6th insurrection. Lies about the 220 election. Lies about prices going up fourfold when they only went up 25%, 1/8 of that. And he said he wouldn't accept the results of a fair election and promised to govern as an authoritarian. What is more dangerous than a president who will, if elected, destroy our democracy, and a president who may have issues related to age and diminished capacity? What would be worse for America? On the one hand, Donald Trump gets elected and destroys our democracy, which he's promised to do. He's right out in the open on what he's going to do. And by the way, snuffed out the free and independent press. What the press has done is so self-defeating. That's far worse than, let's say, Biden doesn't complete his second term. Harris becomes president. She follows the same policies. She is eminently qualified as a vice president, a former senator, former attorney general. And by the way, we have historical precedent for that. Harry Truman took over from FDR and today is regarded as one of our more esteemed presidents. Lyndon Johnson took over from JFK and pushed through Congress the war on poverty. And the most important piece of legislation since World War II, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I've summarized American politics in one sentence. Republicans have no principles, Democrats have no spine. Republicans are united behind a guy who has openly indicated he's going to destroy our democracy, who said he'd be a dictator on day one. And every dictator in the history of the world, when they're a dictator on day one, has been a dictator forever. He's a convicted felon. Civilly, he was found to sexually assaulted a woman, colloquially raped her, found to have committed massive financial fraud. His charity was dissolved because he was using it for his own personal gain. His Trump Institute and Trump University went down under the tubes, 34 felony counts. On the other hand, at the first sign of adversity, Democrats are willing to push their incumbent president under the bus, who, by the way, was not nominated by members of Congress or donors or political operatives like James Carville. He was nominated by 87% of the Democratic primary voters. And the Democrats are so foolish as to air all their dirty laundry out in public.
Yeah.
Creating an image that Trump just loves of a Democratic Party that can't get it together. That's in total chaos.
Hard to find a disagreement with that analysis, Professor Lichtman. To get back briefly to the model, if I understand the model correctly, and I believe we talked about this the last time we spoke some years ago, the model predicts the popular vote outcome. And
let me stop you there.
Okay, stop me if that's wrong.
When I first developed the model, there was no distance between the popular vote and the winner, so I didn't have to worry about that. But in recent years, the popular vote has become irrelevant, much more important for our democracy than the Keys. It's irrelevant because the Democrats pile up 5 million plus votes in just 2 states, and you know what they are, New York and California. No comparable Republican states. That, counts for nothing in the Electoral College. Democrats could win those states by 537 votes and still get all the electoral votes. So in recent years, I've only called the winner. And by the way, from 1992 on, Republicans have only won the popular vote once.
Yes.
Ha ha.
Let me take a look. My intractable gum disease vanished in 3 years on the lion diet, but hey, this is the WHO speaking. Why not trust them?
Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, Batman. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support, dude. So is Jordan Peterson saying this advice is bad? By the way, like, he's talking about gum disease, which is an inflammatory condition.
What video would you recommend on nihilism?
I don't know. I don't know of any good nihilism videos. I was planning on making my own video on nihilism and how it cured my depression. So, I'm gonna make some content on that, but I don't know what videos I can recommend on the topic because I haven't seen any good ones yet. Thanks for the donation, Yankee. So, yeah, Jordan Peterson had some sort of gum disease. He wouldn't say specifically, but most gum diseases are inflammatory in nature. A diet high in fruits and vegetables is, in fact, protective against periodontal illness. So, gum diseases that are inflammatory. They also recommend brushing your teeth with fluoride toothpaste 2 times a day. That's supported by evidence. Limit intake of sugars. That's also supported by evidence. Tobacco and betel nut are horrible for your teeth and gums. And alcohol is also terrible for your teeth and gums. So, like, is he saying this advice is bad? Like, we shouldn't brush our teeth? We should smoke cigarettes? Like, Jordan Peterson is a fucking retard. This man is a talented editor, and this is a necessary film. Check out the 83-year-old blonde carnivore rancher. Healing Humanity, the Power of a Proper Diet.
Hello, Carrie here from Healing Humanity. A proper human diet has changed my life forever. Not only am I down over 100 pounds since my heaviest, I also overcame depression and anxiety and many other issues. Now, I'm going on a journey to help others do the same.
You know, I've been a...
Oh, this guy's a retard. Ken Berry is a fucking retard. I don't understand how in the fuck you can lose weight on any diet. Like, what argument are they fucking making?
This lady.
I'm 82 years old, which is
She's 82. Holy fuck.
just a chronological number. So you put the right fuel in the engine, and the engine works.
I have now...
Damn, she looks fucking good for 82. Holy shit. That's... So, it's likely a combination of just her lifestyle. She seems to work on a ranch. The old boarding barn that Jasmine and I used to rent on for our horse, the woman who owned it, she was in her 80s. I think she was actually 84. She didn't look as muscular and fit as this lady, but she was actually still in really good shape. Like, for an 84-year-old woman, she was, like, pulling horses around and shit, and she'd still do riding. So, and she didn't eat great either. So, exercise goes a long way if you stay physically fit and you avoid obesity. I mean... Yeah, even if you're not on an ideal diet, you're still going to get benefits from exercise. Okay, so this
They're here to take over.
This is just some stupid fucking pro-meat documentary. Leave it to JP. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam.
Our country, not just to come into the country, they're taking it over. So whoever let them in should be from the arm of the Statue of Liberty.
Who should be hung?
Well, I would like to start off with somebody like Hillary. Hillary, I like to see her dangling down there, oscillating, you know, like tick-tock, tick-tock.
Jesus.
What year that was? 2004.
2004, which interestingly, had 140,000 votes in Ohio gone the other way, you would have seen John Kerry become president while losing the popular vote by about 2.5 million. It didn't happen, but that would have been quite a scenario.
Right, but it's never happened, but we have had the scenario of Republicans gaining the presidency and losing the popular vote. Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 2.8 million in 2016 and still was elected president. And by the way, I was not very popular in 90% plus Democratic Washington, D.C., where I teach at American University, went against all the conventional wisdom. I predicted Trump's win in 2016. I even got a little note on the Washington Post where I predicted his win on their article. It said, "Congrats, Professor, good call," and in big Sharpie letters, Donald J. Trump.
Without going into the details of each of the keys, can you briefly tell us which keys are currently held by Trump or Biden and which hang in the balance?
Yeah.
Christopher Hatch donated $2. What do you think of these creatures? Son Goku donated $2. Do you think there should be bans on super large pickup trucks on the road? There probably should be restrictions on utility vehicles that either disincentivize people from getting them or certain requirements to buy. So, like, you have to prove that you have some sort of job or occupation or something, or daily use case for you to be able to buy it. Or some sort of, like, licensing tax. I know they do that. They do something like that in California, where you need, like, a special license plate. And it costs a bit more money because there are people buying these massive retarded trucks that they don't need. They're terrible at fucking driving, and they cause accidents all the fucking time. I can't stand SUV drivers and especially pickup truck drivers. And it's like it's a particular type of pickup truck. Those new 4-seater or 5-seater pickup trucks with like a cabin, everyone who drives those don't actually need a pickup truck. And they're all retarded cunts who can't fucking drive and they think they own the road. People who drive SUVs are also cunts because a lot of them are just fucking stupid 40-year-old women with kids who the only thing they do is drop their kids off at school. And again, they can't drive. They're driving distracted because they're trying to feed like their baby in the back seat while driving. They almost fucking run you off the fucking road, and all they use it for is to get groceries and like drop their kids off at school. It's fucking retarded. You can do that with a normal fucking car. So yeah, I'd kind of like to see something like that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Hi, I'm Mojave Max, and I'm a desert tortoise. I'm not sure how much you know about desert tortoises, but I'd like to share a few facts with you. As a threatened species, desert tortoises are federally protected under the Endangered Species Act. Since desert tortoises are a threatened species, if you see a desert tortoise in the wild, please don't touch it. Let it be wild. It's okay to watch desert tortoises from a safe distance, but please, do not disturb them. Desert tortoises live in a variety.
I would pet them and feed them broccoli.
variety of habitats from sandy flats to rocky foothills. Tortoises can be found in locations from near sea level to over 5,000 feet in elevation. Desert tortoises can live 50 or more years in the wild, and even longer in captivity. Tortoises depend on bushes and burrows for shade and protection from predators, such as ravens and coyotes. To help prevent damage to sensitive tortoise habitat, please stay on designated routes and trails when hiking in the desert. If you've never seen a desert tortoise in the wild, it may be because they spend more than 95% of their lives in their burrows. A desert tortoise will use multiple burrows throughout its lifetime and may use as many as 12 burrows in a single year. Desert tortoises use their strong legs and nails to dig burrows. Burrows provide a cool retreat from summer temperatures as well as a warm place to brumate during the winter months. Brumation is like hibernation for tortoises. Desert tortoises get water from eating plants and drinking from puddles after a rainstorm. They can store up to a liter of water in their body when drought conditions occur. This may allow tortoises to survive for a year or more without drinking water. Desert tortoises are herbivores. They eat desert plants like cacti.
Oh my god, they're good boys. They're vegan.
Grasses and wildflowers. Adult females may produce 1 or 2 sets of eggs each year during the summer months. A set of eggs, which is called a clutch.
Yeah, I like turts. Turts are
Well, 'tis
good.
the season to emerge from brumation. As the temperatures warm up, desert tortoises are coming out of their burrow.
Pet desert tortoise.
If they dig a burrow, then what is their shell for?
Their curiosity about 5-year-old Delta, a prehistoric
Oh my
animal,
God.
is welcoming news to Daniel Freeman. This is the first time he's fostering a desert tortoise, and he has his work cut out for him.
So there's a lot more to it than just buying a bag of dog food. Their diet is very specific.
Compared to about 1% in the wild. Another sign of a poor diet. The group doesn't know where Delta came from. but
Oh
they know
my
he's now in good
God.
hands. The desert tortoise will.
Oh, look at the little baby.
Hello.
Oh my
newborn
god,
desert
it's your
tortoise.
baby church.
Welcome to your world.
We're seeing declining populations due to a variety of factors.
Now,
Oh my
in those same
god,
areas,
he's
there may be
munching.
fewer than a dozen per square mile.
Yeah, I like turts.
Let me just make a small correction. Trump doesn't hold any keys.
Okay.
The keys tap into the structure of how elections really work, which is votes up or down on the strength and performance of the White House party.
Okay.
Therefore, all the keys are measured against the White House party.
Fair.
The 2 key, and they're always phrased so an answer of true favors the election of the White House party. And if 6 or more are false, the White House party is a predicted losers. Only 2 keys have anything to do with the candidates, and they're very high threshold keys. They ask whether the incumbent party candidate is one of those once in a generation inspirational candidates like FDR and Ronald Reagan, who won all their elections in huge landslides and converted a lot of members of the opposition. And they ask whether the challenger is not, since they're always phrased as an answer of true favoring the incumbent, the challenging party candidate is not one of those once in a generation inspirational candidates. With that in mind, let's see where the White House party stands.
Yeah.
Now, Biden, or whoever the nominee is, and we can talk about that a little bit more, but just Biden, at the moment, is down definitively 2 keys. The mandate key, because Democrats lost the midterm elections in 2022 for the U.S. House, and the incumbent charisma key, because he's no FDR. That means 4 more keys would have to fall to predict his defeat, and I can direct you to the most shaky keys. I mean, something strange could happen, but the most shaky keys are third party, social unrest, foreign/military failure, and foreign/military success. But if the Democrats push Biden out and have a big party brawl about who'd replace him, then I've got to change my analysis.
So let's talk about that. If indeed President Biden were to be pushed out, which keys shift?
Right. If Biden is pushed out and we have a party brawl for who to replace him, because there isn't an overwhelming consensus candidate.
Babies are cute donated $2 as long as they're like animal babies, like a turtle or something. Beautiful. Ah, gross. Well, that's not a baby. That's just a kid. Yeah, her kids are kind of a little ugly. Well, thanks for the donation. Babies are cute. Here's a good one. 2 arrested after man shot in the head in Toronto. But I thought Trudeau banned handguns.
Injured in a daylight shooting.
Tonight, police converge in a North York neighborhood, the latest incident of gun violence in the city. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news.
This is the scene near Keele and Wilson where the gunfire erupted late this afternoon. CTV's Janice Golding is there and joins us live with the very latest. Janice.
Yeah, ever since Trudeau banned handguns, you're seeing way more fucking shootings in daylight in like large crowded pedestrian areas. Right as soon as he banned handguns. I love the fucking comments. Thought handguns are illegal in Canada. Nice description of suspects. That narrows down to any two males on the earth. Wow, are we at the point where a description is politically incorrect? Sure, a lot of shootings happening over there. No info on the suspects said at all. Said once Bill C-21 passed, it would end gun violence once and for all. Now that his ass in the back row. Does he still stand by that remark? Flush it, Liberals, NDP, let it make skid marks on the way out. I'm 100% to vote Polyev. Yeah, the Conservative Party actually wants to legalize guns again. All these criminals know that the NDP mayor loves them. Look up Toronto's most wanted. Almost no Canadians. Overrepresentation. Dude, I love the fucking comments on these videos, dude. They're just fucking perfect. Let's see, Dodo donated $2. Play horror games, 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 play horror games. We'll play horror games soon, okay? Probably by the weekend we'll play a horror game. I want to get through the Black Ops Cold War campaign first. Ugh.
Since you said you considered joining the military but didn't because people you know said it sucked. This could have been you. Looks like it's a Fort Drum in New York near the Canadian border.
Position attention. Boom. The flutter kick. The flutter kick. Side position. Boom. NKS. NKS. Exercise. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2. 1, 2. You better reach.
Yeah, that looks like it sucks. Thanks for the donation though, Johnny Bravo.
Would you ever go on Destiny's podcast IRL? Type in the chat for the men.
You're not. How are you getting sneak by asking a question? You're sneaking. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? Stop. I win. It's over. We can go to the next topic.
Oh,
the fact that you can't even address the question already shows that my position is a fair one. It's the best position.
The premise is shit.
Bill's good.
Me and X are on the same page. You are just you know what?
I definitely would go on the podcast IRL. That'd be fun. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Vibe killer.
I just did. I came all over him.
He's killing
this. This is why nobody goes on his show, man. It's why he was the last guest.
Who's the last guest we had? I don't even remember at this point.
Hutch.
Actually, I do remember. He was a great guest.
Hutch was cool.
He had question marks on his arm.
Okay.
I'll tell you that. Well, actually,
here's the answer. Here's the answer.
Go ahead.
You can't compare one to the other.
True.
Message Dan, he'll fly you out.
If you interact with an audience or fans or live audience, right, that have coon brain permanently and cannot get away from the topic that you're gonna date them, that you want to kiss them, that you want to fuck them all the time, and they make consistent comment about it, right? And we will also misportray what was said and what was done to other things, and you know that your partner would interact with that shit and see all that shit, and it's gonna be a topic of conversation. That might be something you can, if you can avoid it, you should avoid it. That's it.
I concur. How do you feel about that situation?
I think you should just be able to play games with somebody of the opposite gender on stream. If people are making comments like that, you say that's inappropriate. We don't do that here, and then you ban them for it, and then you continue to do it.
Seems like most people want me on. Thanks for the donation, nigga. I'm just gonna go take a pee-pee and a poo-poo. Dodo donate $2. If nothing matters, then why does supporting Israel or Ukraine matter? Well, it doesn't matter objectively, but again, the only reason I can figure for why we would want to keep on existing is that it benefits us, and Supporting Ukraine, supporting Israel, it seems to benefit our existence, so as such, I would say we should do so. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I will be back in just a minute. I gotta go take a piss and a shit. And I'll try not to clog the toilet this time. Okay, I'm back.
They lose two more keys. They lose the incumbency key and they lose the contest key. That means of the four shaky keys, only two, not four, would have to fall to predict the Democrats' defeat. And aside from the keys, do you know how many times the White House party, the incumbent party, has won since 1900, over 120 years?
Peter Pan, peanut butter alert, donate $2, low effort, but made me laugh.
The Clockwork Elves. I heard about the Clockwork Elves when I was a little kid. And I decided I don't want to see them. Because everybody sees them. Little goat creatures with little green hats and little green uniforms. It look just like gray aliens. Then they pull their mask off and they don't look quite like that anymore. They wear little gray masks so they don't get too scary. Because they look like little gremlins, little demons. You don't think I don't have 5 steps ahead of all this crap? And I've been a lot further than anybody that takes DMT, let me tell you. Because I got the DMT. Alex Jones got a lot of the DMT. The DMT, the DMT. Every night I go to sleep, it's like 1,000 years. I know all about the DMT, the DMT, the DMT. Just remember that. So, I made my point. And I'm done.
That was very weird. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Peter Pan. Son Goku donated $2. I don't think Alex Jones is much crazier than your average American conservative. Yeah, not by much. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Dude, Sailor Jupiter was so fucking hot.
Put your power!
round for you, loser.
New player's up now, and you're headed for a bad fall. The fourth sign. Yeah. I'll get him. Wait. What? Peter, use this to transform him.
Yeah, Sailor Jupiter's the best Sailor Scout.
Has won when there's an open seat with no incumbent running in a party contest. The answer is 0. Whereas when there is an incumbent running and no party contest, they win most of the time. That's why I have a plan B. You want to hear my plan B?
Please.
My plan B is, let's presume for a moment, hypothetically, that there's so much pressure on Biden that he's forced to withdraw. What he should do to preserve the keys is resign the presidency for the good of the country, which would contrast him with Donald Trump, who was only in it for himself. Harris would then become president, ticking off the incumbency key, and she'd become the consensus nominee. Biden would instruct all its delegates to vote for her, ticking off the contest key. And we'd still be in the situation where 4 keys, not 2 keys, would have to fall.
Okay, let me ask you about that in a little more detail. You know, sometimes I've had conversations with my rabbi friends about certain rules in Jewish law where they explain to me, hey, you know what, here's how we do a certain thing on the Sabbath. And I say to them, you know, it really feels to me like that violates the spirit of what these rules on the Sabbath were about coffee makers or whatever. And you're finding a way to adhere to the letter. And they say the letter is really all that matters. With what you just said, if Biden were to resign the presidency to make Harris the incumbent, and therefore you check the incumbency key, does it check it in the spirit of which that key was originally developed, or does it only check the box nominally? You understand the analogy I'm making?
Of course. And I hate to say it, there's no ghost in the machine. There's no spirit of the keys. The keys are scientific.
Okay.
They are what they are. Gerald Ford won the incumbency key when Richard Nixon resigned, and he was nowhere close to the position Harris would be in if she became president. Harris is the elected vice president, a former U.S. senator. Gerald Ford was an appointed vice president, never won any election larger than a congressional district in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and then became an accidental president when Richard Nixon resigned, but I still gave him the incumbency key. And as I said, he came way closer to winning than anyone expected. And of course, Lyndon Johnson got the incumbency key in 64, Harry Truman in 48. So, you know, I don't adjust the keys according to some ghost in the machine.
Maybe you could challenge Lenny's former training partner Andrew Cholera to a debate or invite him on for an interview for the Ments. He's not nearly as flaky as Lenny. Here's his ick.
Oh, that guy.
Big Lenny, I'm here to challenge you to the teeth comparing con. 6'4". Christina.
Nah, I gotta get Lenny.
Get behind it, folks. Tight and strong.
Come on, man. Shit.
So the head judge can make the call.
Go, Lenny.
And you got the 650-pound raw. 650-pound raw. No sugar. Come on, Andrew.
Come on, Andrew.
Let's get behind it, folks. Come on, Andrew. This is a massive bench. Come on, Andrew. Tight and strong.
Cheers, big dog.
Well, thank you, Kenny. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for the donation, dude. Maybe I'll do it. I'll message him. All right, message him. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
There is no ghost.
Fair enough. Last question. Is it abundantly clear to you that the biggest mistake Democrats could make is pushing Joe Biden out when it comes to their chances in November?
Democrats have already made a huge mistake by showing their lack of a spine. You know, by one sign of adversity, they're all running for the hills, disparaging their nominee, elected nominee, their elected president, playing right into the hands of Donald Trump. They would play even more into the hands of Donald Trump if they pushed out Biden and then tried to get a so-called more electable candidate. You know, Democrats are very good at picking electable candidates. They've done it many times, you know, proven winners, experienced candidates like Walter Mondale in 1964, Mike Dukakis, the great governor of Massachusetts in 1988, the great Senator John Kerry in 2004, the former First Lady, U.S. Senator, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2016. And what do all those candidates have in common? They all lost. For the most part, it's been the unpredictable, off-the-wall candidates who won for Democrats, like Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. You know, the Democrats also chained themselves to the polls. But I would call your attention, and you know I don't follow the polls, but this is, you know, oh, these other candidates, right, like Newsom or Whitmer, are more electable than Biden, right? Right. The most recent poll came out yesterday from July 9th from the respected independent Emerson College, had Trump and Biden 50-50, dead tie. All the other alternatives were down to Trump by 6 points to 10 points. So this idea, you know, that these James Carville and the operatives and the members of Congress know who's electable is completely contradicted by the historical record and even by the polls to which they find themselves.
Yeah, I like this guy. He has an extremely sensible take on the election. All these fucking Democrats panicking, throwing Joe Biden under the bus, they're just fucking retards. Mayor Rob Ford's crack pipe donated $2. Would you watch this?
There are two types of people in this world. Those who like Neil Diamond and those who don't.
What is the crisis, Bob?
My ex-wife loves him.
Just when patient Bob Wiley was making progress.
Dr. Marvin, you can help me.
Dr. Leo Marvin was making other plans.
As of this afternoon, I'm taking my family on vacation until Labor Day.
But Leo's vacation is about to become
Dr. Marvin!
Bob's therapy.
Oh, I really appreciate this.
I do not see patients on vacation, ever.
We just got to figure out a way to work around your schedule. 2 to 4, 3 to 5, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I'm not short. 5'6" ain't short, nigga.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's 3 inches under the average male height, and every inch counts. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I don't want any of you letting Bob into this house.
He's a sweet guy. Could we invite Bob over for dinner? Would you like some more chicken, Bob?
Faye, this is so scrumptious.
Will you stop that, please?
Now, while Bob is getting better.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a schizophrenic.
Andrew Colliura would be great to get on. He used to be Lenny's old school training partner and they worked together and got up to some freaky shit. Also he likes cats, I think has a few. Also could talk about lifting. He was 23 on that 650 lift, I think.
Well, yeah, I offered to talk to him about lifting. But thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. Appreciate it.
And so am I.
Leo is taking a turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch that. That does not look like a good Bill Murray movie. Let's watch this.
It wouldn't be animal abuse if somebody found a stray dog and stab the dog.
If he's going to eat it and use every part of the dog, then I don't think that
You would morally approve of that action?
Yeah.
There we go. Would you morally approve of somebody stabbing him, my friend, and eating him, or you would not morally approve of that?
Another person?
Another person, yes.
Well, I don't think humans do that. There are
That's
other
not the question.
animals that do.
The question is not if humans do that. Would you morally approve of it? That's the
You're
question.
giving me a Wait, I have a flawed question. question. Are we animals?
Yes.
But you're
What's true of animals that if it was true of us would make
Dude,
you
I'm a
justify?
fucking vegan. I'm a fucking vegan.
Were you okay with stabbing?
What the fuck is going on here? This woman is okay with somebody stabbing a dog and eating it, but claims she's vegan.
Dogs?
Yes, babe.
Oh, okay. Hello, how are you guys doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm glad you're doing good. What do you guys think about animal abuse?
I don't like it.
It's obviously very bad.
It's bad stuff. Like as an example, let's say like somebody was stabbing a dog right here in front of you guys. You see that action and you say bad.
Yes.
Hey, there's a big black booty in the background.
Would you intervene if you could without harming yourself to save the being?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys eat animals?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you think that's morally problematic, or you think it's fine? Doesn't matter to kill and eat animals?
I think it can be morally problematic, but if you do it sustainably, then
She actually has a nice ass.
He even does that weird cat voice you do.
Where's Daddy? Where was Daddy all night? Where was Daddy? Where was Daddy?
Oh my god. Wow.
Where was Daddy?
Oh my god.
Where was Daddy?
That's a really nice cat.
Daddy working?
Wow. Oh my
Daddy
goodness.
working? Were you lonely here?
I friggin' love kitties.
Where Daddy? What?
Wow.
What? What?
Oh my goodness.
What? What?
His cat is really cute. Thanks for the donation, Booty Chem.
I think it's okay.
You share that view?
Yes, I think that if you are sourcing your meat responsibly, then I don't think that's harmful. But I think it also depends on the animal.
Depends on the animal. Like, what do you mean?
Like, for instance, I wouldn't eat like lion meat or, elephant meat.
Dog meat?
No, I would not eat dog meat.
But cows, yes.
But, like,
Chickens, pigs,
domestic-
yeah.
Yeah, like farm.
That's fucking IT. Debate me, I ain't short nigga. 5'6" is the new 6 foot. I mean, if my dick is 5 inches long and being 5'6", that's pretty big dick. If you're 6 foot with a 5-inch, you're small. So I'm good.
I don't think that's how it works, but thanks for the donation, Ben.
Farm animals, I do eat, and I think that that's okay as long as they're treated respectfully.
Can you like help me picture a situation where you would be okay with it? Like, how would it be? Would it have to be done for it to get your approval? Or
So
yours?
for instance,
Because you also said you were in favor of humane slaughter, well, not humane, quote unquote.
we buy eggs from the grocery store that are pasture raised.
Yeah, that black girl actually has a really nice ass. Even though she's overweight, she actually has a really nice round booty.
Could we keep it for now in meats? We could go to eggs later on, but
yeah,
could
so
we keep it
same
in
thing.
killing for meat? Let's keep it at that for now.
Sure, same thing with cows, pasture raised.
Grass-fed is important, non-GMO, no hormones, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a hypothetical question for you guys. Let's say like instead of cows in that situation was humans, we were to switch it and we gave it the same like sort of like quote unquote humane situation. That these humans were like an equivalent form of grass-fed, and we gave them happy lives, but then we stabbed them or put them in gas chambers or whatever to turn them into meat. Would you guys be like, would you morally approve of that action?
No, but I think that humans.
I am mid-30s, want to look strong, 23 BMI, 6 foot, followed a few routines over 2 years including RP and didn't get stronger or see body change. Bulked twice, got fat, I eat 0.65 grams/pound body weight. Any suggestions? Want to rep veganism, maybe my genetics suck.
Okay. If you didn't get any stronger and you followed a program like RP, you didn't follow the program. You just deadass didn't follow the program. Either you were doing stupid shit like swapping out different exercises arbitrarily that didn't target muscles well. You weren't going to the gym consistently enough, and you just do like 1 day per week or something. You weren't training close to failure, and you just do like a few reps and then quit. You weren't following a set rep scheme, but if you didn't get stronger at all, you just dead ass didn't follow the program. So my advice to you is follow the fucking program. And I would also recommend like actually training to failure on each set, because you sound like the type of person who doesn't know what failure is. So like actually push yourself and maybe hire a personal trainer for a few weeks who will tell you to keep going, do another rep, because you're probably lazy and you're not actually like training anywhere close to failure. Like you're doing a 5 rep set and you could have done like 10 or 15. There's no fucking way you are actually following a structured training protocol like RP or starting strength and you didn't get any stronger. That's just impossible. Literally impossible. There are 80-year-old grandmothers who follow starting strength and get stronger. So it is impossible, 100% an impossibility. You followed a program and didn't get any stronger. So, follow a fucking program. That would be my advice. Thanks for the donation, Yo Gabba Gabba. Hope that helps. Son Goku donated to ours, Pearl versus Michaela. Michaela Peterson has been such brain cancer for Jordan Peterson. I remember 6 months ago, Jordan Peterson reposted one of my videos where I talked about how women have useless jobs. Right. If you're a woman and you're a doctor, you have a useless job. Michaela Peterson took it personal and reminded her dad that she's super important to his business and I'm just a woman hater. She's clearly not important to his business. It actually is ironic because she's being brand cancer to him, single mother, thirst traps, and now calling for censorship. It actually proves my point. Women tend to go into male-dominated industries. Literally every industry is going to be male-dominated because men work longer hours, work harder, and are more productive. The only industry that isn't male-dominated would be, like, elementary school and high school teaching and childcare. That's, like, really it. Think they're smarter and more important than they are. Notice how she calls everyone low IQ. She is low IQ as fuck. That's not really a woman thing. That's just a Michaela Peterson thing. Divorce their husbands. I don't know how you can necessarily blame women for that. Sleep with people in the industry. Pretty sure everyone has sex unless you're Pearl, because she's literally a female incel. Sue their employer, or in this case, destroy her dad's brand. There are plenty of men who sue their employers. Use their sexuality to get ahead. Half-naked pics she used to post. Use their sexuality to get ahead. What's that one jackass that I hate? Who, not Greg. I've made a video or something about him before. Give me a second. Not Alex Eubank. Dylan McKnight. I hate this guy. That's not the right Dylan McKnight.
What you're looking at right now.
He has Instagram. Did he delete his Instagram? That's fucking weird. Alright, I'll just use David Lade. So according to Pearl, women use their sexuality to get ahead and post half-naked pics. Right. This is something only women do. Only women post half-naked pics of themselves. Oh yeah, here's a good one. You can see his fucking acorn in here. When Dylan McKnight had his Instagram, like, holy fuck, it was way worse, dude. I think I think one of the reasons why he deleted his Instagram was because he was complaining about women at the gym, like saying, oh, they're posting half-naked pics, I'm against porn, I think masturbation is so bad. And he was uploading pics like this where you could see a hamster in his underpants. So, like, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, only women use their sexuality to get ahead. Nothing personal against her, but it's actually crazy to see her prove my exact point I made in the video. I have to think how I'd advise that family move forward, but they really should fire their PR person. Okay, well, oh yeah, Austin Dunham's another good example. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Booty Cum donated $2, the sexiest Instagram video you'll ever see. Let me see.
You know I'm sexy. Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get on my speed.
How is this the least bit appealing to anybody? Those are eggs. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
But before we go there, like, just yes or no, would you approve that, yes or no? No. So the question would then be, like, what's the morally significant difference between us and animals that justifies to do that to them, but not to us? The animals that you eat, specifically.
You know, humans are sentient beings. And
what do you mean by sentient?
We have a stream of conscience.
Booty Cum donated $2, that last dono wasn't me. Alright, well, thank you for clarifying that. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
We have...
When you use the word sentience, what do you mean?
Sentient in the...
You're aware of, like, yourself in that you, like, have a soul, kind of.
So the scientific definition for sentience is just a capacity for subjective experience. It's just like feelings, having consciousness. Like, animals also suffer. If you punch a dog in the face, it's gonna suffer. So they are sentient. So you're looking maybe for another word, maybe sapiens or something like that?
No, I think that I mean...
Or are you just saying that humans have a higher capacity for cognitive abilities or something like that?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But do you agree that there are marginal cases of humans that have, like, low amount of cognitive abilities? Let's picture, I don't know, mentally disabled people. You agree people like that exist?
Yeah.
Let's say if we found, like,
I gotta look at some black asses. Give me a second. Damn it. It's the wrong one. What? Ah, damn it. Think her, did her Instagram get taken down? Or no, her TikTok? Okay, well, that sucks.
A group of people that scientists like measure their sentience or their intelligence or whatever, and they concluded that they have like equivalent levels of like cognitive abilities as the animals that you currently eat, like cows. Would it be then okay to
Bootycum donated $2. I am Bootycum, and me and Aloali Blue and Gigliardo are going to donate to Aaron P, and we are then going to have an orgy. All right, well, have fun. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
put them in the slaughterhouse and turn them into meat, or would you still be against that?
Definitely makes it like a little tougher, because like if you think about an octopus, for example, like a lot of studies have been done about how smart octopuses are, or octopi. So like that, like I still love octopus, they taste so good, but like I definitely feel a little worse eating an octopus than I would like.
But you still do it.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
But would you give your money to a meat industry of humans if they would turn out to be mentally disabled and even below octopus, let's say in cognitive abilities? Would you give your money to that industry, or maybe not you personally, but would you morally approve of people doing that?
I understand what you're going for.
That actually entails a contradiction there. Because when I asked that, what's the morally significant difference that justifies that, but not to do that to humans?
Well, you're asking if I would eat another human, and it doesn't matter.
Not you personally. I like the question is about ethics. Is it ethical to do it? Because I don't know. I wouldn't eat certain things. It doesn't mean it's wrong to eat them. Like I don't know. Like, do we have preferences?
I just don't think that there's a comparison between a mentally disabled person and a dog. You know, like a human's a human and a cow's a cow.
But
like there's just not.
The thing is that it would entail a contradiction from what you said, because when I asked like what's so different.
Specific argument.
Yeah.
Like I do see.
You do see the contradiction.
I do see the contradiction, but I still can't agree that they're comparable.
Sure, I don't know what you mean by comparable. I'm just analogizing when I'm picturing two situations. I want to know, because you do have differential attitudes towards the two situations. You morally approve of putting cows into slaughterhouses, but you don't morally approve of putting mentally disabled people into slaughterhouses. So I will ask the question, like the question is like, what's true of animals that if it was true of humans would make you morally approve to turn humans into sandwiches?
Because you wouldn't feed a cow another cow, like that. That's just like.
So it would be a species distinction there?
Their own species. The only species that like willingly does that is like a rat, you know, like.
I see. Well, the cannibalism was done in the past, and some people still do it, but you're against it.
You go to like.
You're against it. So let's say, because you did mention a trait there that separates us. It's species, right? It's like being able to interbreed with those beings, like right? We're the same species. We're Homo sapiens. We're both Homo sapiens, right?
Yeah.
But let's say hypothetically we found a group of beings that looked exactly like us, like we're mentally identical to us, and in every way they look like us, but we weren't able to reproduce with them. So they wouldn't be human according to any definition of humanity. Would you be in favor of slaughtering them for sandwiches?
No, I mean like what you're talking about is like a dolphin, for example. Like you can't hunt dolphins, you can't eat dolphins. They're extremely like intelligent creatures. But like an animal like a cow, they're just not there, like a chicken. Like, so it's not like a one-to-one comparison. I get what you're going for.
Sure. So I'll make the analogy stronger. So let's say they are mentally identical to mentally disabled people that exist right now in human society. Which you agree they are very mentally disabled people. Like the people that are super mentally disabled, right?
Yeah, but I think it's offensive to. I think the
Well,
comparison.
I'm against killing anybody, right? That's what I'm going.
I think also it's just like a part of the food chain for us to eat animals.
Before we go there, I'm gonna reply to his specific symmetry breaker, because he mentioned a specific symmetry breaker species. But let's say we found a group of like whatever you want to call them, man. They just are not able to reproduce with us. They're not humans. They're not Homo sapiens. Let's call it, instead of humans, they're shmumans. Okay.
What do you think of this chick? She plays chess and has a really fat ass.
Let me see. It's not a good butt photo. Not seeing any butt pics. Her face is just eh. She's okay, but not like mind-blowingly beautiful or anything. Not really into her. Thanks for the donation, Base Boomer.
We found them, but we found
Or
they're
base
mentally disabled
humor.
ones. They're no longer of the same species. Would you be in favor of hunting them down and eating them? Shmumans, yeah. So they're like physically identical to us, but they have minds identical to mentally disabled
Real
people.
world. So dolphins are
So
extremely.
the reason I'm bringing it to hypotheticals is because I'm testing your moral principles, and
Good night, Aaron.
I'm wondering what is it that makes it okay to torture and kill animals?
I
And
don't think anything. It's not okay to torture or kill.
well, 99% of the so you guys should be already vegan mostly, because 99% of meat comes from factory farms, which is horrific. It's like hell for
Yeah,
animals.
no, I agree, and I do feel immoral supporting industries like that, and I think that it's.
You agree it's
a
morally
personal-
obligatory?
I think it's a personal responsibility to research where you're buying your animal products.
Yeah, same thing with fish. Like farming fish is awful for the environment. It's awful for the fish. So like you have to try to get wild caught like everything. And that's why it's so important. Like,
I'm against randomly killing sentient beings. Why pay for wild caught fish when you can use something else, a piece of tofu or something? But to keep it to the reason I think hypotheticals are extremely important in ethics is because they test your moral principles. You're saying that what separates us morally from the animals that you eat is that they're not even from our species. But I found you an example where we found these beings that were not of our species, were identical to us physically, but they have minds. I just want to understand your that specific question. I want to know that information. If you saw that situation, would you say it would be ethical to hunt down mentally disabled schmoomans, or would you say it would be horrific?
No, because you're
Schmoomans.
Before you reply, it's an answer for me to him.
But our argument was that we have like a stream of consciousness and developed thought, higher cognitive ability, like we said, and animals have brains that are animalistic. You know,
so the
they
specific
feel, thirst, and they feel hunger, and they feel like attachment to maybe like the herd mentality, but they're not thinking like.
So in the hypothetical that I am asking him about schmoomans like that. So
you just are looking for a yes or no answer.
I'm exploring his values. I want to understand what follows logically from his values. So if you saw that situation in which we were hunting down schmoomans that were mentally disabled, didn't have a stream of consciousness like she claims animals don't have. So not only do they don't have they have low cognitive abilities like the animals you eat. Would you be in favor of hunting down schmoomans that are mentally disabled and eating them? I just want to know if you would be in favor of it or no. That's it.
I don't really understand your analogy, to be honest. Like, you're saying they're a human, but they're.
Oh my god, these people are just fucking sophists.
They're not human. They're not human. They're a different species. They're different species. You know Neanderthals?
Yeah.
They're like a separate species of sapient being that existed on this planet.
I mean, no,
we
don't hunt and eat monkeys. Like.
Well, I'm asking you. Would you morally approve
By the way, humans do hunt and eat monkeys. It's called bushmeat.
of that action? Yes or no?
Well,
No.
well, I think
But it would entail
also,
another
like,
contradiction. So your view is internally contradictory, which means it can't be true. So my position is being vegan is morally obligatory.
I think you think that that was a good argument, but we're trying to poke holes in it, and you're.
Do you think a logical contradiction is a bad thing?
He made a valid point. It sounds like what
Well,
you're
he
describing is a
contradicted
monkey, and it's not moral to eat monkeys.
Yeah. So what also in
What the fuck? What? It's moral to eat cows, but it's not moral to eat monkeys.
There's certain animals that you're not allowed to hunt and kill for a reason.
Like elephants, they're so smart.
I'm just exploring the logical entailments of his views, and they led to contradictions. And informal logic.
Is that, okay.
So you're okay with having contradictions in your moral views? I would say that you could justify anything. You could say, it's okay to enslave Latinos because I'm internally contradictory. I don't have to have any moral principles that guide my behavior. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't say anything close to that.
Yeah. So I'm asking about your moral principles. You said that what makes it wrong to kill humans to eat them, even mentally disabled humans, is that we are from the same species. But I found you hypothetical in which we found beings that are not from our species, but we're identical to the mentally disabled people in our species.
So no, we wouldn't know because you're saying they're identical. So like, doesn't matter if they're humans.
No, they're not identical. They're not identical. They look like us, or they're not.
Would you like me to make some fan art of you? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Then no, we're not hunting them. Like they're,
But do you at least understand how that entails a contradiction?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I think vegan. Sure, come in.
Let's see. What are we asking?
Yeah, so are you against animal abuse?
Yeah. Yes.
Like, so if somebody was stabbing a dog in the neck right here, what would you think about the situation? Would it be bad?
Why is he stabbing the dog?
Because he wants steak.
Dogs don't make steak, I don't think.
Let's say that dogs make steak.
So he wants to eat the dog?
Yes.
Is it his dog?
It is a random dog.
A random dog that
Stray dog.
hunted?
Stray dog, yes.
Then I don't think that would necessarily be animal abuse.
Okay, it wouldn't be animal abuse if somebody found a stray dog and stabbed the
If
dog?
he's going to eat it and use every part of the dog, then I don't think that
You would morally approve of that action?
Yeah.
There we go. You don't, right? You don't morally approve of that action?
I think the...
I think it's fine if you have that view.
I think what the flaw in the argument is that you're saying...
What's the argument? I haven't provided an argument.
Well, I'm just offering a...
I'm asking questions.
I'm just saying my opinion. I'm saying...
But as of now, I've just asked questions. I haven't provided an argument, by the way.
But are you referencing how we treat our food, how we treat our animals? Like currently, like cows.
I think animals deserve a right to life. I don't see a symmetry breaker between us and animals that makes them not deserving of rights.
But
you said you would be in favor of somebody hunting down a dog.
Well, would you be upset if a lion went and ate a zebra?
Hell yeah.
And it up?
Of course I would be upset about that.
Well, why are you blaming the lion?
That's just a food chain.
So let me answer. I don't think because something is natural is okay. We should aim to improve things.
If the animals could rise up and eat us, that would only be fair.
So I have a question for you to test your logic because you said.
Oh my god. This is just so fucking retarded, dude.
You morally approve of somebody stabbing a dog and eating the dog. Would you morally approve of somebody stabbing him, my friend, and eating him, or you would not morally approve of that? Another person, yes.
Well, I don't think humans do that.
That's not the question. The question is not if humans do that. Would you
By the way, humans do that. They kill and eat each other.
morally approve of it? That's the
You're
question.
giving me a flawed question.
Are we animals?
Yes.
But you're giving me a question where it's almost as if you're trying
You weren't aware of that?
You're trying to.
What did you think we were, by the way? I'm just curious what
No, wait, but
you're
I'm
religious
talking,
or.
why aren't you talking to me?
No, I'm just curious what you
Because she said
I came back to
you're
you.
interrupting, you're not listening, and you're trying to like put it on us and be like, oh.
I can't be curious about what she said.
No, you're asking very direct questions that don't make any sense.
I'm just curious
You're
about what she
asking,
said.
if I stabbed him, would you be upset?
Why are you confrontational to me? I'm just curious about what you said.
Giving us
I want to ask you a question.
questions and being like, oh, well, you're an idiot and you're being immoral. It doesn't make sense. Like, if you're gonna have this conversation.
By the way, like, I want to.
You're ignoring me. I want to go. See, you don't want to talk to me anymore because you're getting upset and you don't want to fucking acknowledge it. It's like you're asking a shitty ass question.
What's the shitty question?
You're going, oh, is it okay if I stab this man because I want to eat?
Do you think it's okay? Yes or no?
Talk about animal abuse. Let's fucking talk about animal abuse. Let's talk about.
That's not what I want to talk about. That's not what I want to talk about. You know specifically what? Do you know specifically what I want to talk about? I want to talk about. Yes. It's a specific question. What's true of animals that if it was true of humans would make it okay to stab and eat humans?
If they eat meat, if they go out and they're a fucking meat eater and that's all they can digest in their stomach, I'm gonna.
How does that answer my question? How does that answer my question?
If I watch a lion kill a zebra,
that didn't answer my question, by the way.
Baby, you are so.
I'm done. I'm hungry, and we're going. Get up. I'm done with this. I need to go eat.
You didn't answer my question.
Bitch, you're just dude.
You dodged my question.
I'm not. You're not letting me answer it.
So it is a trait or set of traits.
If you want to talk, if you actually cared about animals and you wanted to talk about fucking animal abuse, I would have a conversation with you. But you're
what's true of animals? What's true of animals that if it was true of humans?
One fucking sentence. If you wanted to have a genuine conversation with people, no more words. If you wanted to have one genuine conversation with someone,
she's okay with killing dogs.
Oh my god, you can't do it.
She's okay with killing dogs.
Oh my god.
Let's fucking go.
Dude.
Well, that was nice and stupid.
Welcome back to the Stronger by Science channel. I'm Dr. Pack here with fellow doctors here at the medical conference of New York with Dr. Brad Schonfeld and the esteemed Dr. Milo Wolf, friend and potentially lover. And we are here at Casa de Schoenfeld. Is that correct in Spanish? I know you dabble in a bit of Spanish.
Works.
Perfect. To talk about mechanisms of hypertrophy.
Scientifically, it's called hypertrophy.
And how do muscles grow?
The muscle tissue.
Which is, what is muscle growth?
It's an increase in size of the muscle tissue, and scientifically, it's called hypertrophy.
And how do muscles grow?
So that gets a little more complex. So sure, when you say how, generally speaking, it's the addition of sarcomeres to the muscle, to the fiber. There's two ways that can take place, or two primary ways that can take place. From a sarcomere addition, you can have either in parallel, which is similar to adding sarcomeres like sardines in a can next to each other, or you can have sarcomeres in series, which is like adding links in a chain. Now, the primary way that, and this is very well documented, that muscles grow is through parallel hypertrophy, so kind of like adding sardines in a can. Sarcomeres in series is a little more unknown. Certainly, we do know that sarcomeres can be added in series with certain protocols, like certain stretching protocols have shown that casting, some like rodents or even humans, they've shown where you cast them in a certain lengthen and short position and you can add sarcomeres. But that is not resistance training, and the research in resistance training is quite unclear as to whether that actually does occur. We have somewhat more evidence that you can get lengthening, fascicle lengthening, and that does seem to occur to a limited extent. Generally, the research has shown early on, this is a suggestion that it occurs in the first few weeks of training, potentially by also doing some like eccentric protocols may predispose to lengthening, but it generally seems less of a factor, much less than hitting sarcomeres in parallel, and the extent to which it contributes to hypertrophy still remains, I think, questionable.
Okay, so we just touched on longitudinal hypertrophy potentially and radial hypertrophy. Before we go into the stimuli that might initiate these processes, what about hyperplasia? In the sort of deeper lifting sphere, we often hear talk of muscle hyperplasia, or essentially the addition of new muscle fibers. Is that something you think happens in humans? To what extent does it happen? Are there any ways to train for it? Give me a little treat.
So it's been documented pretty well in animal models, particularly bird models. So there's been the seminal studies by Antonio and Gagne where they taped up a bird's wing into a stretch for many days and they attached little weights to them, progressive overload. They attached a series of heavier and heavier weights. And that did show substantial hypertrophy, substantial hyperplasia. There's also been some preliminary evidence in steroid users. So there was a fairly recent study that looked at powerlifters. And they took natural powerlifters versus special supplemented powerlifters, and did seem to show that there was some evidence of hyperplasia.
Yeah, because like there's no way hyperplasia doesn't happen in humans. It could be the case that steroid users are more prone to hyperplasia, because, like, here's Kevin Levrone when he was on steroids. When Kevin Levrone was not on steroids, let me see. This is what he looked like. So if hypertrophy is only... If hypertrophy only increases the size of each muscle cell, there's no way you could get that huge. Hyperplasia has to be something that happens in humans. Like, there's just no way you can get that big of an increase in muscle mass without hyperplasia. Like, that is just such a ridiculous, stark difference. So, steroid users may be more prone to it. It may be due to a side effect of the anabolic drugs itself that just makes the muscle tissue more prone to hyperplasia. It may have something to do with them just being able to, I don't know, lift bigger, heavier weights, and there's more stretch under load when you're training. But, yeah, hyperplasia is definitely a thing that happens in humans.
No skipping.
Okay, I'm assuming I'm singing to this song. Just give me 2 minutes. Thanks for the donation, Inc.
So the working model is that muscles can grow to a certain point, but beyond a certain point, the functionality, the spacing within it, there's different theories about that, but the spacing within the fibers becomes difficult to carry out functional tasks. And when it reaches this critical threshold, it will split off and become more fibers so that each smaller fiber is functional and has greater total hypertrophy. The general consensus at this point, though, is that in non-special supplemented individuals doing traditional resistance training, that it does not have much, if any, effect on muscle growth.
Are there any ways in humans to make hyperplasia occur more readily? Like, for example, stretching interventions versus lifting? Is there anything we can do?
Hyperplasia?
Yes.
Well, that's not really, if you're asking me, is there any evidence, empirical evidence? No. We could speculate. I mean, the way that you would do that conceivably would be to take special supplements. But through traditional training goals, I would doubt it. Again, if the model shows that the reason that you get hyperplasia is because muscles are growing so extensively that they become non-functional, if you can find a strategy that can make muscles grow that much, I wouldn't know about it.
Sure. What do we know about the stimuli for actual hypertrophy? Like, what tends to initiate?
Yeah. It's likely a... No, I haven't tried the Elden Ring DLC yet. I'm probably never going to play it. I don't really like Elden Ring. It's basically Dark Souls 3, but open world. It's kind of boring. I don't really like the combat system. And a lot of the enemies are just fucking annoying, too. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learn Learning to love yourself. It is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself. It is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love. Okay, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Inc. Veiny purple-headed mulepecker donated $2. Animals experience snow for the first time in their lives. Portland, Oregon. Oh my god. Oh my god, a baby polar bear. Oh my god, look at him rolling around. That's amazing. Oh my god, he likes the snow. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh my god, look at him roll around. That's a good fucking polar bear. Oh my god. Look at him rolling around. Oh, wow. A little otter. It's eating a shrimp, though. That's not good. Oh. Little seal. Oh, my God. It's a water dog. Oh, he's rolling around. Oh, my God. I like their noises. Wow, look at him roll around. Oh. Those are some good round boys. Oh my god, an elephant. The elephant's looking at the snow? Oh my god, the elephant likes the snow. Oh my goodness. Whoa, the elephant's rolling around in the snow. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a good elephant. Wow. Thanks for the donation, veiny purple-headed mulepecker. Riley, the logical vegan, donated $2. How much money would I have to pay you to sing and dance along to a very well-known song? You should know the dance moves already. You can just dance if you want. Do you still do dancing? Never really been a dancer, but if you pay me 15 PayPal buck, I'll do it for you. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
The hypertrophy response.
So there's multiple hypothetical mechanisms, but I think it's very clear now that the primary mechanism for muscle growth is mechanical tension, mechanical stress. Now, it's important to remember that people generally think of mechanical tension as just heavy loads and doing contractions, but lengthening. So there's, first of all, there's obviously eccentric and concentric actions, which can have different tension effects. But importantly as well, there's active tension and there's passive tension. So your work is getting into the passive tension a lot. So when you're training, let's say in a lengthened partial, there can be significant passive tension depending on the muscle and how it's the exercise being implemented. Both forms of tension, there's some really interesting evidence, both acutely looking at enzymatics. So again, I don't know how deep you want to get into it, but mechanical tension is carried out through what is called mechanotransduction, where the mechanical forces are transferred into chemical signals. They're transduced, and that's why it's called mechanical transduction. And these chemical signals go through an enzymatic cascade that ultimately leads to transcription, protein transcription, and then translation, and that is how muscles are developed. The enzymatic cascade, this transduction of mechanical forces, can be carried out both through, there's evidence of this, where the signaling cascade is equally produced through both passive and active forces. So it leads to the, at least speculation, that there can be synergistic effects, and which is, by the way, been somewhat shown in the literature when you look at the partials and other similar types of studies that have looked at where passive tension has been combined with mechanical tension. So bottom line is that is the primary mechanism. Now, there hypothetically still can be others. I know there are some influencers in the field who are very dogmatic that this is clear and it's the only. There's no way you can ever say that as someone who's a student of the literature. We don't have good evidence. It's very difficult, first of all, to study mechanisms, to try and tease out what's happening between one mechanism and another, because when you alter one mechanism, invariably you tend to alter other mechanisms. But metabolic stress has been hypothesized to be a potential mechanism. I think the evidence is very mixed on that. If you're asking me my opinion, I think on the spectrum of strong to weak or weak to strong, I'd say it's weak, but we certainly cannot rule it out. And by the way, we've only have some evidence, like lactate's been studied, and we have some.
Okay, along if you can as well. You should already know these famous dance moves to it. If you don't, just make it up. Have some fun. It's a fun song.
Okay. Sure, I'll do that for you, Riley. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh, crap. Let me see if my fucking thing will stay up. Nope, I don't know why that's not staying up. That is not working. God damn it. Guess I can crouch down a little bit. Young man, there's no need to fall down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, because you're in a new town. There don't need to be unhappy. Young man, there's no place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you'll find many ways to have a good time. The YMCA, it's so fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. The YMCA. Stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean, you can have a good meal, you can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make your real dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was just so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, get yourself off the ground. YMCA. Fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you want to be? YMCA. YMCA. No man does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. Just go to the YMCA. Okay, there you go. Hope you enjoyed that. Okay.
You singing and dancing that song reminded me of this clip of this character from this show singing the YMCA song lol.
Let me take a look.
Peter, you can't just slap together flimsy structures in the yard.
Why not? Herbert did it.
YMCA, it's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Yeah.
The sheriff even says he wants to shut it down, but the owner, Charles Womack, says he's not going anywhere.
I'm just trying to help these high school kids and college kids because they ain't got no money.
The
YMCA, it's fun to stay at the YMCA.
That guy sounds like Herbert the pervert.
But the owner, Charles Womack, says he's not going anywhere.
I'm just trying to help these high school kids and college kids because they ain't got no money.
That's fucking funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Vegan flea killer donators. What brand of flea and tick medicine do you use for your pets, and is it chemical or natural? I don't know. I'd have to ask Jasmine about that. I'm not sure if they're on any flea or tick prevention right now. I'm not sure. So I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Flea Killer.
Some evidence that we wrote a whole review paper on this. Some evidence shows it may be a stimuli. Other evidence shows it might not be a stimuli. And there's limitations to the evidence that we have and how they're carried out. So
I just sucked my own dick. Being 5'6", it's easy to fold my body in half to suck on my 5-inch nigga.
Well, I'm proud of you. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
like one study injected lactate into the blood of humans. Well, generally speaking, we're looking at lactate that's localized in muscle tissue, not that's in the blood. And is that really the same? Are you getting a similar effect? Can you really extrapolate that evidence? But muscle damage is another topic. We have quite good evidence, pretty compelling evidence, that muscle damage does upregulate satellite cells and satellite cell activity. And there is very compelling evidence that satellite cells are heavily involved in the hypertrophic response to training. Now, that doesn't mean that there's a synergistic effect, though. So there could be, we don't know. But does the satellite cell activation that's upregulated through muscle damage complement the satellite cells that are upregulated through traditional training? Because it's certainly both contraction and muscle damage both have effects on satellite cells. So these are things that just are not well documented. And look, there are things like the pump. Does the pump cause muscle?
Why are Trump supporters this retarded? Bruh.
Is there anything that he could do? Is there a crime he could commit that would disqualify him from your vote?
Absolutely. If he showered with his preteen daughter, that would definitely disqualify him.
We'd never have a candidate who did that. I mean, there'd be no president.
So you're saying that Ashley Biden's diary is false?
I've never read it, and I don't know if that's the case.
It was entered into evidence in Hunter Biden's trial, so the state took it as evidence, and the judge accepted it as evidence. It's written in there. You should read it.
So if Trump did that with Ivana, you'd have a problem with.
100%. I don't support pedophiles.
Even if he was even if she was a 2-year-old or whatever.
I don't support pedophiles.
Right, but I'm not saying that any of these people are pedophiles. I'm looking for what crime would break that for you.
It had to be a legit crime that he actually was accused of, and so far since 2016, he has not been accused of any legit crime that would sway my vote.
Is there any crime that the former president could commit that would disqualify him from your vote?
No.
What if he killed someone?
No.
Is there anything that would get you not to vote for Donald Trump in this election?
No.
What about issues that what if he committed another crime? Is there anything that would disqualify him from your vote?
I can't think of any personally. No, I can't think of any.
And can I ask you one more question? Well, one last question here. Is there a crime, and we're talking about felonies and crimes here, is there something that...
They don't even know. They don't even know what the crime was.
Well, there it was paying hush money and cover up.
Hold on a second. Clinton paid Monica Lewinsky $800,000 in hush money.
That wasn't hush money. That was part of a settlement.
Why is he not convicted?
So I have but the question I was going to ask, is there a crime he could commit that would disqualify him from your vote?
Never.
Murder?
No, because he would never do that, first of all. That's a stupid question. First of all...
He said that if he shot somebody on Fifth Avenue, that he would still win the presidency.
First of all, I'm not, no comment to that. But like I said, he did more in the 4 years that he was with all the things against him than Biden did in 3 years.
He did literally nothing. Well, these people are retarded. Thanks for that donation, Ben Boy.
Growth and have a mechanistic effect. Well, we do know in vitro, when you hydrate a cell, there is profound increases in muscle protein synthesis and a decrease in protein breakdown, which is basically a hypertrophy home run. You Brits don't know about baseball, but the audience probably does know about baseball. Now, does that necessarily translate into what the pump does? So there, again, you can't necessarily extrapolate these things. So my point here, hopefully I'm making the case that there's just a lot of uncertainty as to other potential mechanisms. I think there's pretty good evidence that there other things can...
2 Girls, 1 Cup donators. You ever ride the subway? Let me see. That's a nice rat. Oh my god. Look at that nice little rat. Never seen any of those things riding the subway, but thanks for the donation, 2 Girls, 1 Cup.
Cause an anabolic response. I think the more compelling question is it synergistic with the mechanical tension? And that to me is where it gets much more hazy, and I don't have good confidence, but I certainly also don't dismiss the possibility. And like I said, I think anyone who does is either doesn't know or just wants to make a name for themselves on social media.
Traditionally, it was common to hear that muscles are being torn and then rebuilt again. How has our understanding of that changed over time?
Well, there is remodeling, but I don't necessarily think they're rebuilt to a higher extent. So yeah, you have to rebuild. Muscle has to be rebuilt. I think the theory was more to the extent that to get, and this was taught to me when I was younger, that to strengthen that, basically when you break down the muscle, the body wants to then repair it to a greater extent than before it was broken down. That's not been documented, certainly in the literature. It's a hypothesis that would need to be tested, and I would be skeptical that that's the case. But here's something I'd say. I think there is no question that if you get too much damage, if muscle damage is a positive influencer, it would be at modest to moderate levels. Because if you have a lot of muscle damage, if you're walking out of the gym, you can't walk, or certainly if you can't walk the next day, even more importantly, because generally it's not going to manifest that quickly where it happens right after the workout. But let's say the next day you're walking around like Frankenstein, you're not going to be able to train. And if you're not training, you're not gaining. So I think the important thing to remember, if there is a benefit to muscle damage, people that take the muscle damage concept and say, yeah, I got to train for damage, I'm going to really trash my body. And then they're not able to train for the next week or whatever. It's kind of counterproductive.
So one common thing people use in training is soreness. And I think sometimes the assumption is made that delayed onset muscle soreness, or DOMS, tightly relates to muscle damage. What do you see the link between the two as being? Do you think we can truly use soreness as a predictor of muscle damage? How would you even use soreness in your own training?
So it is generally a marker of muscle damage. So it is correlated, but it's not perfect. Certainly it's not a perfect correlation. There's some evidence that soreness has more to do with the extracellular matrix. And by the way, this is, I don't know how deep you want to get here, but the extracellular matrix, also the damage does not necessarily have to be just to the sarcomeres themselves. You could get damage to the even sarcolemma, as well as the extracellular matrix, which sits above the sarcolemma, basically the cell membrane. And there's really good evidence, and it's emerging, that the extracellular matrix is very involved in the process. And there's some speculation that damage to the extracellular matrix may cause the extracellular matrix to communicate more with the cells themselves. These are all things that, again, we're just in the preliminary stages of understanding. And I think 5-10 years from now, we might have greater clarity. Right now, we can just say that it's very equivocal as to whether there is benefits. And to your point about soreness, while it is a general gauge, I think, again, if you have too much soreness, that's going to generally impede you from carrying out a good workout, and that would be a negative. Can you use it? It generally does indicate a novel response. So I think on a very general level that some soreness is potentially a positive, but I don't think that if you don't experience soreness, it's necessarily a negative, because, I mean, it's very clear you can be gaining and not being sore.
Is there any good evidence for any sort of marker to indicate that somebody has had an effective hypertrophy workout? Is there anything that we can look at and be like, yep, that's in check?
I mean, on a general level, if you are increasing a performance marker, either the number of reps or the amount of weight, I think that can serve as a good general indicator that your workout was productive, because you're inducing a progressive overload over time, but that's not going to happen. Every workout, you're not going to be improving. So again, if you're asking, is there a per workout marker? No, not that I could think of. Really, the markers are going to be more general over time.
Earlier, you made a distinction between sarcoplasmic hypertrophy and myofibrillar hypertrophy. Could you briefly define the difference and how that might impact how we should train? Like, do we have one training type that has been more consistently shown to cause more of one than the other, or what have you?
So this is another topic of great controversy. Just briefly, sarcoplasmic hypertrophy is an increase in the sarcoplasmic fraction. So it's the area surrounding the contractile elements. And briefly, the myofibrillar component is when you're increasing the contractile element size. Generally speaking, there's going to be a 3-to-1 ratio of sarcoplasm or sarcoplasmic volume, so fluid surrounding the proteins in the muscle. But proteins do not necessarily just have to be the contractile elements. There's other proteins, including enzymes and other proteins, T-tubules. And the theory is that there is of sarcoplasmic hypertrophy is that there's going to be a disproportionate increase in the non-contractile elements. So you would get conceivably like T-tubule growth, other enzymatic growth, et cetera, other proteins within the fibers that would attract more fluid, because again, the muscle wants to maintain that ratio. And thus you would get non-functional hypertrophy, because you would be getting greater fluid, you'd be getting greater muscle size without getting more sarcomere additions that are going to be involved in strength and functional capacity. The question is, number one, does it occur? And that is still somewhat equivocal, but there is some evidence it does. And the next question is, how might you train for that? Well, there is some evidence that higher repetition volume may be involved in that process. Some work out of my colleague Cody Horn, give Cody a shout out, the lab of Dr. Mike Roberts, terrific lab, did show a study where that did indeed occur. But again, it was one study and they showed
It's Always Sunny is the greatest comedy sitcom of all time. It's been running for like 20 years. It's great. You were probably dropped on your head as a baby.
I hate It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It sucks. It's not funny.
And then I retreat into the mist. And Dr. Myers, you are Dr. Frankenstein, so get up here and get acting!
With pleasure, Dee. Just let me set the loop, and here I come! I am shattered to pieces!
Are you acting right now?
No, I'm not acting, you bitch! I think I've broke my hip!
That was not funny. Thanks for the donation, Charles.
showed that basically they did a heavy load versus a lighter load study and did show that basically the contractile, both of them produced, I want to emphasize, it wasn't like you just got sarcoplasmic hypertrophy. The higher repetition group did also see some fibrotic hypertrophy, but they also got the sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, where if you're a bodybuilder, that could be quite important. On the other hand, if you were like a wrestler or someone who wants to make weight, or power lifter where you need to make weight for a competition, that would actually be a negative because it's conceivably not contributing much to your strength and would be giving you extra weight. Now, again, isolated study, I think that needs a lot more replication before we can have a compelling, that would be considered compelling evidence that it does occur.
So another distinction that's often made is between type 1 fiber growth and type 2 fiber growth, or slow twitch fibers and fast twitch fibers. What does the evidence say about fiber type specific hypertrophy and the mechanisms or the types of training that might stimulate one versus the other?
To me, this is one of the more interesting topics. I've had interest in this for pretty much since I started training, because look, if it's possible, if you can actually target type 1 fibers with one type of training and target type 2 fibers with a different type of training, then you can have greater, it would be synergistic and you get greater whole muscle hypertrophy. So training throughout a spectrum of rep ranges can give you very similar whole muscle growth. And this is really compelling evidence on this, that anywhere between 5 reps up to 30 plus reps can give you very similar whole muscle growth. The question is now that there would be a logical basis by which your type 1 fibers are more endurance oriented. So conceivably, if you do light load training where you're keeping the fibers under load for longer periods, that would stress the type 1 fibers to a greater extent. And doing heavy load training, maybe you need to reach a certain threshold. Conceivably, that may target your type 2 fibers to a greater extent. Now, I will say this, certainly you don't just get type 1. It's not like light loads just give you type 1 and heavy loads just give you type 2. Very good evidence that you get type 1 and type 2 hypertrophy throughout both. There is some evidence with light load and heavy load training that there are differential effects on fiber hypertrophy where that does indeed occur. There's several other studies that refute that. So very equivocal results that I think is weak. There is some evidence in blood flow restriction training in particular, which shows preferential type 1 hypertrophy, and that is somewhat more strong than the light load training without blood flow restriction. So could that be due to certain ischemic effects? We don't know. Or perhaps pulling of blood to a greater extent, not clear. But there's also evidence, so there's more, I think, evidence of blood flow restriction, but that's not compelling either, where we have, I would say that we don't have evidence that I would consider strong. If anything, it's weak to moderate. So what I would say is that even though we don't have evidence to that effect, or strong evidence to that effect, I think there's enough evidence to say that it's not going to hurt you to do both, to have some, if your goal is maximal hypertrophy. So to have some lighter load training and some heavier load training involved, so let's say 5 to 10 reps on one end and maybe 15 to 25 reps on the other end. So you're training throughout that spectrum of loading ranges. And could that be synergistic? It's possible.
Sure. You mentioned ischemia and earlier also metabolic stress. Where does muscular hypoxia come into play? Is there any evidence on that and how it relates to hypertrophy?
So interestingly, there's such equivocal findings in these studies. There was a study some years ago that they casted the legs of humans and they just did blood flow restriction. So without any type of contraction. And what they found was that they did blood flow restriction on one leg and the other leg just was a control. And what they found was that the cuffed leg, 5 minutes a day, showed less atrophy in the extensors, and in the flexors actually showed slight, not much, but slight hypertrophy, whereas there was more atrophy. Basically, the control leg showed atrophy and more so.
Holy fucking shit. Is it conceivably possible for you to produce a stream that doesn't bore me to fucking tears or make me want to not fucking Minecraft myself? Put in some effort. Jesus Christ. No one wants to watch a video about hyperbole pepperoni, bitch.
Alright, well, this video's almost over, but thanks for the donation, nigga, fuck you.
Than the control. However, so that to me was really interesting, but a few months ago a study came out that replicated the protocol to some extent and showed nothing. So again, very questionable. Trying, again, as I mentioned, to tie these mechanisms becomes very difficult. And I I think we just we're really, to me, at the preliminary stages of understanding factors other than mechanical tension and how they may be involved, and if so, to what extent.
In terms, so I want to take a step back and ask about contraction types or muscle actions more specifically. How much do we really know about the inclusion of both an eccentric and a concentric muscle action versus an isometric action as far as muscle hypertrophy goes?
So
Benny Hinn's Ministries donated $2, always worth a revisit. Isn't Benny Hinn like a billionaire? It's just fucked. What a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, Benny Hinn's Ministries.
I'll tackle the isometrics first because that's a very difficult topic to study. Because how do you equate volume with an isometric? How are you, and it also, by the way, is more difficult to achieve. How are you reaching fatigue or equating the level of effort that's involved? But most importantly, how are you equating volume of an isometric whole? So where you can do that more, you're talking repetitions. You can equate repetition volume. So I'd leave that to the side for now. Certainly we know that isometrics can promote hypertrophy. Whether they are effective as eccentric and concentric is still very much uncharted territory. When it comes to eccentric concentric, there is evidence that the enzymatic cascades of the intracellular signaling is different between eccentric and concentric, which will lead you to speculate that combining them may have synergistic effects. There also is some evidence that, shout out to Marty Franke, a colleague of mine, who's done some of the work in this area, that there may be differential effects longitudinally, regional hypertrophy in the muscle, whereby you get more distal hypertrophy in eccentrics and some more middle hypertrophy. Now, this was just in the vastus lateralis, scleroid, and other muscles, if that factors in. But again, not a lot of evidence. So I think, at least in my opinion at this point, it's a matter of using both, as most people do. They train throughout a concentric-eccentric combined fashion. Might there be a benefit to including some specialized eccentric overload training? I think there is. So there is some evidence, particularly flywheel training seems to show benefits, hypertrophic benefits, may potentially additive. So that could be a strategy to overload the muscle and achieve hypertrophy. But again, I wish I had more concrete evidence to present to you and opinions. But again, so it's important to recognize, and I just want to reiterate that evidence exists on the continuum. And when we look at the literature, not many topics, applied topics, that I can confidently say we have very compelling evidence. I think one thing that I think we just mentioned was the repetitions, that over a wide spectrum of loading ranges, contrary to the way we used to think we needed heavy loads to maximize hypertrophy, the evidence, in my opinion, is very compelling that you can achieve very similar whole muscle growth over a very wide spectrum. But many of the other topics, particularly mechanisms, just because of the difficulty in studying them, we just don't have great evidence.
To tie all this up, we've discussed the mechanisms, whether or not we have strong evidence for them playing a role or not. How does all this apply to training? Like, do your training recommendations change as a result? What are your training recommendations in light of all of this research?
Yeah, so conceivably, yes, that the more we know about the mechanisms, the more we can target what works and what doesn't. To the point that I mentioned earlier, I think one of the things that certainly the implication from mechanical tension applies is that including passive tension exercises that have a passive element to it would be very important. And you've had some very important research recently that does show that. So, for instance, leaning back when you're doing a leg extension. So instead of sitting at a 90-degree angle, going down to like a 40-degree angle, could it be that even a greater angle may?
Nigga, I'm gonna start spamming the fuck out if you don't change the video. Don't make me pull out the inverted question mark on your ass. Maybe I'll hit you with the omega you. Arrah. If you really want, I'll go real hard and drop during writer LLLLLLLLLL.
There's only 5 more minutes left, so I think you can relax. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga fuck.
Improve it more? Possible, but basically you get more passive tension in the rec fem, and that has been shown to lead to greater growth. It's been shown from a hamstring standpoint that you want to do seated hamstring curls rather than lying hamstring curls. Again, if you're looking to maximize, get every ounce of muscle that you can out of the exercise, and why not if you have the opportunity? Even maybe leaning somewhat forward in the seated leg curl, where you get even more passive tension involved. Can be so these are where the more we can understand the mechanisms, the more they can help us. I do think that based on the lack of non-evidence, if you want to go down that route, like metabolic stress, I think getting the pump it's not going to hurt. And conceivably, there may be a benefit. So why not focus at least a portion of your training, maybe a small portion, on some pump training? Can be effective. Having some eccentric overload I mentioned earlier, could that be because you get some greater muscle damage? Again, you don't want to get too much muscle damage. That is a negative. But maybe the application of some eccentric overload. And I would also say that novelty is something that brings about some degree of muscle damage. That changing around, I'm a proponent of keeping a general, keeping your more complex exercises in a general rotation, but then using your single joint exercises, less complex movements to rotate. I can do a leg extension today and do it again in 6 months and do a perfect leg extension. If I do a squat today and don't do another squat for 6 months, I'm gonna do a pretty shitty squat. So these are things that novelty might bring about some mild to moderate soreness, which would be somewhat indicative of some extra muscle damage. Again, I don't think it's gonna hurt. Could that enhance the satellite cell response? Are there other factors involved in the muscle damage response that may be effective as a hypertrophic stimuli? That's additive. We don't know, but if it's not, everything in training certainly is cost benefit, in my opinion. So if it's not going to, if your cost is minimal and your benefit is potential, why not implement it?
And yeah, just on the back of that, people, especially those who train recreationally and those.
What do you think of pronatal lists? It's naive to think tax benefits are worth the act of bringing a life to the world. Another silly thing is to think policies can create a desire to make children amongst uninterested people, which is fine to be BTW.
Look, human beings are the only species on the planet that are capable of granting rights to one another. So, if we want a more moral world without suffering, we need to create more human beings. It doesn't mean we need to increase our population, but we do at least need to replace that population. So we don't necessarily need, 15 billion people as opposed to 8 billion, but we need to keep a human population going if we have that interest in reducing rights violations. So it's good for people to have children, and hopefully eventually everyone's going to go vegan, but in any case, yeah, it's probably a moral good in at least many circumstances for people to have children. There is also certainly a crisis that's going on right now. You especially see that in countries like Japan, where people aren't having kids. Now, if people in the United States and Canada aren't having kids, what that's going to mean is, in order to stay a superpower in the world, in order to be economically productive, in order to support social services, in order to have enough of a workforce, we're going to have to immigrate people if people aren't having kids fast enough. Well, where are we going to get these immigrants from? Are we going to immigrate people from Pakistan and Syria who are Islamic jihadists? Do we want our population replaced by these people? Probably not. So, yeah, it's a good thing for people to have kids. I don't think tax incentives are really going to be enough to get people to have children. You're going to have to make pretty big changes to the economic structure, I think, for people to have kids. You're going to have to reduce the cost of housing, absolutely. In the US, you're going to have to institute free healthcare like, in Canada and any other fucking developed country. Those are probably the two biggest things. And you're probably going to have to improve the work environment. So, more people are going to have to be able to do remote work. Working hours are likely going to have to be reduced. And I think if you can cover those basic things, if people are able to work less while making roughly the same money they make right now, work remotely, and have cheap, affordable housing, those things combined are probably that's probably going to be the most you can do in terms of economic reform to increase the amount of people having kids. aside from that, I don't know how to change, like, culture where people just are culturally interested in having more children. I don't think that's really possible. It might be. But this idea that it's bad to encourage people to have kids, it's just fucking idiotic. If you're going to encourage people to not have children on some basis that reproducing is some kind of evil, well, again, what's the outcome of that? You're going to have Muslim jihadists come into your fucking country, and then you're just going to end up living in a fucking shithole. So another silly thing is to think policies can create a desire to make children amongst uninterested people, which is fine to be, by the way. Economic policies certainly absolutely affect whether or not people want to have children. If you're struggling to get by, there's no realistic prospect of you ever owning a home, you're miserable at work. Stress is a huge, huge killer of libido. Okay? It's also clearly motivating people to not have children. So, if you have a stressed out society where men's testosterone is tanking, they're not interested in having sex, and they might not even be capable of having sex, that is absolutely going to affect whether or not people have children, just from the fact that less people are having sex. Obesity is also a big factor. If people are fat and ugly and don't feel good about themselves, and that's also another factor that reduces testosterone and fertility, that's also going to prevent people from having kids. So there is certainly economic factors that affect people from having children. But thanks for the donation, Goomba.
Those who like diving into the science behind hypertrophy and behind lifting often, at least in my opinion, fall in a trap.
I'm not going to call Big Lenny again. It's like too late. It's 11 p.m.
Where they focus too much on understanding the mechanism behind a certain adaptation versus focusing more on the outcomes that we observe in the research. What's your opinion on this?
Well, so it's really a separate, so here's what I'd say. I think the mechanisms give us good insight into what we can study. But yeah, if you're the average person, you just want to look at the research on variables, trying to get into the mechanism, figuring it out yourself. Now, we haven't studied everything, so I think you can, as long as you understand the research on the variables, then you can say, you know what, I think it's lacking if you have the ability to do that. Now, unfortunately, most people that are not scientists lack the ability to really understand, to appreciate these things to the extent that you need to. But if you can, I think you can then say, hey, look, we have this research on repetitions, on loading. But hey, maybe based on what we know, that there could be, we see different intracellular pathways that are upregulated. Maybe we're going to do this. I think that's where you could potentially use that. But yeah, to your point, I think going based on the variables that we have, the research on the variables that we have would be your first line of defense.
Thank you so much. This was both inside.
Dodo donate tellers, something Trump would do and Republicans would defend him for it. Philadelphia police are searching for a man after he relieved himself on a woman's leg in a Dollar Tree store. The man can be seen running from the store before the woman shows what he did to her leg. He nutted on my leg, the woman can be heard saying. Police say the man is a black male, 25 to 30 and about 6 feet tall. I mean, he has literally done that.
Look, he fucking nutted on my fucking leg! You go to hell, bitch! Oh my god! He nutted on my leg! Look!
Well, hopefully they catch him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Insightful for, I assume, the viewers, but also for the two of us.
Shout out to my two colleagues and visiting scholars at the Applied Muscle Development Lab. Total respect.
That was a cool video. Alright, let's play some video games.
Calm and reasonable.
Oh wait, it's BattleNet. BattleNet sucks, dude. Here we fucking go. Like, by the way, I was just logged in fucking, like, yesterday. Why does it make me fucking do this? Fuck. I fucking hate BattleNet. It's so stupid. Fucking, Epic Games, too. I don't know why they make you fucking log in every time when you tell it, keep me logged in, and then it doesn't keep you logged in. So annoying. No reason. Fucking Steam doesn't do that. Why the hell do they do it?
Yeah.
How did the memory exercise go?
Well, to hear it from Adler, it's working. Bell remembered finding that encrypted intel in Vietnam and is almost finished decoding it.
Anything useful in there?
Some names, apparently. Possible leads. Park is trying to connect the dots.
We don't have much time. Does the team know about our mishap in Berlin yet?
No, but if it's connected to one of those
Don't you
names
think
from
it's
Bell-
cruel to gamble with someone's life just for the assumption that replacing the population will create a more moral world? Do you not see that as some kind of unethical exploitation of humans?
No, I don't. I don't even know how that's a moral gamble. If we exterminate the human race by not breeding, you're just going to have wolves, lions, hyenas ripping each other apart. There's going to be even like deer and crap and rabbits that tear each other to pieces for mating. The natural world where there aren't any humans is an incredibly unethical, violent existence. So I don't know why you wouldn't want to have more humans replacing, you know, the natural world, quote unquote. It just objectively would lead to a more moral world. And you can see us heading towards a more moral world. Like, in our lifetime, we're not going to be farming animals. Like, lab-grown meat and everything is going to replace all of that. So I don't know why you would be interested in just not having humans breed and just going extinct. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
MI6 has spent the last year tracking a group of embedded Soviet agents within multiple European governments. These agents could be strategically positioned to set up a larger Soviet plan for Europe. During a recent operation, we acquired information.
There we go.
Okay. Woods and Mason are gonna take point on this. Apparently, Rudnick is lying low in a remote Soviet base in the mountains of Uzbekistan. Not remote enough. We're gonna land our boys nearby and pay him a little visit. Let's cut this Perseus sucker down to size.
face if we came all this fucking way.
Command sounded confident. Once we blow the shit out of their radio tower and create a distraction, we'll find out.
It's time for a little hide and seek.
Hell yeah.
We're in position.
Roger that. There's an airmail package ready for delivery. Just need an address. Go ahead and mark the radio tower.
What fucking guns do I have? M16, Hauer, M60. Why can't I look at the fucking guns I have?
Use those binoculars, Mason.
Coordinates coming your way.
Roger. The check is in the mail. Now get down there and eliminate Rudnick before he escapes.
That's super annoying.
Don't have a lot of time to miss this.
That's annoying too.
Mason, take your line down. I'll run her back from up here. Attach your line.
Give me a fucking break. Animal liberation duty teller. So for people that wish they were never born and that it's fucked up, they were brought here, should they just decide that their miserable life is collateral damage for the greater good? Yeah, sure. Or they can fucking hang themselves. Dude, it's so stupid. If people are like, oh, why do I exist? Why was I brought into then kill yourself. It's fucking retarded. Clearly you have an interest in existing. It's stupid. Ah, crap. Oh wait, we're not done searching there? What? I was just in there. This is on, Hardened, I think. What the fuck it? Hey, Stoner. I'll take that. Why is it telling me I haven't searched here yet? I absolutely searched here. Okay, maybe the game's just fucking with me or something. I don't know. By the way, why is a stoner in fucking Russia? Fuck, damn it. Wild animals seem happy in their natural habitat. Oh, do they? Oh, look at animals so happy in their natural habitat. Oh, look at that. That zebra looks like it's having a great fucking time, doesn't it? Yeah, just happy animals in their natural habitat. Oh, look, its genitals are getting eaten while it's still alive. What a happy animal in its natural habitat. Oh, it's still not dead yet, and its entrails are fucking leaking out. Oh, isn't that... Oh, happy animals. Fuck you, dipshit. Animal Liberation donated tellers, you're ignoring the fact that we have a biological drive to fear death, and we're also programmed by society to fear death. Who the fuck cares? If you want to die, then die. It's scary to try suicide. It's not, if you want to die. People can be stuck oscillating between hating life and fearing death. It's a torture chamber. Yeah, great. That's your fucking fault, dipshit. Like, by the way, it's so stupid to make that fucking argument. Do you think animals are going to think, should I have children or not? Like, maybe my fucking zebra child will get eaten by fucking hyenas. If you're so against, like, people having children because life is suffering, then you'd want there to be more humans because animals can't think that way. They can't think of making themselves extinct. If humans were to just basically erase themselves from the planet by not having children, then animals are just going to breed, and you're going to have a world that generates much more suffering than if humans were here. You're a fucking moron. And this is a cat. Hey, Prim Prim. How's my little Prim Prim? How's my little Meow Meow? What's my Meow Meow up to? Is that a good Prim Prim? Mwah.
Building clear. Rudnick isn't here.
Go on and move to the next building.
That's a good boy, Prim Prim. Oh, hey. That's kind of a fun one. Actually, that only has a 40 round. Yeah, let's stick with Stoner. Prismo, get the fuck out of here. How in the hell do I get into the next building?
Get over to the last building.
What the fuck is the last building? I was already over there. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Fish in a barrel.
I was literally already over there. Why is it telling me to search that one?
It's headed out the back.
Is... what the fuck? Where the hell is this Rudnick guy?
I got Rudnick.
We need kill confirmation.
Kill confirmed. We got the pic to prove it. Maybe next time we could draw pictures for them too.
Animal liberation killers, it's the person's own fault if they hate life and fear death. Got it. If you humans should be pawns for this utilitarian idea, it's not a utilitarian ideology. You're a fucking moron. Does it not follow that people are morally obligated to procreate? No. Not every single fucking person on the planet has to fucking reproduce. You're an idiot. And again, if you have a fucking problem with there being suffering in the world and people bringing in new humans to suffer, then why don't you have that same problem with animals? And we know for a fact animals are going to suffer more than your average fucking human being. So if you want humans to go extinct, but you're fine with animals suffering, then, like, you're just retarded. Thanks for the donation, you annoying, stupid fuck. I love it when people don't listen. I love it when they don't make arguments and then say the same thing over and over and over again because they think, oh, that's the fucking gotcha, even though I fucking explained why it's stupid. Thank you.
Chopper inbound. Pop some smoke to mark your location.
Throw smoke for helicopter. I guess there?
Smoke out!
Chopper's just a few minutes out. Look sharp, we're on the way.
Fuck.
Look, it's an asshole parade. Tangos everywhere, Mason. We're outnumbered. Hang on, I'm almost there. Might want to call in that air support. cry like a fucking baby when he hears we iced Rudnick. I hate babies. We're done here, Mason.
Volkov heads the Russian mob that moved into East Berlin once the wall went up.
Sky said on a stream, according to Yellowstone website, beaver population increased when wolves were reintroduced. Care to provide any fucking evidence that wolves had anything to do with that? I'm pretty sure they reintroduced beavers, by the way.
We just passed under the wall into East Berlin. Get ready.
Bitte stellen Sie kein Gepäck auf die Sitze.
I'm never gonna play X-Defiant, dude.
The back car is clear. We're good to go.
X-Defiant? Shit. I'm not playing that fucking game.
As soon as the train slows down, you and I'll jump off. Park, Lazar. Wait till the next station. Bell and I'll track down Kraus. All right. Train's slowing down. Let's go to work. All right, here we go. Careful. East German guards still patrol these abandoned stations. Patrol ahead. We can use a train to slip past. Movement on the platform. Let's take them out. All right. Careful. Take it slow. Come on. This is the way out.
Wait. How the fuck do East German guards have MP5s? Did they have MP5s in East Germany in the 1980s? Okay, apparently they may have. Yeah, alright.
Hey! Was ist hier los?
Ich arbeite für die Bahn. Ich suche Ihre meinen Ausweis.
Das ist Sperrgebiet. Sie sind verhaftet. Runter auf den Boden.
Halt! Beruhigen Sie sich. Wir finden dadurch sicher eine Lösung.
Wir öffnen das Feuer, wenn Sie sich widersetzen. Runter! Sofort runter!
Now!
Was zum...
Nice work. Let's clean this up. Kraus should be coming through the checkpoint soon. Let's get to the rooftop. Park, Lazar. We're almost in position.
Copy that.
Come on, this way. Careful of the spotlight. lock a place down, I'll give him that. Keep an eye on that checkpoint. Kraus will be coming through anytime. Look for Kraus with your camera. Damn. Security's even tighter than usual. If they detain Kraus, he could miss his meeting with Volkov. Near the checkpoint. Man with the briefcase. Is that him?
Dude? Who the fuck is he talking about? Man with a briefcase.
On a recent stream you mentioned that you were ass-fucking Jasmine and you pulled out your wiener and it was kinda poopy, so you had this poopy shit cock, and she started sucking it, which was gross but also kinda hot. Was that true or just trolling?
I never said that about Jasmine. That was a joke, but thanks for the donation, poopy shitcock.
I'm open to being wrong about this subject, but I'm interested to see your reaction to David Benatar. Would you please react to this video?
I've seen David Benatar's symmetry thing. I don't care. It's stupid. I already explained why I think this idea of antinatalism is fucking dumb. The only people who are gonna do this antinatalist shit are fucking white European types. So people who have money, who are educated, they're not going to have kids, and they're gonna end up getting replaced by fucking people from armpits of the world like fucking Pakistan. And then you're just going to have these rich white European nations getting taken over by fucking dumbasses, either Muslim immigrants, or you're going to end up getting taken over by countries like China or Russia. It's idiotic. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Good job, that's our man. That's Kraus.
Actually see a lot of poor Indian people that are anti-natalist. Well, guess what? India doesn't have a fucking underpopulation problem, so... I don't know what to tell you, dude. Indians aren't in general fucking anti-natalist. Clearly.
On me. Kraus just crossed the wall. What's your status?
Azar and I are at the exfil point, awaiting your arrival.
Roger that. Are in.
Deep throating air and peas micro penis, 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 deep throating air and peas micro penis. Dab.
Get it. Get it. That's right, get it. Go get it, go eat it. That's a good dog, go get it. Go get it. It's okay, go get it. Go get it. Go get it.
There's an earwig on the ground. Thank you for the donation, Poopy Shitcock. Appreciate that. Hope you have fun deep-throating Aaron P's micropenis.
Wanna know what's funny? Even rich and moderate, more open liberal Muslims or Arabs aren't having kids. It's like the only people who mass reproduce are the people who shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I guess that's just the way it is. Thanks for the donation, Mola. I don't know if I buy that. Rich Arab people are having kids. Osama bin Laden came from one of the richest families in Saudi Arabia, and he was one of like fucking 30 children or something crazy? Or was it 22? Fuck. How many siblings did Osama bin Laden have? 54. Yeah, he came from a rich fucking billionaire family, and he had 54 siblings, so they're having kids. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Intel says Kraus and Volkov will meet at the bar across the street. Meet Hudson's contact inside. She'll have a blue umbrella. I'll stay out here and watch the street.
Wie schön, dass Sie es geschafft haben. Krause sets a table over my right shoulder.
Guten Abend, meine Herren. Was darf ich Ihnen bringen?
Eine Berliner Weiße.
Audio is loud and clear. Now we wait for Volkov.
Hudson didn't reveal much. He said you're after Volkov? Kraus is ex-Stasi, so don't let his wholesome appearance fool you. The man is a killer. Who knows? The man's like a ghost. I would guess no more than a day. One of my informants was picked up in a random sweep just 2 blocks from here. The Stasi must assume there are more nearby. I would ask a favor of you. He will not hold up under torture for long. We need him rescued. Or silenced. They're holding him here. Dankeschön.
Heads up, Bell. I think Volkov is walking in.
Wo ist Volkov? Man ist Ihnen gefolgt. Gehen Sie nach Hause und warten Sie auf unseren Anruf. Ort und Zeit werden neu bestimmt. Wir kümmern uns um Ihren Schaden.
Bell, we've got trouble. There's 2 Stasi entering the bar. Get out of there, now!
Scheiße. Go through the bathroom. I'll hold them off.
Team, new plan.
Why is the...
Apartment. He's still our ticket to Volkov.
Hate this shit.
Ich wohne gleich oben den Platz da droben.
I'm gonna need more time.
Wir waren auf dem Heimweg.
See, rally up with Lazar Park without me. I'll update you when I can. Careful, Bill.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The Stasi are everywhere.
Für Ihnen nichts. Ich möchte nur ein paar Fragen stellen.
Ist er weg? Vielen Dank. Ich bleibe, glaube ich, so lange hier, bis die Stasi weg ist.
Meet me in the building across from your current position. Keep a low profile. We already have enough trouble.
Oh, is someone growling? Oh my god. I gotta take the dog out for a poop. I'll be right back. Oh, and we hit the donation goal. Thanks, guys. Yeah, come on. Someone's growling. Go, little growly dog. Come on, you're growling. Let's go. Come on. Good growl. Wait, what? What did Chris want to do? Hey, little growly. Yeah, that's a good growly dog. Good job. Do you want to say hello to everybody? Jump up. Hey, you want to jump up? You want to say hello? Come jump up. Yeah, that's a good jump. Oh my god. That's a good growly. Come jump up. Come jump up and say hi. You're silly. Yeah, oh, is that your kitty? Alright, let's continue.
Dann machen wir es auf die harte Tor.
Spark, give me a sit rep.
I'm in a storefront facing Kraft's apartment. You just got home. You?
Stasi are combing the area. I need to lay low. I'll catch up with you when the heat dies down. Bell, get to Park and Lazar ASAP. Out.
Oh. Oh wait, should I save the informant? Wait, where the fuck's the informant?
You think I am?
He's a KGB agent. What do they mean secure the area? Oh, is this guy not dead?
I've seen your picture. They're looking for you. I've been monitoring a nearby KGB field house. I don't know how they found me.
Yeah, he's lying. He's a KGB agent.
What did the paper say? You can't trust.
After you're done streaming, please do what I said on Nick. It is absolutely true, as I showed in the proofs. Then, we are rid of him. You will be thankful in the end.
I'll read your message again. I'm pretty sure if you send out a copyright strike, he gets your personal information, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Stitching NoFap.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Please, just let me return to my children. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, that guy was lying.
Ich habe nichts Verbotenes getan. Ich untersuche das.
How do I get in through there? Oh. Okay then. Meet Mitzer. Oh, I go in through there.
That's your low profile, Bell. God help us all. Follow me. Stay quiet. Don't want the locals ready, so.
I also think you and the grizzly bear have equal stamina.
Probably. Thanks for that donation, Jalen.
Park's in the electronics store right across the street from Krause's place. I was gonna pick her up some necklace from the brown bar. Closed already. Park is just up ahead.
Oh, hey Faye, how you doing? It's a good doggy. Yeah. It's a good doggy. What's going on, little doggy? You like your rubs? Oh my goodness, that's a good dog. Dog, 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 dog. Yeah, that's a good dog, bud. Yeah, you're a good dog. Yeah, I love you. You're a good doggy. Oh yeah, you love those butt scratches, don't you? Yeah.
We're back.
A car pulled up near Krause's building a few minutes ago, but I didn't have a good angle to... Just a moment. Krause is on the telephone.
Bell, get eyes on Krause.
What do you think, Lazar?
Sounds like Volkov owns Krause's briefcase. We should place a tracker in it. The case will lead us straight to Volkov.
One of us can sneak into Krause's apartment. Avoiding Krause and his wife might be the greater challenge.
Bell volunteers. While Bell's doing that, I'll check around the exterior for any unwanted guests. Park, you can keep an eye on us from here. I'll try to give you my best angles.
Lovely.
The Stasi are stopping everyone. Be careful. Bell, I saw Kraus writing in the ledger. See if you can find it. Bell, if you're spotted by Kraus or his wife, the mission is over.
Hey, just to clarify, I wasn't talking about the emirs and sheikhs, was talking about the liberal open-minded ones who would have studied in Europe or who are more likely to be vegan. Not the filthy rich elites. Those don't tend to have kids, or not as many.
Right, okay. Thanks for that donation, Mola.
You can trank the wife if you have to, but Kraus must go to the meeting. I'm about to phone Kraus's apartment. Get ready to enter. Nice work. Now find the briefcase.
Hallo? Tut mir leid, hier gibt es keine Feuer. Ja, das ist meine Nummer, aber ich fürchte, Sie haben sie.
Hören Sie mal, ich weiß, dass Ihre Freundin nicht hier ist. Entweder hat sie Ihnen eine falsche Nummer gegeben oder Sie haben sich verschrieben. Natürlich, gar kein Problem. Ihnen auch einen schönen Abend.
She'll be out for hours. Clean it up.
Ada, suchst du mir meinen Schirm? Ich gehe in ein paar Minuten.
Are there two of her? Wait, what?
We missed the kid.
Yeah, there's fucking two of her. That has to be a glitch. There's two of her. What the fuck? Yeah, that has to be a glitch. What the fuck?
Kraus is leaving his office. Hide.
Kurz die Szene. Komm gleich rauf.
Don't let Kraus see you. I've lost sight of Kraus every time he enters that room. Have a look around.
Well, that's, am I supposed to be... Oh, there we go. What does that open?
I've lost your visual. Bell, have you found the briefcase? Understood. Just plant the tracker and get out of there.
Oh. What? I already took... Oh, do you just want rubs? Nighty-night, VG. Gotta get up for work in the morning. Well, sweet dreams, Grey Knight. That's a good dog. Yeah, I love you. Why don't you go play with your kitty? Hmm? Why don't you go play with your kitty?
Perseus has been looking for this one.
Then you let Perseus know I captured them?
Finally. Perseus has a large bounty on your head. I don't care about your questions. Unfortunately for you, it seems these friends of yours have other places to be, comrade. I could probably make use of you, but you are damaged goods. Only a grave can cure a hunchback. Что такое?
I'll help out, Brother Case. Get Volkov.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Ooh, Milano. Fuck.
Let's go!
Wait, oh, fuck.
So, here we...
At last. Bell, on behalf of MI6, thank you. Volkov is ours.
More than he deserves. Now let's get the hell out of East Berlin.
The information from Volkov confirms our worst fears. Perseus smuggled a nuclear device through East Berlin.
We can't be certain of that yet.
He has it. I'm sure of it.
We found encrypted geo-coordinates with Volkov's nuclear intel. An unpopulated region within the Soviet Republic of Ukraine.
An aerial recon run revealed this.
I want to know everything that's going on inside this building.
What's
We'll need
going
the
on
others
here?
for this one. Mason and Woods will join us.
What's
for
this?
Bell, you'll
I
in
got a
from here
fin.
with Woods.
You guys see my fin?
Mason and I will be standing by for an extract.
Okay, relax. Relax.
We have no idea how large
Relax.
and prepared their forces will be, so use
It's a
discretion
good boy,
if
lie
you have to
down.
engage.
Yeah, it's a good boy.
It's time we took a peek behind the Iron Curtain.
It's a good boy. Doing a good relax.
I'm not picking up any extra chatter. You're in the clear, Woods.
Copy that, Park. Stay on comms. Keep Mason and Adler on standby. Let's go.
Hell yeah. This is a sick mission.
The base is just over the next ridge. Get in, learn what you can, and get out.
Shit, Park. I plan to stay a while. See the gulag.
Do that after we learn what Perseus has planned.
Look at that monster. Reds could be hiding anything inside. Snap a picture. Ops want to see this. Right. Time to get our hands dirty. I'm seeing guards. High and low. Choose your target. Put your camera away. Damn. Take point and head down the slope. I'll hang back and cover. Snap pictures of anything that looks important. Maps, blueprints, whatever you can find. Move into the base. Find a way into the main building. I'll trail and disable the perimeter alarm. Quick thinking. Shit. Patrol's approaching my position. Bell, find a way in. I'll follow around.
Fucking badass.
The Reds are quiet for now, but I've still no word from Woods. Stay the course and get inside.
Ah, fuck. Damn it. I don't know what the hell I was supposed to do there. APC killed you.
The reds are quiet for now. But I've still no word from Woods. Stay the course and get inside.
Oh, I see, yeah. That's too bad.
That's a good boy, Finn. Hmm? How come he came down on my lap?
The reds are quiet for now. But I've still no word from Woods. Stay the course and get inside.
You're welcome. You lost something. Park. Bell found us a way inside, but we don't got a lot of time.
Then get moving.
No arguments
Frig.
here.
I think I'll stick with this for now. Why the hell don't I have an MP5 SD?
Guards down below. I'll move to the lower deck and engage on your mark. All right, I'm set. All clear. Moving up. Oh yeah. You found another sector. Shit. Says this place was built as some kind of early warning system. Missile defense. Be ready. Be 1,000 reds on the other side of this door. Cover me. Not a fucking word, Bell. The hell is this place? It's a Spetsnaz training course. Made to look like fucking any town, USA. Oh shit, we're starting. Fuck, let's move! They want a live fire drill? Let's hook these fuckers up. Just
Damn it. Ah, fuck, really?
Bell, head for that control tower. Move up. That elevator leads straight to the control tower.
What elevator?
Head for that elevator.
What elevator? Head for that elevator. What is he talking about?
Push up.
Push up where? Is there something I'm fucking missing? Head for the control tower. And that is a gate. Control
Head to the
tower.
control tower.
That looks... no? Am I retarded or... What is he fucking talking about? Elevator.
See that control tower? Head
No,
that
I
direction.
don't see that fucking control tower. What the fuck could he possibly be talking about? Dude, is this like... is... Am I, like, insane? Maybe something didn't load properly?
That elevator leads straight to the control tower.
What fucking elevator?
Head for that elevator. Push up.
Like, push up where? I played this game before, too. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Am I nuts?
Head to the control tower.
Yeah, bro, am I just completely insane, or... That can't be it. Like, it shows the objective there, but then what am I... Like, there's nothing here. Okay, whatever. I'll just... It's late. I'm just gonna end the stream here because I'm tired and it's late. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow. I don't know when, but I will be on tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams.